Chronicles of the Rise of a Cultivation Family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Spiritual Root Test. Day and calendar 98,000 years. Yunwu Mountain. Yun Yongzhu held his father Yun Daichen's hand with trepidation and followed his father up the mountain to the family ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was only built halfway down the mountain, and the two soon arrived outside the ancestral hall. There were already many people outside the magnificent hall, and a large group of children gathered together, whispering in groups of 3 or 2. Yun Yongzhu guessed that these children, like him, would have their spiritual roots tested today. It was just that, because his father was a cultivator, he followed his father up alone. Fifth brother, you are here. The person who came was Yun Yongzhu's 14th uncle Yun Daiji. Yun Daichen asked, 14th brother, are you bringing the family children up the mountain this year? Yes, there was not a single seedling last year. I don't know how it will be this year. Yun Daiji replied. Hello, 14th uncle. Yun Yongzhu bowed to Yun Daiji politely and said, Little Zhu, don't be nervous. Uncle 14 touched Yun Yongzhu's little head and then said to Yun Daichen, 5th brother, wait a little longer, there is still. Before he finished speaking, 2 more people, one big and one small, fell from the sky. 3rd brother, Zhu, you are here. Alright, everyone is here, let's go in. Okay. Yun Daichen and the newcomer Yun Daichen replied together. Everyone, pay attention. Follow me into the ancestral hall. Yun Daiji called out loudly. Everyone followed the 3 adults and entered the ancestral hall one after another. After entering the ancestral hall, Yun Yongzhu first found that there was already an old man inside. This person was Yun Shichen, the patriarch of the Yun family. Patriarch. Yun Daiji and the other 2 took the lead in bowing. Yun Daiji continued, this year, all the members of the clan who are of the right age are here. As he said that, he handed over a list. Okay, let's get started. Yun Shichen took the list and said. He touched the bag on his waist again, and a jade ruler the size of an adult's arm appeared in his hand. Yun Yongzhu knew that the bag on his waist was a storage bag. His parents also had one. The jade ruler should be an item for testing spiritual roots. Zhu, you are the first one to come. Come here, relax, put your hand on the spiritual ruler, and feel it with your heart. Yun Yongzhu was standing in a conspicuous position in the front, and was called immediately. Go. Yun Daichen patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Yun Yongzhu took a deep breath, walked in front of Yun Shichen, called second uncle, and put his hand on the jade ruler, thinking to light up. Yun Yongzhu had already asked his father about it. Put your hand on the magic tool for testing spiritual roots. As long as the magic tool emits light, it means that you have spiritual roots and can embark on the path of cultivation. In the hall, everyone was concentrating. Suddenly, the jade ruler lit up and emitted 3 colors, white, green, and red, among which the red light was the most dazzling. 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire. Good. Yun Shichen said loudly, with a bit of surprise in his tone. When the others saw this, they were also happy, and they were the first to open the door. Yun Yongzhu also relaxed in his heart. As long as he had spiritual roots, it would be fine, and he had 3 spiritual roots. He heard that the family had not produced a true spiritual root for many years. His father Yun Daichen had 5 spiritual roots, and his mother Yang Lila was better, with 4 spiritual roots. Both parents were at the 6th level of key training. The couple was 36 and 35 years old, respectively. They could reach this level at this age, and there was a possibility of building a foundation, but the hope was not great. After all, they both had mixed spiritual roots. The couple could cultivate to this level thanks to Yang Lila. She seemed to have a higher success rate in drawing talismans, and could often sell talismans to obtain spiritual stones, and then buy elixirs for cultivation. Other people of the same age were still hovering at the 4th or 5th level of key training. He knew that the more spiritual roots, the better. Yun Yongzhu walked happily to his father's side, and Yun Daichen was also very excited and happy, saying good job, son repeatedly. Yun Shichen was already calling the next child. The next one was the last boy to arrive, named Yun Yongzhu. He was the third son of his uncle Yun Daxon and a few months older than Yun Yongzhu. Seeing him also walk up to Yun Shichen and hold the spirit measuring ruler, Yun Yongzhu was praying in his heart, hoping that his cousin would also have spiritual roots. Yun Yongzhu was 6 years old this year and was the first child of Yun Daxon. He usually lived with his parents on Yunwu Mountain. Although the mountain was full of spiritual energy, there were relatively few children of the same age. The only one who lived on the mountain with him and was close to him was Yun Yongzhu. The two often played together. Another 3 spiritual roots, gold, fire and earth. Haha. God bless my Yun family. The appearance of 2 good seedlings in succession made Yun Shichen very happy. He spoke out Yun Yongzhu's spiritual roots in a loud voice, and everyone else was also very happy. Yun Yongzhu walked to Yun Yongzhu happily. Yun Yongzhu put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Cousin, congratulations." Yun Shichen called the next junior to come over to test his spiritual roots, and the rest of the people stood patiently in the crowd waiting. Time passed little by little. Except for the 2 who had tested their spiritual roots at the beginning, there was no one who had spiritual roots. Silence spread in the hall. A little girl walked down dejectedly, and another one without spiritual roots. Next Yun Yongzhu. A fat little boy walked out of the crowd and nervously stepped forward to hold the spiritual measuring ruler. Look, it's bright. It's bright. The light bloomed little by little in front of everyone. He has spiritual roots. Envious voices rang out in the crowd. At this time, Yun Shichen was also somewhat relieved and said, "The 4 spiritual roots are gold, wood, water and earth." Yun Yongzhu looked at Yongzhu and Yongzhu and walked over. The 3 of them communicated and sorted out the size. It turned out that Yun Yongzhu was half a month older than Yun Yongzhu. He was the oldest among the 3, and they all called him cousin. It was almost noon. Apart from Yun Yongzhu, no one else had their spiritual roots tested. There were only about 50 people left in the crowd who had not been tested. Yun Yongzhu. Yun Shichen called the next tribe member calmly. A little girl walked forward and held the spirit measuring ruler tightly, as if to cheer herself up. The spirit measuring ruler was no longer like a dead object as before, and slowly emitted colorful light. 5 spiritual roots. Yun Shichen's tone was a little happier. The girl happily ran to Yongzhu, Yongzhu, and Yongzhu and said, "Hello." The 3 boys also hurriedly greeted them. She and Yun Yongzhu both grew up in Yunwu town. The 2 knew each other. She was Yun Yongzhu's cousin who was closely related by blood. Yun Shichen was testing the next tribe member, another girl named Yun Changyan. This girl also had 5 spiritual roots. After that, no one else had their spiritual roots tested. Yun Changyan walked into the group of 4. She was the youngest among the 5. Today was her birthday, and the test result was her best birthday gift. There were nearly 500 people taking the test. Except for Yun Yongzhu and Yun Yongzhu, only 3 people had spiritual roots, and they were all 4 or 5 spiritual roots. It seemed that it was easier for cultivators to give birth to offspring with spiritual roots. After testing the last child, Yun Shichen said to Yun Shisi, "You should send these young people down the mountain first." "Yes, clan leader." Yun Daiji said goodbye to his 2 cousins and led a large group of lost children down the mountain first. As soon as the crowd left, the hall suddenly seemed empty. "All 5 of you, follow me. Old 3 and old 5, you 2 wait outside." After speaking, Yun Shichen walked briskly inside. He was in a very good mood. In previous years, he would be very happy if he could have one member of the clan with spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, 5 people were born this year, and 2 of them were real spiritual roots. It was really the blessing of the ancestors. I wonder if there are any harvests in other places. Yun Yongzhu and the other 5 hurriedly followed with their short legs. After a while, they entered the 3 thresholds. When they looked up, they saw the curved steps filled with jade tablets. The bottom row was about 3 feet high, with 3 incense burners, each of which was burning incense. There were 10 cushions on the ground, divided into 2 rows. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to our ancestors. Yes. After that, the 5 of them knelt down on the cushions and kowtowed 3 times. Yun Shichen stood by and watched. He took out a book-like instrument from his storage bag and took out a jade pen. He inputted his magic power and wrote down 5 grey names. They were the 5 of them. Okay, come here and drop a drop of blood on your name. Yun Yongzhu was the first to step forward. Yun Shichen wiped his left ring finger and a small cut appeared. He quickly put his hand above his name and a drop of blood dripped on it. Immediately, the blood seemed to be absorbed, and his name also lit up. Okay, Yun Shichen said to Yun Yongzhu. Yun Yongzhu responded and gave up his position. He noticed that on the page with his name, there were other people's names on it. Almost all of them were surnamed Yun, with only a few of them being from other surnames, but there were also a few names in grey. He was very confused, so he asked, "Second uncle, why are some of the names on it grey?" Yun Shichen replied, while bleeding Yun Yongzhu, "This is the family genealogy. It is a top grade spiritual weapon refined by the 2nd generation patriarch of our Yun family. It records the names of all the cultivators in our Yunwu mountain. A grey name means that this member of the family has died. With the genealogy, we can know the safety of our family members, and in case any member of the family encounters danger outside, the family can also use the genealogy to find this member." Oh. The 5 of them nodded in unison. Okay, we've all entered the family tree. According to age, in the Yang generation, Yang Meng is the 6th, Yang Yan is the 7th, Yang Zhi is the 8th, Yang Zhu is the 9th, and in the Chang generation, Chang Yan is the 7th. Okay, let's all go back. In 3 days, you will all go to the family school, practice well, and glorify our Yun family. After Yun Shichen finished speaking, he put away the family tree, led the 5 people out, handed Yun Yongzhu and Yun Yongzhi to their respective fathers, and said a few words to Yun Daichen and Yun Daixun, and then left with the remaining 3. "Third brother, see you in 3 days. Okay, see you in 3 days. The 2 little guys said goodbye to each other. "Dad, hurry up, use the cloud soaring technique, and go home quickly. I want to tell mom this good news." Yun Yongzhu saw that his 3rd uncle flew away with a miner, so he couldn't wait to tell his father. Yun Daichen agreed to his son, performed the cloud soaring technique, took his son, and hurried down the mountain. Chapter 2 Yun Yongzhu. Yun Yongzhu and his father quickly returned to their home on the hillside from the family ancestral hall. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw their mother Yang Lila pacing in the hall with her hands on her waist and her belly bulging. The father and son hurried over and helped her sit down together. It turned out that Yang Lila was almost 9 months pregnant. In about a month, he would be a big brother. "Brother Chen, what are the results of Zua's test?" Yang Lila asked hurriedly. "Haha. 3 spiritual roots. Gold, wood, and fire." Yun Daichen said happily. "Really? Haha." Yang Lila wanted to jump up happily, but was stopped by Yun Daichen. She pulled Yun Yongzhu over and hugged him tightly, kissed him and said, "You are really a good son of your mother." Yun Yongzhu did not dare to move and let Yang Lila kiss and hug him. After all, his mother's belly was so big. "Hurry. Go to the dining room. Today, mom made your favorite billing rice and lingan egg custard." The family of 3 walked to the dining room happily, talking and laughing. After lunch, Yun Yongzhu returned to his room and lay on the bed. He still couldn't believe that he really had spiritual roots. Yun Yongzhu stared at the ceiling of the bed with lifeless eyes, thinking about what happened when he just came to this world 6 years ago. It turned out that Yun Yongzhu was just an ordinary employee of a transportation company. One day after work, he was hit by a car and died while trying to save a little girl. After waking up, he found that he had become a little baby. His whole body was soft. When he could see things clearly, he found that he was in an environment similar to ancient China. Through his intermittent understanding, he found that this was actually a magical fairy world called Dayanxianji. People with spiritual roots can gain strength and life through cultivation. Fortunately, his family is a Xiuxin family, and his parents are both cultivators. Since knowing this, Yun Yongzhu has been looking forward to growing up quickly and testing his spiritual roots as soon as possible. Let's talk about the Yun family. The Yun family is one of the 5 foundation building families in Yunzhou. There are 2 cultivators in the family who are in the foundation building period. The total number of cultivators should be more than 100, but the exact number is not clear. Yunzhou is very large. According to the information he heard from his parents and clansmen, Yunzhu seems to be much larger than his motherland, China, in his previous life. The family gate of the Yun family is on the outskirts of the Yunwu mountain range. The Yunwu mountain range is thousands of miles long and wide. There are countless monsters, spiritual plants and spiritual medicines in it, which support many people who practice immortality. Some clansmen occasionally go to the Yunwu mountain range to practice, hunt monsters, pick spiritual medicines, and obtain cultivation resources. Because the surname Yun is used, the family directly named the mountain gate Yunwu Mountain. The mountain is, as its name suggests, with clouds and mist on the mountain. Because there are spiritual veins on the mountain is rich in spiritual energy, which is very suitable for cultivators to practice. Yun Yongzhu once quietly walked down the halfway point of the mountain and could see the scenery below the mountain. At that time, he only felt that he was living in a paradise. Just as it is written in the book, the land is flat and spacious, the houses are neat, there are fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry trees and bamboos, the roads are connected, the chickens and dogs can be heard, the men and women are dressed like outsiders, with yellow hair hanging down, and they are happy. At the foot of the mountain is a big town called Yunwu Town, which is one of the important gathering places for mortals in the family. According to his inquiries and eavesdropping, there is also a market in the town, which is a place where monks specialize in trading. Yun Yongzhu really wants to go there to have a look, but he has only gone down the mountain twice since he grew up. One reason is that he is too young, and the other is that his parents don't have much time to take him down the mountain to play. His father Yun Dachan is busy practicing and taking care of the spiritual fields, and his mother Yang Liu often practices and draws talismans. After she became pregnant last year, she often made talismans to earn spiritual stones. In between their busy schedules, the couple would take a little time every day to see him, talk to him, play with him for a while, etc. Yun Yongzhu has been in the mountains for a long time, and of course he knows the importance of spiritual stones, which are resources for practice. Because of the sufficient spiritual stone resources, his parents were able to cultivate to the current realm, and their family was able to build caves on the first grade middle grade spiritual vein. Of course, there are also higher grade spiritual veins, but only clansmen with higher cultivation can build caves there. The younger generation of the family also has the opportunity to cultivate on better spiritual veins, and the family school is built on the upper grade spiritual vein. In addition, it is heard that a Lingguan cave is specially built on the first grade upper grade spiritual vein, which is specially used by clansmen who want to advance. Other clansmen who do not meet the conditions have to spend family contribution points to cultivate in the Lingguan cave. It is said that there is also a higher level Yongzhu cave, built on the second grade spiritual vein, which seems to have stricter requirements for use. He is not sure about the details. On the upper grade spiritual vein, there seem to be fewer caves for clansmen in the late stage of key training, and there are not many caves for clan leaders and elders. The late stage of key training is the realm of cultivation for practitioners, specifically referring to the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of key training. Yun Yongzhu knows little about it. In addition to the caves of cultivators, there are also spiritual medicine gardens and some spiritual fields on the spiritual vein. Yun Yongzhu was just an orphan before he died at the age of 16, so he longed for relatives and had many fantasies. After being born into Yang Liu's belly, he got what he wanted and had a pair of parents who cared for him and loved him. The place where he lived was like a fairyland. Therefore, he liked this world very much and liked this new identity very much. Moreover, he could practice here, and occasionally he could see people flying in the sky. Everything made Yun Yongzhu very yearning. Fortunately, he had now measured his spiritual roots and was qualified to practice. Yun Yongzhu was 6 years old this year. Most of his time before was spent on practicing walking, learning to speak, recognizing words, and the basic common sense and basic knowledge of this world, such as literacy, learning human bones, meridian points, danshan, nearby geographical knowledge, etc. It may be because he has a language system, so he learned the language of this world slower than other children, and it took more time and energy. It was only in the past year that he had time to go out often and play with Yun Yongzhu, who was the same age as him in the mountains. However, he was not really a child, and he did not go out to play, but mainly wanted to understand the environment in which he lived. According to his exploration, there are only 3 or 5 caves near his home. Although they are called nearby, they are actually quite far away. There are many caves of cultivators in the early stage of key training below, and caves of cultivators in the late stage of key training above. However, these people are often not seen. They are either cultivating, or taking care of the spiritual fields on the mountain, doing family tasks, or going to Yunwu Mountain for training, hunting monsters to earn spiritual stone resources, etc. Of course, there are also mortals on the mountain, and there are many of them. These mortals are generally clansmen in the family, who do not have spiritual root qualifications. They are mainly arranged to do some chores, so that the cultivators can spend more time on cultivation, and obtaining cultivation resources. There are also mortals in his family. It is a family of 4. Usually, the adults are mainly responsible for cleaning the courtyard, feeding linga and chickens, taking care of the more than 2 acres of land in the cave, planting some fruits, vegetables, rice, mortal fruit trees, etc. to meet daily needs, and the children are specifically responsible for taking care of Yun Yongzhu. All the spiritual fields on Yunwu Mountain belong to the clan, but if the clan members invest in opening up spiritual fields, they can cultivate them for a few years. The grade and size of the spiritual fields determine the length of time they can use. Yun Yongzhu's parents pulled together some spiritual stones and opened a 2-acre low-grade spiritual field not far from their cave, half of which was used to grow spiritual rice and half to grow 9-leaf grass. After the spiritual rice was harvested, part of it was kept for their own consumption, part was sold to the clan members, and the 9-leaf grass was used to make blank talisman paper. Every time the 9-leaf grass grew and was harvested, Yun Yongzhu could see his parents mixing it with other materials to make blank talisman paper. After these blank talisman papers were drawn into talismans by Yang Liu, they could be taken to the market at the foot of the mountain to sell, or they could be directly exchanged for contribution points in the clan. These contribution points are equivalent to currency, and are more useful in the clan than spiritual stones. The spiritual rice his father planted was billing rice, which was a first-grade medium-grade spiritual rice that was rich in nutrients and spiritual energy. Although it was also harvested once a year like the lower grade spiritual rice, the yield was much less. Yun Yongzhu could only eat it once every other year on his birthday, and only had 1 bowl. He usually mixed it with ordinary rice and occasionally ate a small half bowl of first grade lower grade spiritual rice. The main reason was that he had not yet practiced and could not absorb the spiritual energy in the spiritual rice. Although the spiritual energy in spiritual rice and spiritual fruit was relatively mild, his parents were still very afraid that too much spiritual energy would hurt him, so they did not dare to give him too much. His mother Yang Liu was born as a casual cultivator, and she became a cultivator by chance after accidentally obtaining the inheritance of casual cultivators. Relying on the skill of making talismans from the casual cultivator inheritance she obtained, she easily formed a Taoist partner with Yun Dachun and entered Yunwu Mountain to practice. In the past year, Yang Liu was pregnant and could not meditate to practice, so she usually made blank talisman paper at home, occasionally drew a few talismans, or went to the family mission hall to receive a few easier tasks, which could be considered as additional income. Lingian chicken is a first-class low-grade demon beast that can be domesticated into a spirit beast. It has low attack power, but it is very fast and difficult to capture. Therefore, the price of live Lingian chicken is not cheap, and only monks with a high status will raise it. After all, raising Lingian chickens requires feeding them with some spiritual grains and spiritual grass, which is also an expense. However, many families in Yunzhou, big and small, will raise some Lingian chickens, because Lingian chickens can be slaughtered and eaten as spirit beast meat after they grow up. If it is a female Lingian chicken, the harvest will be even greater, and 3 to 6 Lingian chicken eggs can be harvested every month. This spirit beast meat and spirit beast eggs can not only be eaten by oneself, but also sold to obtain spirit stones. Yunwu Mountain has raised a batch of hundreds of Lingian chickens as one of the family's sources of income. Yang Liu used her contribution points to buy 2 half-grown Lingian chickens from the family. After she became pregnant with Yun Yongzhu, the Lingian chickens began to lay eggs. After Yun Yongzhu was born, most of the Lingayan chicken eggs went into his mouth. The eggs laid by Lingayan chickens contain less spiritual energy. If mortals eat them frequently, they will nourish their bodies. He eats them every few days. Yun Yongzhu has been in this world for 6 years. He has not seen many cultivators in the mountains. Most of the people in the clan have only heard about them from his parents, and he has not seen many of them. Thinking that he would go to the family school in 3 days, he relaxed, stopped thinking about it, and gradually fell asleep. In these 3 days, he roughly figured out the content that will be taught in the family school, which is nothing more than the origin and history of the family, common sense of cultivation, the taboos of cultivators, the introduction of ki into the body, the explanation of spells, the enlightenment of refining tools and making talismans, etc. This family school was built at a relatively high position and occupies a large area. It is above the caves of the cultivators in the middle stage of ki training. The purpose of establishing the school is mainly to provide a good cultivation environment for the younger generations of the family and lay a foundation for their future. After entering the family school, these children will live directly, which is convenient for classes and is more conducive to cultivation. However, when there are no classes, they can go home at any time to see their family and friends. Yun Yongzhu has already told his parents that when he is free, he will go home to see them often. I wrote this section of Peach Blossom Spring directly. I'm so amazing that I can still recite it after so many years. Chapter 3 Peach Blossom Residence. 3 days passed in a flash, and Yun Yongzhu got up early in the morning. After breakfast, with Yang Liao's farewell, Yun Dachen took Yun Yongzhu to the mountain on a cloud. Son, we have agreed that, if you have something to say, go to the mission hall to ask someone to help pass on a message, or if it is convenient, you can go home directly. Yun Dachen took Yun Yongzhu to the gate of the family school, gave him instructions, and took out a large bundle from the storage bag, and handed it to Yun Yongzhu, and then watched Yun Yongzhu go in, before he went back at ease. The mission hall is very close, and Yun Yongzhu can see it from outside the school gate. It is a magnificent building that looks much more imposing than the family school. The clan's tasks are issued and received there. In addition, the clan's monthly allowance is also issued by the mission hall, which is convenient for the boys in the school. Yun Yongzhu was walking into the school when he heard a voice behind him. He turned around and found that it was his 14th uncle who came in with his 8th brother Yun Yongzhu and the other 4. Hello, Uncle 14. 6th sister, 7th brother, 8th brother, little 7, you are here too. Yun Yongzhu stopped and saluted Yun Daiji, then greeted the other 4 people, and the 6 of them walked in together. The school was very quiet. Along the way, Yun Yongzhu saw several servants who were trimming flowers and plants, and cleaning the corridors. After they saluted Yun Yongzhu and his group quietly, they continued to work seriously. Yun Daiji walked with the 5 little kids, and then entered a large courtyard. Opposite was the lobby of the courtyard, and outside the lobby were corridors on the left and right sides. The corridor on the right led to a large pavilion, which was filled with several wooden benches and many cushions, as well as a wooden table. An old man was sitting inside reading a book, looking leisurely and contented. Uncle 14, I brought all the little ones this year. Uncle 14 said to the old man. 14, you are finally here. I have heard that this year's harvest is good, with 5 seedlings, and I heard that there are 2 young people with true spiritual roots. The old man put down the book, smiled, and stroked his beard and said, 4th uncle is well informed. There are 2 people with 3 spiritual roots. The 5 of you, come and meet 4th uncle. 4th uncle, the 2 people with 3 spiritual roots are little 8 and little 9. 14th uncle asked the 5 people to greet and call people, and then very happily pushed Yun Yongzhu and Yun Yongzhu out. Good, good. Just leave the 5 of them to me. You go and get busy. 14th uncle responded, told a few people to practice well, and then retired. My name is Yun Shijin, the 4th among my peers. You all find a seat first. The 5 people each found a stool and sat down around the old man. Okay, you all tell your names first. According to the old man's instructions, they all introduced themselves one by one. When it was Yun Yongzhu's turn, Yun Yongzhu stood up, bowed slightly and said, meet my 4th uncle. My grandson's name is Yun Yongzhu. I'm the 9th. And I have 3 spiritual roots, gold, wood, and fire. Okay. Little 9, don't let your good talent down, and practice well. Okay, I've memorized the names and spiritual roots of the 5 of you, and I'll learn more about you later. Now I'll give you family benefits, which are prepared by the family for every newcomer. I hope you can go further and further on your path of practice. After that, Yun Shijin took out 5 bags from his sleeves, 3 white and 2 scarlet, all embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns, and wearing them would make you look like a person from Yunwu Mountain. Yun Shijin distributed the small bags to everyone, the white ones to the 3 boys of Yun Yongzhu, and the scarlet ones were naturally prepared for the 2 girls. Yun Shijin continued, this is a bag, which is used for storage. The space is about 1 foot square. It can only hold some small items, but it is enough. There is a spiritual stone and several books in the bag, including Inducing Ki into the Body, Yun's Herbal Classic, Yun's Monster Accord, Yun's How Cultivation Family, and then there are robes and daggers. Oh, by the way, this year I also added a meditation headband. In addition, your monthly allowance will start from today. Each person will have a monthly allowance of 10 kilograms of first level low grade spiritual rice. Later, the school manager will deliver your spiritual rice for this month to your respective residences. This is only this time. You will have to go to the mission hall to collect your monthly allowance in the future. The bag is a storage device that does not enter the grade. It does not require sacrifice and can be used by ordinary mortals. Although the storage space of the bag is small, only 1 foot square, it is sufficient for these little kids who have not yet started practicing. According to Yun Yongzhu's observation, many key training cultivators in the family use bags to store items. Yun Yongzhu had seen the magic of the bag a long time ago. When he first knew about the existence of such a thing, he was curious and snatched his parents' bag to play with. He always put things in and took them out and even broke the bag, but he didn't feel tired of it. He played with this magical storage device with his own hands, which made him more determined to practice. The spiritual stones are divided into 4 levels, namely upper, middle, lower and top grade. The spiritual stones mentioned by the cultivators generally refer to the lower grade spiritual stones. The uses of spiritual stones are very wide. They can be used for cultivation, array formation, planting spiritual plants, etc. So they are very precious and can be used as currency to buy various elixirs, magic weapons and other things. In fact, Yun Yongzhu had 10 spiritual stones in his arms. These were given to him by his parents before he went up the mountain. The package he brought up the mountain also included 6 spiritual cloud eggs and 10 various talismans, which were prepared for him by Yang Liu. Yun Yongzhu put away the bag and listened to Yun Shijin saying, that's all for today. You will go down and choose a small courtyard to settle down. Then you can read the book Inducing Ki into the Body in the bag. If you have any questions, write them down and ask me in class tomorrow. Also, the meditation headband in the bag should be worn every day to help calm the mind. The class schedule is an Inducing Ki into the Body. If there are other arrangements, I will notify you in advance. Yes. The 5 people responded. Yun Shijin called the school's housekeeper to settle the 5 juniors and then took the books on the table and left. The steward was a young man who looked about 20 years old. He said respectfully, I'm Yun Chenghe, and I'm currently in charge of the family school's miscellaneous affairs. After you have chosen your residence, please tell me to buy anything that is missing in the courtyard. Then he told the 2 servants behind him to pick up the bags and luggage at the feet of the 5 people and took the 5 people to the backyard. As he walked, he introduced, there are more than 20 courtyards of various sizes in this school. 3 people moved out a few days ago. There are currently 16 empty courtyards. You can choose any one you want later. The group looked at the 5 courtyards together and found that they were all similar inside and about the same size. Yun Yongzhu greeted the other 4 people and chose the small courtyard Teohuaju that they were observing. Teohuaju was not big. As soon as you entered the courtyard, you could see the whole picture clearly. Opposite the door was a lobby used to entertain guests. On the left side of the courtyard was a lush peach tree with green fruits hanging on it. There was also a small well against the wall. Next to the peach tree is an elegant pavilion, in the middle of which is a set of wooden round tables and stools. Yun Yongzhu thought that it would be very pleasant to read books and drink tea here. There are many colorful flowers and plants planted on the right side of Teohuaju, which surround a building. This is where he will rest and live in the future. The bedroom is fully furnished, divided into inner and outer rooms, with a bookcase as a partition. A circular space is left in the middle of the bookcase for easy access, and many small grids are divided on both sides to place some beautiful objects, but Yun Yongzhu feels that he can't use this thing. There are beds, wardrobes, wooden boxes, desks, shelves, lamp racks and other items in the inner room of the bedroom. Outside is mainly a set of wooden tables and chairs, with a set of exquisite tea sets on the table, a bookcase, a vase, and a grey futon in the corner, and landscape paintings and words on the wall. Yun Yongzhu looked at the living room, opened his bag on the table outside, and put away the things he brought up the mountain one by one. After finishing the cleaning, he pulled down the bag on his waist with great interest, and poured out all the items inside. What interested him most was the first level medium quality robe. This robe was white. His parents wore it every day. It looked very good. The most important thing was that it had a strong defense. After wearing it, your life would be guaranteed. This world is not so peaceful. There were auspicious cloud patterns embroidered on the robe. This was easy to understand. They were from the Yun family. All the utensils and tools of the Yun family, whether they were mortals or monks, would be embroidered or engraved with auspicious cloud patterns. Even the refiners in the family were used to branding this pattern on the magic tools they refined. Most of the casual cultivators in Yun's town knew that the cultivators wearing this robe were from the Yun family of Yunwu Mountain. The robe was folded up, and there was a long meditation headband embroidered with auspicious clouds on the face. He had never seen his parents wear this meditation headband, nor had he seen anyone from other families wear it. The meditation headband was about 2 fingers wide as an adult. When he put it on, he immediately felt refreshed, and his head felt cool. Although it was a low-grade magic weapon, it was also a good thing, Yun Yongzhu muttered to himself, and put on the robe neatly. After putting it on, the originally wide robe shrank instantly to a size that fit his body. From this, we can see the preciousness of this robe. In his cognition, ordinary magic weapons do not have the function of changing size, and precious materials must have been added during the refining. There was no mirror in the room, so he could not see his image, but Yun Yongzhu still felt good about himself. Although this robe was in the hands of everyone in the family, it was not something that ordinary people could easily obtain. Not to mention casual cultivators, even the children of key training and immortal cultivation families rarely had a medium grade defensive robe, which was also a benefit only for cultivators from large families. Yun Yongzhu admired himself for a while, then put all the things on the table back into his bag, leaving only the book inducing key into the body. He wanted to take a look first and ask if he had any questions tomorrow. Yun Yongzhu took inducing key into the body in his hand and sat down under the peach tree, wanting to take a good look at the book. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Yun Yongzhu answered. It turned out to be Yun Changhei. What's the matter? Looking at the bag of things in his hand, Yun Yongzhu realized that he should be here to deliver the first month's allowance. Uncle Jiu, I've delivered your monthly allowance of spiritual rice this month. Where should I put it for you? Since the 5th generation, the Yun family has arranged the generations according to glorifying the ancestors, prosperous 4 generations, multiplying and prospering, and continuous inheritance. Among the clan members, one can tell the seniority just by listening to their names. Well, just put it in the corner of the bedroom first. Okay, Uncle Jiu. Yun Changhei put the spiritual rice away and came out and said, Uncle Jiu, the school dining hall is very close to your yard. Go out of the yard and walk to the right. It's less than 100 feet away. Okay, I see. You go down. Oh, by the way, I'm still short of mirror. Help me get it. 10 kilograms of spiritual rice is actually not a small amount. With the side dishes, it is barely enough for Yun Yongzhu to eat for a month. But he is only 6 years old now and eats little. When he grows up, 10 kilograms of spiritual rice is far from enough to fill his stomach. He can only use ordinary food to fill his hunger. However, it is harmful for monks to eat ordinary fruits, vegetables, and meat. It can only satisfy their appetite and survival needs. Eating spiritual rice and spiritual fruits is not only food to fill their hunger for monks, but also the most basic cultivation resources. Because eating spiritual rice is very good for monks. First, it will not leave impurities in the body. Second, the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual rice can be absorbed and become their own spiritual power. Eating spiritual rice for a long time will invisibly speed up the monk's cultivation. When at home, Yun Yongzhu would eat spiritual rice every once in a while, which was considered to improve his diet and nourish his body. His mother Yang Liu even gave him the eggs laid by the two spiritual cloud chickens at home for him. He knew that his parents were laying the foundation for his future practice, reducing the impurities in his body, making his future practice smoother. Even if he didn't have spiritual roots in the end, he could nourish his body and prolong his life. The thing that Yun Yongzhu was most impressed with was that when he was 2 years old, his mother fed him a small bowl of spiritual rice porridge, but he actually vomited a clearly visible black turbid air, and a thin layer of grey-black sweat came out of his body. Listening to the conversation between his parents, he realized that it was caused by eating spiritual rice porridge containing spiritual power. This is because Yun Dachan and his wife are relatively well off. Yang Liu is outstanding in making talismans, and he is the first child of the couple, otherwise they would not be willing to waste it like this. However, this may also be due to superstition. Even as cultivators, many people believe that feeding children more spiritual rice and spiritual fruits containing spiritual energy before testing their spiritual roots can increase their children's cultivation qualifications or increase the chances of their children having spiritual roots. Chapter 4 School Clan. After Yun Changhe left, Yun Yongzhu couldn't wait to read inducing Qi into the body, hoping to gain something and practice as soon as possible. Time passed quickly while he was concentrating on reading the book. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door, pulling him out of the world of books. Looking up, it was my 8th brother Yun Yongzhu. Yun Yongzhu also put on his robes and a meditation headband, and the whole person looked like a little fairy boy. 9th brother, it's noon. Let's go have lunch together. Okay, 8th brother. Yun Yongzhu put the book back into his bag. By the way, where are 6th sister, 7th brother and little 7? I don't know. My place is closest to you, so I'll come to your place first. Let's go and call them. After the two finished talking, they left Yun Yongzhu's yard together to look for the other 3. They first went to the 6th sister Yun Yongmeng, who was the closest. After about 3 or 5 minutes, the two walked to the door of the 6th sister's yard. Yun Yongzhu stepped forward and knocked on the door. Come in. Soon, the 6th sister said. The two pushed the door open and entered. Yun Yongzhu noticed that the Xiangan courtyard of the 6th sister Yun Yongmeng and his Tao Huaju were of the same design, except that the peach tree in the courtyard had become a jujube tree, and the position of the small well had changed a little. Yun Yongmeng was reading a book. Seeing Yun Yongzhu and the others coming to her courtyard, she asked in confusion, "Why are you here? 6th sister, don't you see what time it is? Let's go have lunch together." "Oh, okay. Okay." Yun Yongmeng then noticed that it was noon. The 3 of them met the 7th brother Yun Yongyan and the 7th brother Yun Changyan on the way. The 2 of them were about to call Yun Yongzhu and the other 2. The 5 of them met and went to the dining hall together. The 5 little people dressed exactly the same and wore meditation headbands on their heads arrived at the dining hall soon. The courtyard of the dining hall is relatively large. In the middle of the courtyard there is a huge unknown tree. Its leaves are very large and wide, with lush branches and leaves. Under the giant tree there are many stone tables and stone benches of different shapes. When Yun Yongzhu and the others entered, there were already 3 men and 1 woman sitting on stone benches under the shade of the tree to eat. The 4 people looked 3 or 5 years older than Yun Yongzhu and the other 5, so they hurried over to greet them. After a round of back and forth exchanges, the generations were sorted out. 2 of the 4 were Yun Yongzhu's peers, and 2 were from the Chang generation, named Yun Yongzhang, Yun Yongzhen, Yun Changjiao, and Yun Changlang. Yun Yongzhang and Yun Yongzhen were the 3rd and 4th oldest in the Yang generation, respectively. The 2 from the Chang generation were the 5th and 6th, and Yun Yongzhu simply called them Xiao and Xiao Liu. This is how it is in the family. Once you give your name and ranking, you know how to address them. Yun Yongzhu and the other 5 had just entered the family school this year, and Yun Yongzhu was the youngest in the young generation, while Yun Chang'an was the youngest in generation. They were also the youngest, of course. This did not include those who had not yet been included in the family tree. Okay, the 5 of you should go get your meals first, urged the third brother Yun Yongzhang and the others. The 5 newcomers agreed, and then went in one after another. They were all very curious about what meals were in the school. As soon as he entered, he saw a tray for serving dishes on the right side of the door. Opposite him were various delicacies made by cooking, frying, stir-frying, etc., including meat and vegetables, and all kinds of fruits. Looking at and smelling them, they were all mouth-watering. Whether it was vegetables, soup, or fruits, they were all in small plates and small bowls, which was a bit like a buffet. Yun Yongzhu took the lead in taking a tray, and then put the food on the tray. Seeing this, the others followed suit, putting their favorite food on the tray one by one, and then carrying the full trays to the outside of the yard, and sat on the stone table next to the third brother and the others. The 8 people ate and chatted. It was so lively. While eating, 3 more people came in from outside the dining hall. They were the 20 uncle Yun Dayan, the 18 aunt Yun Daili, and the 5th brother Yun Yongzhu. I heard that 3 people moved out of the school this year. Is that true? His father Yun Daichin did not tell him at what age they would move out of the family school, so Yun Yongzhu wanted to find out. Yes. The 20 uncle Yun Dayan replied. In the academy, we can only live until we are 16 years old. After that age, we have to move out and build a cave at the foot of the mountain to make room for the later members of the clan. The academy is built on a first-class spiritual vein with rich spiritual energy. We are the hope of the family's future, so this can be considered our welfare. After moving out of the academy, we have to do family tasks to get a monthly salary, but there is also a reward for the tasks. Uncle 20 said a lot of things. The 5th brother Yun Yongzhu said, so, cherish the good time now. Yun Yongzhu thought to himself that it seemed that he couldn't waste the time living in the academy. He couldn't experience the benefits of the upper grade spiritual veins yet, but he had heard his parents say that the spiritual energy produced on the upper grade spiritual veins was rich, and the speed of cultivation was much faster than on the middle and lower grade spiritual veins. By the way, Uncle 20, why don't you wear a meditation headband? Yun Yongzhu and the others actually wanted to ask this question a long time ago. Oh, I know this. The meditation headband was developed by the family's weapon refiners after several years. This meditation headband has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit, and can assist in cultivation. The lower the realm, the greater the auxiliary effect. The elders proposed to add this magic weapon to the entry benefits of the new members of the family, starting with U5. It just so happens that there are 5 finished meditation headbands. Alas, if we old people want to wear meditation headbands, we can only wait for the number of refined ones in the family to increase, and then buy them with spirit stones or contribution points. 18th Aunt Yun Daili said in an old-fashioned manner. Yun Yongzhu was a little surprised. What was the origin of this little girl? How did she know so many things? After asking around, he suddenly understood. It turned out that the 18th aunt was the youngest daughter of the 4th uncle Yun Shijin. She was usually loved by the 4th uncle, so she was well informed. I see. No wonder I was reading a book today, and the effect was so good. I couldn't read it normally. The fat boy Yun Yongzhu swallowed a mouthful of rice and said, Ayan, you can also read books. 6th sister Yun Yongmeng laughed at him. 6th sister, don't do that. You are looking down on me. Yun Yongzhu refused to give in. A group of people talked and laughed. Time passed quickly, and lunch was soon finished. After lunch, everyone went back to their own courtyards. The 5 newbies were busy reading books, and the others had to do their own things. Yun Yongzhu used to think about whether to act like a child, or act childish, for fear that others would find that he was abnormal. After all, this is a world of cultivation, and there are such things as possession. As a result, Yun Yongzhu found that the children in ancient times were all precocious, so he didn't think much about it, otherwise he would look stupid, and just did what he had to do. Yun Yongzhu returned to the courtyard and continued to read, inducing qi into the body. Time was spent reading books. After dinner, Yun Yongzhu tried to induce ki into the body. After half an hour without any results, he fell asleep early. In the 6 years since he came to the world of cultivation, he has also become accustomed to going to bed early and getting up early. After reading books for a day, Yun Yongzhu already has some basic concepts about inducing ki into the body. If you want to draw the ki into the body, you need to complete the 3 steps of entering into a state of concentration, sensing, and drawing the ki into the body. To enter into a state of concentration, you need to relax your body and have no external thoughts in your mind. Sensing means that when you enter into a state of concentration, you need to sense the spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth. Drawing the ki into the body, as the name implies, is to absorb the spiritual energy into the body on the basis of sensing the spiritual energy. When a wisp of spiritual energy enters the danshan, the drawing of the ki into the body is successful. It sounds simple, but it is difficult to do. Yun Yongzhu had already inquired about it while eating. The most difficult step of drawing the ki into the body is the first step. Most people in the school are stumped by entering into a state of concentration. As long as they can enter into a state of concentration, the rest will be much smoother. Yun Yongzhu slowly fell asleep with anticipation for the first class. Chapter 5 First Class. On the second day, Yun Yongzhu woke up at the hour of Mao. He quickly packed himself up and arrived at the dining hall before the beginning of the evening. He was going to meet up with the others in the dining hall and go to class together. Yun Yongzhu was the first to arrive at the dining hall. He picked a few dishes at random and sat down to chew them slowly. The breakfast was relatively light, with rice porridge, flatbreads, steamed buns, noodles, milk and the like. Not long after, Yun Yongmeng, Yun Yongyan, Yun Yongzi and Changyan arrived one after another. The 5 of them finished their breakfast and went to the front yard together. Today, there were only 5 of them, and the others had already drawn ki into their bodies. The place where they had class was the large courtyard, where they met Yun Shijin on the first day. The 5 of them entered the courtyard, found seats in the pavilion, and started chatting. Ninth brother, did you understand inducing ki into the body? I feel it's so difficult to enter a state of concentration. I read it, but I didn't understand it. I read it too, and tried to enter a state of concentration, but it didn't work. After a few words, Yun Shijin walked in from outside, and the 5 little kids stood up to greet him. Greetings to 4th uncle. Good morning, 4th uncle. Greetings to 4th great grandfather. Well, you all came early today. Sit down quickly. Yun Shijin sat on the wooden chair next to the table and said kindly, have you read Inducing Ki into the Body? Yun Yongzhu answered actively, 4th uncle, Inducing Ki into the Body, we all finished reading it yesterday. It has 3 rhythms, namely entering a state of concentration, sensing, and guiding ki into the body, right? Yun Shijin looked at Yun Yongzhu with approval, nodded slightly, and then turned his attention to the other juniors. Little 9 said it well. Did you all understand it? Some answered that they understood, and some answered that they didn't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I will explain it to you in detail now. In these 3 steps, as long as you can enter the realm of emptiness, you will soon be able to sense the spiritual power floating between heaven and earth, and then absorb the spiritual power you sense into the danshan in your body, and the ki will be successfully drawn into the body. Therefore, the first thing you need to do now is to concentrate your mind and calm your breath, enter the realm of emptiness, and enter the state of concentration naturally. The method of guiding concentration is recorded in Inducing Ki into the Body, which is a breathing method. This breathing method is a method that has been passed down from ancient times in our Dayan Zyuxan world. The key to entering concentration lies in tranquility. This is all I want to say. Do you have any questions? 4th uncle, I want to ask, when can I draw ki into the body? Yun Yongzhu was more curious about when the ki into the body would generally succeed. When can the ki be drawn into the body? This matter cannot be determined. I heard that some people can draw ki successfully in an instant, and some people can draw ki successfully after several months. Drawing ki into the body has nothing to do with innate spiritual roots, but only with the state of mind and understanding. Yun Shijin gave him a detailed answer. Minor Yun Yongzi asked, 4th uncle, according to what you said, people with mixed spiritual roots may be able to draw ki into their bodies earlier than those with pure spiritual roots? Yun Shijin replied, of course, but it doesn't have much impact. Even if people with poor aptitude draw ki into their bodies first, after practicing, people with good aptitude will catch up later. Why is that? Why do people with mixed spiritual roots practice slowly? Yun Yongmeng has 5 spiritual roots, and is more concerned about this question. Fourth uncle, what are spiritual roots? Yun Yongzhu also asked at the same time. One by one, I'll start with spiritual roots. Yun Shijin talked freely. Spiritual roots are the most mysterious thing in the world. From ancient times to now, no one has cracked the mystery of spiritual roots. I will tell you what we know. First of all, spiritual roots have no entity. They are born with nature, and represent a person's affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When testing spiritual roots, the brightest spiritual roots have a higher affinity with its spiritual energy and a faster cultivation speed. Whether a person has the aptitude to practice cultivation is determined from birth. Through the proof of time, the offspring of cultivators have a higher probability of having spiritual root qualifications. Spiritual roots are divided into 5 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Cultivators with spiritual roots of 4 or 5 attributes have too many spiritual roots and their cultivation speed is very slow, so they are called mixed spiritual roots. Cultivators with spiritual roots of 2 or 3 attributes have a faster cultivation speed, so they are called true spiritual roots. Some people call 2 spiritual roots earth spiritual roots. Those with a single spiritual root of only 1 attribute have a cultivation speed several times faster than ordinary spiritual roots, and there is no bottleneck in forming pills. They are known as heavenly spiritual roots, and this kind of spiritual root is rare in 1,000 years. In addition to the normal 5-element spiritual roots, there are also mutant spiritual roots, which are spiritual roots that are mixed with 2 or 3 of the 5-element and have been mutated and sublimated. They have attributes such as ice, wind, and thunder. The qualifications of mutant spiritual roots are also very rare, and the speed of cultivation is only slightly lower than that of natural spiritual roots. In addition, there are also the legendary chaotic spiritual roots, light spiritual roots, dark spiritual roots, etc. These spiritual roots are hard to come by in 10,000 years. If you want to know more, you can go to the library to read the classics. There is a book called Spiritual Root Encyclopedia, which records most of the spiritual roots that have appeared in the history of Dainzi. In addition, spiritual roots are divided into visible spiritual roots and hidden spiritual roots. Visible spiritual roots are spiritual roots that can be detected by spiritual instruments or spiritual spells, just like the 5 of you can be detected, which is visible spiritual roots. Hidden spiritual roots are spiritual roots that cannot be tested by any method. There are very few people with hidden spiritual roots, and it is difficult to be found. However, people with hidden spiritual roots generally have very good qualifications. Fourth uncle, can the spiritual roots be changed? Seventh brother Yun Yongzhu asked expectantly. Yun Yongzhu heard his question and thought, even if there is a way, it is not a simple matter. Yes. Yun Shijin pondered for a moment and answered the little fat man's question. In ancient books, it is recorded that there is a 4th level spiritual pill called Xiling pill, which can randomly wash away a spiritual root. However, this is not something we can dream of. I'm afraid that even in the hands of a behemoth like Kingshan sect, there is no such treasure. Don't say wash away a spiritual root. For a true great master, even if there is no spiritual root, they can create a spiritual root out of thin air. It is widely circulated in the Dainzi world that tens of thousands of years ago there was a Saint Yun patriarch who was originally a person without spiritual root talent. However, you can just listen to this kind of heaven-defying treasure and heaven-defying thing. Any other questions? The 5 little kids were all fascinated by what they heard. Then fourth grandpa, please talk about entering into a state of concentration. I didn't understand what you said before. Yun Chang'an responded first. She was very confused about this state of concentration. The so-called meditation is a wonderful state. You need to concentrate your mind, gather your thoughts, and forget yourself. It is a kind of ethereal state that is neither asleep nor awake. This feeling of meditation can only be understood, not expressed in words. The meditation headband on your head has the function of concentrating the mind and calming the breath, which is also good for meditation. You should know that people's thoughts are difficult to control. With this, you will be more focused. The 5 little people nodded seriously. Okay, it's getting late, so let's stop here for today's class and go to lunch. There are no classes in the afternoon. You can read Inducing Ki into the Body again and comprehend it carefully, or you can try to enter meditation directly. Don't waste time. Yun Shijin said with a smile, then turned and left the cross courtyard. The 5 little guys hurriedly stood up and bowed to Yun Shijin. Then several people put Inducing Ki into the body into their bags and went to the dining hall for lunch together. Everyone gathered in the dining hall, eating and chatting around a large table. Hey, Uncle Jiu, how can you be so smart that you can understand Inducing Ki into the body? Yun Chang'an admired Yun Yongzhu very much, and she looked at Yun Yongzhu with sparkling eyes. Others also gave him a thumbs up. It's all written clearly in the book, what's there to not understand? He said casually. Yun Yongzhu is still different from a real 6-year-old child. At least he can understand a book before them. Zio Jiu, you are really great. The eldest brother Yun Yongke praised. Yes. The second sister Yun Yonggan and Yun Changjio also agreed. I've decided, after dinner, I will read Inducing Ki into the body again. Yun Chang'an expressed his thoughts loudly. The group finished lunch with laughter and went their separate ways outside the dining hall. Yun Yongzhu is only 6 years old now, and considering that his body is still growing and developing, he takes a nap every day at noon. After about a quarter of an hour, Yun Yongzhu returned to his Teohuaju and went to bed to take a nap according to the old rules. Soon, he fell into a drowsy sleep. Chapter 6 Failure to Enter Meditation. The nap time passed quickly, and Yun Yongzhu woke up in less than half an hour. He lay on the bed, staring blankly with his eyes open for a while, then got up and dressed. After tying a meditation headband, he went to the outer room of the bedroom, put the futon in the corner on the ground, and then sat cross-legged. Yun Yongzhu recalled what his 4th uncle said, took a deep breath, put his hands on his thighs on both sides, slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing was fast and slow, and his breath was a little chaotic. It took a long time for him to adapt to this awkward breathing method, and his breath gradually became long and steady. Yun Yongzhu controlled himself, gathered his thoughts, and stopped himself from thinking about other things, looking for the ethereal state that his 4th uncle talked about. Time passed slowly, and he gradually felt his mind was empty, his body was becoming more and more relaxed, his breathing was becoming longer and longer, his breath was becoming more and more stable, and then he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Yongzhu yawned and opened his eyes in a daze. He stretched like a lazy cat and said to himself, I sleep so comfortably. Yun Yongzhu suddenly shuddered. He had entered a state of meditation before, so how could he fall asleep? Exclamation mark. He put aside his annoyance in an instant. He did not succeed in entering a state of meditation for the first time, which was within his expectations. He was not very disappointed. If it was so easy to succeed, he would be surprised. Looking at the sky outside the window, it was already the evening hour. He had spent the whole afternoon sleeping like this. After a long time, Yun Yongzhu stood up, washed his face with water, rinsed his mouth casually with saliva, and went to the dining hall. When Yun Yongzhu arrived at the dining hall, there were already 6 or 7 people eating dinner inside. Yun Chang'an was sharp-eyed and saw him enter the yard at once. Uncle Jiu, how is your meditation? I slept for the whole afternoon. Me too. Yun Yongzhu spread his hands and shook his head, indicating that he had the same ending. It's not that easy to enter a meditation state. Let's eat first, said the eldest brother Yun Yongke. Second sister Yun Yonggan replied, yes, 9th brother, go get some food first. You can't rush into a state of meditation. Yun Yongzhu got some food and sat next to the eldest brother. I'm not in a hurry. How could I succeed in a state of meditation the first time? I'm not a genius, haha. Yun Yongzhu asked while eating. Big brother, second sister, have you ever heard of someone who can enter a state of meditation while lying down? Yun Yongke said, I've never heard of that. Yun Yonggan smiled and said, only your little brain is smart. I don't know what's wrong with it. No one else has thought of entering a state of meditation while lying down. I've been sitting and sleeping for the whole afternoon, and my legs are a little numb. If I enter a state of meditation while lying down, it should be very comfortable, right? Ninth brother, everyone has numb legs, but we don't have a brain as fast as yours, so we haven't thought of entering a state of meditation while lying down. Yun Yongzhu said. Everyone laughed. Suddenly, the little fat man said seriously, I'm fat, and my legs go numb. After sitting for a while, I sat for an entire afternoon to enter a state of concentration, but it was so uncomfortable. I've decided that I'm going to try to enter a state of concentration while lying down. Yun Yongzhu said with a wicked smile. Seventh brother, are you sure? If they succeed in drawing in the key, don't regret it, Yun Yongzhu said with a smile. So this is sitting upright, mainly because the legs are numb, and the mind can't concentrate. You can try lying down, and if it doesn't work after a few days, just switch back. The 5 people talked enthusiastically about the topic of entering a state of concentration, and others occasionally interrupted. Dinner was finished in this lively manner, and everyone said goodbye outside the dining hall. Yun Yongzhu walked back to his residence slowly. It was almost dusk, and the sun was about to set. Yun Yongzhu entered the room, and took off the lampshades in the 4 corners. Suddenly, the room was as bright as day. The lamps in their Yun family were actually night shining pearls, covered with black cloth during the day, and uncovered at night, which was natural, environmentally friendly and pollution free. When he first saw it before, he was simply stunned. Wow, what a rich man. Now Yun Yongzhu will not have such a mentality. No matter how precious the night pearls, it will not be so precious after seeing it more often. Besides, this thing can only be used to illuminate, and cannot assist him in cultivation. Yun Yongzhu walked around in the room, digesting his food, while thinking about today's meditation. Although he fell asleep in meditation today, Yun Yongzhu still felt that it was a little different from usual sleep. He usually didn't have any other feelings when he fell asleep, but this time he felt a little different. He felt like he was floating when he fell asleep in meditation. Yun Yongzhu thought about it for a cup of tea or 2, and decided to talk to his 4th uncle tomorrow, to listen to his opinion. After thinking it through, Yun Yongzhu prepared to go to bed. As a result, he lay in bed for most of the day, tossing and turning, but couldn't fall asleep. It seems that he slept too much during the day, so why not try to lie down and meditate? Yun Yongzhu did it as he thought, and took out the meditation headband, and tied it on, then lay down. Just like in the afternoon, Yun Yongzhu collected his mind, cleared his mind, and controlled his breathing. Inhale, 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 inhale. Just like that, Yun Yongzhu successfully fell asleep. Chapter 7 Yun Family History. The next day at 11 AM, Yun Yongzhu woke up on time. After breakfast, the 5 of them went to the pavilion together, to wait for the appearance of their 4th uncle, Yun Shijin. Yun Shijin also arrived on time, and the 5 of them stood up and saluted as usual. Did you all try to enter a state of concentration yesterday? How did it feel? 4th uncle, my legs are so numb when I sit cross-legged in a state of concentration. Is there any way to solve the problem of leg numbness? Yun Yongzhu asked first, and Yun Yongzhu and others looked at Yun Shijin expectantly, hoping that there would be a way. Everyone will have leg numbness when they first start practicing, but you are young now. As long as you don't spend the whole day meditating and trying to enter a state of concentration, there will be no danger, and it will become natural. If you really want to use external force to solve the problem of leg numbness, it is not that there is no way, but I don't recommend you to do so. What is the way? The fat boy Yun Yongzhu couldn't wait any longer. He felt that he really needed external help. Zioki, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Before meditating, take a Tongmei pill, and you can easily solve the problem of leg numbness. The reason why I don't recommend you to take Tongmei pill is that Tongmei pill is a 1st level pill, and the price is at least 5 spirit stones, which is a bit expensive. Moreover, the main function of Tongmei pill is to dredge the blocked meridians of the monks. It is a bit of a waste to use it to solve a small problem like leg numbness. Hearing Yun Shijin say this, Yun Yongzhu's face fell, and he felt that his legs were hopeless. Yun Shijin looked at the little fat man with a smile and comforted him. Don't worry, after you succeed in guiding the key, no matter how long you meditate, you will not feel the numbness in your legs. After the success of guiding the key, you will be able to practice soon. At that time, you will use spiritual power to open up the meridians around your body, and the spiritual energy will flow unobstructed. With the nourishment of spiritual power, you will naturally no longer have this problem. So, you should guide the key into your body as soon as possible. Yun Yongzhu accepted this answer with a bitter face. Who knows when he can successfully enter the state of meditation. Yun Yongzhu thought of the sleep he had yesterday afternoon and felt a little different, so he just happened to talk to Yun Shijin about it. Fourth uncle, I fell asleep when I was in meditation yesterday afternoon, but the feeling was different from my usual sleep. Oh, tell me about it. After meditating for a long time yesterday, I felt like I was floating up, and my heart was empty, but that feeling was very short, as if it was only a moment, and then I fell asleep, and I didn't feel it anymore. Yun Yongzhu scratched his head, and finished speaking embarrassedly. If your description is correct, then your understanding seems to be good. Although it is only a moment, it is very rare. In fact, the feeling of meditation is the feeling of emptiness, but everyone's feeling will be different. Generally speaking, it's like leaving the body and coming to another vast world. It's probably this feeling. You noticed a different feeling the first time you tried to enter meditation. It seems that you are very intelligent. Xiaojiu, you are good. Yun Shijin stroked his beard, and his happy tone was overflowing. Yun Chang'an said, I fell asleep too. Why don't I feel anything? Then you should try a few more times. I was surprised that Xiaojiu had a different feeling the first time he entered into a state of concentration. Yun Shijin looked at Yun Yongzhu and said, you can ask the brothers and sisters in the school how long it took them to enter into a state of concentration and draw in ki successfully. You have spiritual roots, but you are too young, playful, and restless, so it is difficult to enter the state of emptiness. But over time, you will naturally gain something. There is no shortcut on the road of cultivation. Entering into a state of concentration and drawing in ki is just the first step on your road of cultivation. Yun Shijin did not use a coaxing tone just because the 5 people were young. He was very serious and hoped that the 5 juniors would not be too anxious because of Yun Yongzhu. It's still early. Do you have anything else to ask? Seeing that Yun Yongzhu and the other 5 were about to shake their heads, Yun Shijin was ready to talk about other things. Indeed, it is not difficult to enter the state of meditation. As long as there are spiritual roots, I have never heard of anyone who cannot practice because of entering the state of meditation. Well, in this case, let me talk about the family history a little bit more. The children of the Yun family grew up listening to the family stories, and Yun Yongzhu was no exception. However, what they heard was just an exaggerated or modified version. The detailed family history is in the family's library. It records the origin and development history of the family, as well as many deeds of the predecessors who have made great contributions to the family. Yun's Haoxiuxin family records that the Yun family is one of the 5 foundation building immortal families in Yunzhou. The family's mountain gate is in Yunwu Mountain, and there are hundreds of cultivators in the family. In order to cultivate the loyalty and sense of belonging of the family members to the family history is something that every member of the family must know, and they will start to tell it from a young age. The founder of the Yun family was just a casual cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, named Yun Lang. When the ancestor entered the world of immortal cultivation, he felt that there was no hope of building a foundation in this life, so he found a female cultivator who also had 5 spiritual roots. The two worked hard to have a child and placed their hopes on the next generation. The effort paid off, and the two really gave birth to a descendant, Yun Yi, who had the qualifications of dual spiritual roots. This ancestor of Yun Yi was the starting point for the rise of the Yun family in Yunwu Mountain, Yunzhou. When the Yun family was first established, it was short of resources and had no good cultivation methods. Considering Yun Yi's future achievements, the ancestor sent this killing child to Qingshan sect, one of the 6 major forces. Yun Yi was also very lucky and directly worshipped a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of foundation building. Even more fortunately, Yun Yi's master soon advanced to become a giant and Zenran. Under the protection of this giant and Zenran, Yun Yi advanced to the foundation building in less than 30 years, which was simply the beginning of the protagonist mode. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Soon after, Yun Yi was plotted against, his foundation was damaged, and he had no chance to become a Jinden. Otherwise, maybe the Yun family would have the opportunity to become the first family in Yunzhou, the Jinden family. Later, Yun Yi's ancestor searched for a long time, but he did not repair the damaged foundation, so he had no choice but to bid farewell to his master Nangang Zenran, returned to his hometown, and worked hard to run the family. It was also because of Yun Yi's return that the Yun family instantly became a foundation building family. Yun Yi moved the family from Qingyang County to the vicinity of Yunwu mountain range, named Yunwu mountain as the family's mountain gate, and then returned to Qingshan sect to report and defined the Yun family as a subsidiary family of Qingshan sect. Yun Yi's ancestor not only had excellent cultivation qualifications, but also had a good talent for running a family. Our Yun family was established only 240 years ago. Among the 5 major families, our family has the fewest cultivators and ranks last in strength. The Yun family has a shallow foundation. The reason why it can gain a foothold in Yunzhou and live in peace with the 4 major families in Yunzhou is because of Qingshan sect and Nangang Zenran of Qingshan sect. Zenran is a respectful title for cultivators in the Jinden period. Since Yun Yi returned to the family, Zenran Nangang has taken care of the Yun family a lot. Even after Yun Yi passed away, other families are afraid of Qingshan sect and Nangang Zenran, and dare not provoke the Yun family, which is going downhill. After all, the Yun family is also quite sensible, and did not infringe on their vested interests. The cultivation realm is divided into key training, foundation building, golden elixir, and nascent soul. Key training is divided into 9 levels. The realm after foundation building can be further divided into early, middle, late and perfect. A cultivator in the key training stage can generally live for about 120 years. A cultivator in the foundation building stage can live for more than 200 years. A cultivator in the golden elixir stage can live for 500 years. And a cultivator in the nascent soul stage can live for 1200 years. This is exactly why cultivators practice tirelessly. Although Master Nangang is a Jinden master, he is not the ancestor of our Yun family. He also has his own family. The growth of the family still depends on us. Although our Yun family is one of the 5 major families, our family has only been around for less than 300 years, and is the weakest of the 5 families. Once Master Nangang no longer lets the younger generation take care of our family, or if Master Nangang encounters an accident and his lifespan ends, the Yun family will never be as peaceful as it is now. So, you all have to practice well. Strength is respected in the world of cultivating immortals. As long as you are strong enough, you can strengthen the family and protect everyone in the family. Okay, it's getting late, and there will be no classes next. You should arrange yourselves, and don't waste time. After the key is drawn into the body, follow Yangji and the others to go to class. After saying that, it was noon. After bidding farewell to Yun Shijin, the 5 of them went to the dining hall to have lunch together. Yun Yongzhu returned to the yard, walked around a little to promote digestion, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Returning Home. In the following days, Yun Yongzhu lived a life that went back and forth between the dining hall and Teohuaju. The 5 of them were busy in their own courtyards, trying to draw ki into their bodies. Yun Yongzhu arranged his time clearly. He went upstairs to try to enter a state of concentration, and in the afternoon he read the Yun's Herbal Classic and the Yun's Record of Monsters. The Yun's Herbal Classic detailed the patterns of hundreds of spiritual herbs and medicines, and also recorded the growth environment and characteristics of some of them, as well as the materials for refining elixirs. The Yun's Record of Monsters and Beasts recorded the preferences and attack methods of hundreds of common monsters, as well as the parts of monsters that can be used to refine magic tools. Don't underestimate these 2 books. If ordinary casual cultivators want to know the information about the spiritual medicines and monsters recorded in these books, they still need to have enough experience, or spend spirit stones, to buy them in the market. 1 month after entering the family school, on a very ordinary day, Yun Yongzhu finished his breakfast, and returned to Teohuaju. As usual, he spread out the futon, sat cross-legged, and began to try to enter a state of concentration. He abandoned all distracting thoughts in his mind, and slowly calmed down. He closed his eyes and skillfully used the breathing method recorded, in inducing ki into the body, focusing on 1 breath in, and 1 breath out. Yun Yongzhu's small face was calm and peaceful, and his breathing was long, 1 long and 1 short, 1 deep and 1 shallow, all with a mysterious pattern. Gradually, he seemed to fall into a state of emptiness and concentration. Yun Yongzhu didn't know how long it had been, and he suddenly saw aura points around him 1 by 1. The aura points were densely packed, like stars dotted on the night sky. Yun Yongzhu was shocked, and suddenly broke away from that wonderful feeling. He realized that he had just succeeded in concentration. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of excitement and joy. After a month, he finally made progress. Yun Yongzhu said to himself in his heart that the key to concentration is to be quiet. After repeating it several times, he calmed down. Then he closed his eyes again, put aside everything, didn't think or think, and only focused on breathing. Slowly, he calmed down. The bedroom was quiet. Yun Yongzhu's mind was empty at the moment. He entered that wonderful feeling again. He could sense a mysterious gas around him, like dots of fluorescence in the air, increasing in number. Yun Yongzhu released his kindness, and coaxed these light spots to approach him. There were many colors of light spots, but only red, green, and white light spots slowly approached him. Most of the light spots of other colors wandered around, and a small part was wrapped in the light spots approaching Yun Yongzhu, sparsely. After Yun Yongzhu communicated again and again, a red light spot finally entered his body first, followed by green and white light spots, and followed the red light spot, and entered his body. After all these light spots were introduced into Yun Yongzhu's body, Yun Yongzhu opened his eyes. He felt particularly comfortable now, and all the pores on his body were transparent and comfortable. He found that he could see inside, and there were many spiritual light spots wandering around in his meridians, like a child who discovered a new world. Yun Yongzhu used his consciousness to guide the spiritual energy points, and led them all to his abdomen, which is the location of his danshan. Feeling the thin spiritual energy in his danshan, Yun Yongzhu opened his eyes with joy. He stood up neatly, and prepared to go home. Yun Yongzhu originally planned to go back in the next few days. According to the date, his younger brother should be born. Today, he successfully guided the energy into his body, and he couldn't wait to go home and tell Yun Dachan and his wife the good news. Although the couple was often busy, Yun Yongzhu could feel their care and love for him. This was something Yun Yongzhu had never felt before. He had already accepted the couple from the bottom of his heart, regarded them as the closest people, wanted to share his joy with them, and regarded this Yun family as his own home. Soon he packed up, put on his robes, tied a meditation headband on his head, and hung a white bag around his waist. Before leaving, Yun Yongzhu went to Yun Yongzhi, the closest starling, to say goodbye, and asked him to tell others about his return home. He walked out of the school gate with brisk steps and headed for the mission hall next to it. The mission hall is a majestic hall. There are usually not many people in it. There are only a few people coming and going to receive and hand in tasks. Yun Yongzhu stepped into the hall and shouted "Seventh uncle" loudly, waking up the drowsy old man in the hall. Yun Shais is the elder of the family and is in charge of the family's mission hall. He usually stays in the mission hall after practicing. He is mainly responsible for issuing tasks, distributing task rewards, and distributing monthly allowances to clan members. Seventh uncle, I'm Xiaojiu. I have nothing to do today and want to go home. I wonder if you can help me? The eldest brother of the old fifth family, right? I know you. Have you drawn ki into your body? Good. Yun Shai saw at a glance that Yun Yongzhu had successfully drawn ki into his body and praised him repeatedly. Wait, let me explain first. I want to send you back in person. Yunshai casually took out a piece of talisman paper from the storage bag on his waist, and the talisman paper instantly turned into a paper crane. Yunshai muttered to himself for a while, and then he shouted, "Go." The paper crane flapped its wings, and turned into a ray of light, and flew away in front of Yun Yongzhu. Yun Yongzhu looked at this scene with envy, wondering when he would be able to have a communication talisman. Then Yunshai performed the cloud soaring technique, and summoned a grey cloud. Haha, let's go, Xiaojiu. I have arranged for someone to come and take care of it for a while. Yun Yongzhu was familiar with this spell. He stepped on the cloud, and sat down cross-legged. There is actually a road on Yunwu Mountain, but Yun Yongzhu's arms and legs are so weak that he doesn't know when he will get home. The road on this mountain is generally used by mortals. Although the mortals on Yunwu Mountain cannot practice, they are still many times more powerful than ordinary people, and they all have martial arts. Yun Yongzhu had a little understanding of this kind of inner strength in the mortal world before he had his spiritual roots tested. Yun Shijin's cloud riding speed was not slow, and he sent Yun Yongzhu home in less than 2 cups of tea. Yun Dachan soon felt the movement of the restriction outside the cave, and when he went out, he saw that his son was back. "7th uncle, please send my kid down in person. Come on, come in and have a cup of tea first." Yun Dachan was in a good mood because his son had returned home. "Okay, I just have something to say to you." Yunshai also had a smile on his face. "Xiao, congratulations, your eldest brother has successfully drawn ki into his body. He is the fastest in the family to draw ki into his body in the past 100 years. At this time, the 3 of them had already walked into the lobby. "Really, son?" When Yun Dachan first heard the good news, he looked at Yun Yongzhu in surprise. After a closer look, he saw that he had successfully drawn ki. Yun Yongzhu also nodded, confirming his father's question. "Haha, good son. You kid, you still don't believe me. If your eldest brother hadn't been able to draw in ki so quickly, would I have personally sent him down the mountain?" Yunshai glared. "Uncle Ki, I'm so happy that I don't believe you. I'm so happy. Come, have some tea. This is my new spiritual tea." Yun Dachan took out the spiritual tea with swift hands and feet, and then soaked it with spiritual spring water. "Please." Yun Dachan respectfully handed the jade teacup to Uncle Ki. Yunshai took it without hesitation, sniffed it, and took another sip. "Well, the spiritual power contained in your spiritual tea is almost as good as the lower grade ki gathering pill." Yunshai was shocked. The ki gathering pill is an excellent pill for cultivators in the ki training period to improve their spiritual power and cultivation. Taking one pill is equivalent to practicing hard for about a month. According to the quality of the pill, it can be divided into 3 grades: upper, middle and lower. Among them, the upper grade ki gathering pill contains almost no impurities and is very valuable. The market price is as high as 15 spirit stones. The middle grade ki gathering pills contain fewer impurities and are also very rare. At least 10 spirit stones are needed to buy one. The lower grade ki gathering pills are cheaper because they contain more impurities, but at least 8 spirit stones are needed to buy them. 1 spirit stone can generally buy 5 katis of first grade lower grade spiritual rice, and 8 spirit stones can buy 40 katis of lower grade spiritual rice, enough for more than a month. According to Yun Dachan's cultivation, his monthly spiritual rice allowance is only 10 katis of first grade middle grade spiritual rice, which is equivalent to 4 spirit stones, so Yunshai was surprised by this spiritual tea. "7th uncle, you are exaggerating. This is the first grade Wumeng tea newly produced by the Tu family in Lansao. It has less than 1/3 of the effect of the lower grade ki gathering pills. Thank you for personally sending my kid down the mountain today." Yun Dachan poured Yunshai another cup of Wumeng spiritual tea. Yunshai finished drinking the tea and said, "I came to you today, firstly to send Xiaojiu down the mountain, and secondly, to talk to you about Xiaojiu." "Oh, you said." Yun Dachan was puzzled. Yunshai said, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You know, our Yun family only has 2 cultivators in the foundation building stage, but Uncle 9 and Uncle 25th are only in the initial stage of foundation building, and you should have heard that the family is fighting for the rights of Yunmeng City recently. If other families find out that our Yun family has such a child, they will definitely secretly take action to get rid of Zua in the future. After all, such things happen frequently in Yunzhou. So what you mean is, I suggest keeping this matter secret. It's better to be careful about this matter. It's very rare to succeed in drawing keys so quickly, not to mention in the family, even outside. Although enlightenment is something illusory, it is undeniable that it is very important and precious. Yunchai said with a heavy face. This. Yun Dachan stood up and paced a few steps. When will Zua announce that he has succeeded in drawing in key? Wait until the second kid of the 8th family succeeds in drawing in key, then we'll announce it together. Isn't that kid also a 3 spiritual root? Don't worry, I'll tell my second brother about this matter and ask him to help Zhao Jiu choose a practice method first so that your kid won't be delayed. The second brother that Yunchai was talking about was the clan leader Yun Shichen. That couldn't be better. Thank you Uncle 7. Yun Dachan bowed deeply. Thank you Uncle 7. Yun Yongzhu was also listening nearby and followed his father to bow. Okay, don't be so polite, I'm also for the family. After we finish talking, I'll leave first, and I'll go talk to my second brother about this. 7th uncle, take care. 7th uncle, take care. The father and son bowed to Yunchai. After the elders left, Yun Dachan hugged Yun Yongzhu, hugged Yun Yongzhu's little body tightly, and picked him up again. Let's go, tell your mother the good news. Yun Yongzhu was caught off guard. He hadn't been hugged by this man for several months. In memory, this man would often hug himself, only when he was still a mollusk. When he hugged himself for the first time, this man was trembling with fear and caution, fearing that he might be hurt accidentally. Yun Dachan was actually quite taciturn, and not very good at expressing himself. His ups and downs in emotions were often because of him and his mother Yang Lia. When Yun Yongzhu was a child, he wondered how his parents got together. He secretly thought that it might be because of his father's handsome face. Thinking of his childhood, Yun Yongzhu felt warm in his heart and was overwhelmed with happiness. He couldn't help but kiss his father. Yun Dachan paused, his mouth opened wider, and his steps became faster. Lila, Zua is back. His father shouted loudly before he saw anyone. Chapter 9 Double Happiness. Yang Lila was about to give birth these days, and she had been staying in her room. When she heard her husband's voice, she couldn't help but walk to the door with her big belly. Seeing that her dear Zua had really returned, she was so happy that she wanted to run out and reach out to take her and kiss her. Yun Dachan and his son were shocked. Putting Yun Yongzhu down, they hurried over to help Yang Lila sit on the bed. Wife, you are about to give birth, why are you still so careless? Yun's father scolded softly. Yun Yongzhu also said, Mom, I'm grown up now, and I'm very heavy. And if my brother knew you were so careless, he would be unhappy. Yang Liu ignored Yun Dachan's words. She pulled Yun Yongzhu over. My little Zua, I haven't seen you for 2 months, and I miss you so much. Do you eat well in the school? Are you used to living here? I see you've lost some weight. Yang Liu fiddled with Yun Yongzhu, turning him over and over, pinching his arms and face. Yun Yongzhu thought that he had gained a lot of weight recently. His mother's filter was really big. However, he did not refute this fact that anyone with a discerning eye could see, and he did not dare to move. He obediently let Yang Liu touch him. After a while, Yun Yongzhu said, Mother, I'm fine. I'm used to living in the academy. You have seen and touched me. How can I be thin? And I have good news for you when I come back this time. Yun Yongzhu smiled and looked at his father. What good news? Tell me quickly. You still know how to keep it a secret. Yang Liu glanced at the father and son. Lila, Zua has successfully attracted the key. Yun Dachan blurted out this great news. What? Really? Yang Liu stood up and observed Yun Yongzhu carefully. She felt the barely perceptible fluctuations of spiritual energy on her son, and was very surprised. It is true that the key has been drawn in, but it has only been a month. How could it be so fast? Yes. That's why Uncle Qi came to visit just now. Yun Dachan told Yang Liu everything he had said to Yunchai before. Yang Liu nodded repeatedly. Uncle Qi is really thoughtful. I was just too happy. Ouch. My stomach hurts because I'm so happy. The father and son became nervous when they heard it. Could it be that the baby is about to be born? The good date was originally in these few days. Ouch, Yang Lia cried out in pain. Brother Chen, hurry up, take Zua out. I'm about to give birth. Go and call my sister-in-law and my younger brother's wife to come over. Okay. The father and son helped Yang Lia lie down and left the room. As soon as Yun Daichen came out, he quickly took out the communication talisman, which was the paper crane communication talisman that Yun Shais had sent before. Then Yun Daichen quickly ordered Yun Yongzhu's family of 4 to get busy, asking Yun Yongzhu's wife to go into the house to look after Yang Lia, and then asking his 2 children to boil water. He seemed quite calm and familiar with the situation. Just after he arranged everything, less than half a cup of tea, 4 beauties in palace dress appeared in the air. They were Yun Yongzhu's eldest aunt, 3rd aunt, 4th aunt and 6th aunt. When Yun Daichen saw the 4 people, it was like seeing a savior, and he instantly opened the restrictions of the cave. Sister-in-law, 3rd sister-in-law, 4th sister-in-law, 6th sister-in-law, you are finally here. Lia has already started, and has been crying in pain in the house. I know, we have been waiting for your news these days. As soon as we received the letter, we rushed here as quickly as possible. Relax, 5th sister-in-law is not the first child, there will be no accidents. Several female cultivators walked in while talking. When they arrived at the door of the bedroom, the 4 beauties stopped, one big and one small, went straight into the house, and closed the door. The father and son walked around outside the bedroom anxiously. Although it was the second time for Yun Daichen to experience this kind of waiting, he was still very nervous. This was the first time for Yun Yongzhu to see a woman giving birth to a child, and it was his own brother. Hearing his mother's screams, he was very worried. Although Yang Lia was a cultivator, she still had a lot of worries. Although it was not as dangerous as giving birth to a child for ordinary people, it was still dangerous. Time passed very slowly. The father and son were like ants on a hot pot, and they were very nervous in the small courtyard outside the house. Suddenly, they heard the cry of a baby. They immediately leaned on the door without caring about their image, trying to take a look through the almost invisible crack of the door, but they could not see anything. The father and son were anxious, and they were soon put into the house. They looked at Yang Lia with concern. Lia, you have worked hard. How do you feel? Yun Daichen said gently. Mom, how are you? Yun Yongzhu also asked worriedly. I'm fine. Go see your brother. Yang Lia said with a chuckle. Yun Yongzhu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Yang Lia's rosy cheeks and was surprised at the strength of the immortal cultivator. Yang Lia and the baby should have been cleaned up. They looked very clean. Yun Yongzhu came to the bed and looked at the little person next to his mother. This was his younger brother. From then on, he had another close relative. Now that he had a younger brother, it would be perfect if he had a younger sister in the future. The father and son were so happy that they didn't dare to touch the baby. The newborn looked too delicate. They were afraid that they would hurt the baby if they didn't use enough force. Sister-in-law, 3rd sister-in-law, 4th sister-in-law, and 6th sister-in-law, thank you for your help today, Yang Lia said to the 4 people. Yun Daichen reacted and continued, yes, thank you sisters-in-law and sister-in-law. Okay, don't be so polite. We are all family. Yes, there is no need to be polite among family members. We help each other. The 4 people said one after another. If the child is born smoothly, we will not disturb your family of 4, and will go back now. Sister-in-law Yuzin continued. Then I won't see you off. Sister-in-law, 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 take care. After watching the 4 women walk out of the house together, Yun Yongzhu asked, Dad, what's your brother's name? I've already chosen a name for him. It's Yang Bei. Bear, a good name. Today is a really good day. Zua is drawing key, and Bear is born. It's a double happiness. Brother Chen, let's call Yang Fei and his family of 4 to share in the family's happiness. Yang Lia said happily. I know, I'll go reward them now. Yun Daichen called Yun Yongzhu to the yard outside the bedroom. Yongzhu, your 5th aunt has added a new member to the family today. You and your family have worked hard during this period. Take this bag. Yun Dachin handed over a white bag, and Yun Yongzhu took it excitedly. As a mortal in a family of immortal cultivators, Yun Yongzhu is also a well-informed person. Moreover, he also works in the cave of the family cultivators. Of course, he knows about this treasure that mortals can also use, the bag. Thank you for the reward, Uncle Wu. In the world of cultivating immortals, although there is a distinction between immortals and mortals, and between superiors and subordinates, in the family of cultivating immortals, because of the same origin and blood connection, there is also a distinction between the old and the young, and the titles are all based on the family genealogy. The Yun family has two genealogies, one in the hands of the patriarch, recording the family members with spiritual roots, and the other in the town at the foot of the mountain, in the Yun family ancestral hall, recording all the Yun family members. After the spiritual roots are tested, if there are spiritual roots, the name will be circled, and not crossed out. Yun Yongzhu's name is on both family trees, and Yun Dachin will go to the ancestral hall to add Yun Yongbei's name in a few days. Yun Dachin continued, I put 4 first level low grade spiritual peaches in this bag, and you 4 can take them and eat them. When eating, remember to divide a peach into 4 parts, and eat them separately. After all, you are all mortals, so it is better to be careful. Yun Yongzhu happily thanked his Uncle Wu, and left with a smile. Yun Yongzhu's family and Yun Dachin's family are closely related. As far as Yun Yongzhu knows, he and Yun Yongzhu have the same great-grandfather, which is one of the main reasons why Yun Dachin and his wife happily gave him the bag. After all, the bag is a relatively precious item. This is why ordinary members of every family try their best to serve the monks of the family. Only by serving the monks can you have the opportunity to get the spiritual fruits and medicines that only monks can enjoy, prolong your life, and even have the opportunity to get treasures like the bag. Yun Yongzhu stayed at home happily for 2 whole days, and was ready to go back to the school. After all, he was a cultivator, and he was eager to start his cultivation. Yun Yongzhu said goodbye to Yang Liu and his younger brother in his parents' room. Yang Liu nagged for a while, and then let him go. Yun Dachin took out a white storage bag from his sleeve, and handed it to Yun Yongzhu. Zua, since you have already drawn Qi into your body, it is estimated that you will be able to enter the first level of Qi training soon. Then you will be able to use this storage bag. I also specially selected the style of the bag. Take it and keep it carefully. Yang Liu said, while lying on the bed. Zua, your father and I are both mixed spiritual roots. There is little hope of building a foundation in this life. You are a true spiritual root, so you must practice well. Dad and Mom hope to see the day when you successfully build a foundation. Your father put some spiritual peaches, talismans, and spiritual cloud eggs in this storage bag. In addition, I also put a few travel biographies. The most important thing is that there is also a bottle of low-grade Qi gathering pill in it. After taking it, it can speed up your practice. You must be careful to take it. You can only take 1 pill every 3 months. Yun Yongzhu took the storage bag and was very moved. He felt his parents' full love and expectations for him. These things are very precious. The others are easy to say, but the storage bag is quite valuable. Without 300 spiritual stones, you can't even think about it. Moreover, it can only be sold in the 7 major immortal cultivation cities in Yunzhou. With his current ability, he doesn't know when he can save up 300 spirit stones. That bottle of low-grade Qi gathering pill is also very precious. He knows that a bottle of low-grade Qi gathering pill requires at least 80 spirit stones to buy. According to the monthly allowance of his parents, it takes more than 5 months or nearly 6 months to buy it. Fortunately, they have other ways to make money, otherwise it would be difficult to take out this bottle of low-grade Qi gathering pill. If it were him, it would cost him 4 months monthly allowance just to buy a low-grade Qi gathering pill. After saying that, Yun Yongzhu took the things and was sent to the door of the family school by Yun Dachin. When Yun Yongzhu returned to Teohuaju, it was already past noon. He didn't rest and took out the Yun family herbal classic to read. When it was time for dinner, Yun Yongzhu shared with everyone the good news that he had a little brother. Chapter 10, Fire Cloud Art Key Training Level 1. Early the next morning, Yun Yongzhu was reading in the yard when the door was knocked. Yun Yongzhu opened the door and saw that it was the clan leader. Second uncle, you are here. Please come in. The clan leader Yun Shichen was at the 9th level of the key training stage. When he was 60 years old, he was seriously injured while building his foundation on his own. Fortunately, he survived. After recovering from his injuries, he began to concentrate on managing the family's spiritual fields. Seeing that Yunwu Mountain was well managed by him, the 2 foundation building monks of the Yun family passed the position of clan leader to him and asked him to manage all the family affairs. Of course, it was also because Yun Shichen was fair and just and treated all clan members impartially that he was qualified for the important task of clan leader. It is best for a cultivator to build his foundation before the age of 60. After the age of 60, the blood and ki begin to decline, and it becomes more difficult to build a foundation. All monks will try their best to cultivate to the 9th level of ki training before the age of 60, or even to the great perfection of ki training, in the hope of increasing the chances of success in building a foundation. Of course, most people did not take elixirs or spiritual objects, but the results of building a foundation in this way were not ideal. Some people died directly, and most of them were seriously injured. Even if cultivators with mixed spiritual roots practiced on spiritual veins, it was difficult for them to practice to the 9th level of ki training before the age of 60, so aptitude was particularly important. Unless those with mixed spiritual roots had enough elixirs to improve their cultivation, or could prolong their lifespan and increase their cultivation time, their hope of building a foundation was slim. Yun Yongzhu welcomed Yun Shichen into Teohuaju. Xiaojiu, I didn't expect you to succeed in drawing ki so quickly. You have a good understanding. Second uncle, I didn't expect that either. I came here today to take you to choose a practice method. If you don't have anything urgent, come with me to the family scripture pavilion now. Yun Yongzhu agreed, and Yun Shichen took him away on the cloud, and they arrived at their destination in a moment. In front of them was a 2-story attic. Xiaojiu, this is the family scripture pavilion. If you want to learn spells and techniques, you can come here to exchange any classics with family contribution points. Yes. Yun Yongzhu nodded. The 2 entered the first floor of the scripture pavilion, and Yun Shichen took him directly to the area with the Gongfa sign. All the family's Gongfa are included here. Take a look first. You have 3 spiritual root attributes of gold, wood and fire, so you can choose Gongfa from these 3 attributes. There are 5 sets of Gongfa that match Yun Yongzhu's spiritual root attributes, namely Kanyu Swordju, Changshengju, Yimu Heart Method, Fenshanjing and Huanju. There is also a set of Nakiju, which is an ordinary first level upper grade Gongfa, which is widely circulated in the Dainzuxan world. It is estimated that all families have included it. The advantage of this Gongfa is that it does not require the spiritual root qualifications of the cultivator, and Nakiju is positive and peaceful, which does not affect the transfer to other Gongfa after the foundation is established. The probability of going astray is much smaller than other Gongfa, and there are many predecessors cultivation experience to learn from. Apart from the intake Kiju, the foundation of the Yun family can be seen from the 5 sets of exercises suitable for Yun Yongzhu's practice. Some families do not even have a complete set of exercises for the 5 attributes, and can only practice ordinary exercises such as intake Kiju, that do not require high qualifications. Before Yun Shichen came to him, he had already asked Yun's father and mother about the exercises, and had a general understanding of the exercises. The exercises are divided into grades, 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and 4th grade, and are subdivided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The 1st and 2nd grade exercises generally do not have matching magic skills, and their practice speed is slow and there are many bottlenecks. They are generally owned by small families and small sects. The 3rd and 4th grade exercises generally have matching magic skills and body skills, so they are amazingly powerful, and their practice efficiency is relatively high, and there are relatively fewer bottlenecks. However, the higher the grade of the exercises, the higher the requirements for practice resources, such as requiring specific spiritual objects and elixirs or several times the resources. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the technique, the higher the efficiency of cultivation, the more spiritual energy absorbed, the purer the spiritual energy refined, and it is also very helpful for future foundation building. Yun Yongzhu decided to practice the fire attribute technique because his fire spiritual root is the most prominent. Choosing the same attribute technique will make it easier to comprehend, and the cultivation speed will be 1 or 2 points faster. Of course, this is also the choice of most clan members. After all, the Yun family is a family of weapon refiners, and weapon refiners cannot do without fire. Second uncle, which one is better, the Fenshanjing, or the Huo Yunju? Yun Yongzhu asked. The Fenshanjing is very powerful. After identification, it is at least a set of second level top grade techniques. It is not easy to practice, but this set of techniques does not have the mental method and practice method after foundation building, only the key training chapter. As for the Huo Yunju, it is also a set of second level top grade techniques, but its power is not as good as the Fenshanjing, but it is easier to practice, and it has a foundation building chapter. Second uncle, I will choose the Huo Yunju. If you change the technique later, it will be quite troublesome. His ambitions are far more than just building a foundation. If he changes his cultivation method for each major realm, it will seriously affect his cultivation speed. He learned from his father that changing cultivation methods is not an easy thing. In fact, it is usually the elders of the family who choose cultivation methods for the younger generation. After all, they are still young and have little experience. This time, Yun Shicheng let Yun Yongzhu try because he saw that he was a man with ideas. Fire cloud art is exactly the cultivation method that he thought was suitable for Yun Yongzhu to practice. Seeing that this junior had the same vision as himself, the clan leader was more optimistic about Yun Yongzhu. It's just what I want. On the shelf, under the jade slip of the fire cloud art technique is a wooden box with 2 jade slips and a thick stack of books. Yun Shicheng took a jade slip from the wooden box and handed it to Yun Yongzhu, then closed the wooden box and placed the jade slip of the fire cloud art technique on the wooden box. Yun Yongzhu looked at the jade slip in his hand and heard Yun Shicheng say, "This is the jade slip of the first 3 levels of the fire cloud art. The rest will be available when you reach the corresponding realm. You can come to the Sutra Pavilion to collect it. Xiaojiu, I saw that you have a true spiritual root, so I gave you the jade slip. You must comprehend and practice it well." "Thank you, second uncle." Yun Yongzhu nodded. He had also heard that using jade slips, you can quickly remember the contents recorded in the jade slips, but books need to be read and recited slowly by yourself. The identity cards of the 5 of you have been made. When Zioba succeeds in drawing key, you can go to the mission hall to collect them from the 7th brother. Yun Yongzhu understood the meaning of the clan leader. After the method was selected, Yun Shicheng sent Yun Yongzhu back to Teohuaju. He did not leave directly, but talked to Yun Yongzhu about the knowledge of cultivation for more than half an hour, and talked in detail about the changes after becoming a cultivator, the taboos during cultivation, etc. Although Yun Yongzhu had heard these key points from his parents, he still listened very seriously. After the clan leader Yun Shicheng left, he ran directly to the bedroom. After returning to the bedroom and sitting down, he immediately took out the fire cloud art and placed it on his forehead. His consciousness probed into the jade slip, and the contents of the jade slip instantly flooded into Yun Yongzhu's mind. He was dizzy for a moment, and then he finished reading all the contents in the jade slip. Yun Yongzhu was amazed in his heart. In just a short while, the contents of the 1st to 3rd levels of the fire cloud art were like engraved in his mind. If the Yun's Herbal Classic and Yun's Monster Record were both engraved into the jade slip, he could just read the jade slip directly, without having to spend time reading books every day. However, Yun Yongzhu also knew that this was impossible. He knew that the raw materials for making the jade slip must not be cheap. Besides, it seems that only those with a cultivation level of late key training or above can engrave jade slips. There don't seem to be many cultivators in the late key training stage in Yunwu Mountain, so why would they waste time on this? After an hour, Yun Yongzhu felt that he had thoroughly understood and digested the contents of the fire cloud art. He came to the outer room of the bedroom, spread out the futon, and sat on it, took a deep breath, and began to enter a state of meditation. Soon Yun Yongzhu sensed the spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth, and he breathed according to the method of 1 long and 3 short breaths required by the fire cloud art. The so-called 1 long breath is to inhale a breath and the 3 short breaths are to exhale a breath in 3 parts, and so on. When his breathing became smooth and rhythmic, Yun Yongzhu guided the spiritual energy in Danshan to circulate slowly and awkwardly in the meridians according to the running trajectory of the fire cloud art. After this spiritual energy ran a small cycle in his body seemed to form a vortex, attracting spiritual energy from all directions to gather towards him, slowly wrapping him into a milky white cocoon. Yun Yongzhu didn't know the scene outside, he only knew that there were many red, green, white, and transparent spiritual light particles constantly flowing towards him. At this time, he felt that his pores had all opened up, and there was a hint of warmth on the surface of his skin. This was the feeling of spiritual energy entering the body. Yun Yongzhu relaxed his mind and merged himself into the world. He greedily absorbed the spiritual energy that continuously entered his danshan and directed it to open up all the meridians in his body. There was more and more spiritual energy in his body, which gradually gathered into a stream of spiritual energy, opening up the slightly blocked meridians one by one, and the fire cloud art was running more smoothly and freely. After 2 big cycles, Yun Yongzhu was shocked. The last of the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body was finally opened. At this time, his 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians were all opened. At this time, Yun Yongzhu felt that the spiritual power in his body was quickly refined and absorbed, and a warm airflow flowed through his body. This is the process of spiritual energy refining. Yun Yongzhu ran the fire cloud out more easily. He didn't want to stop for a moment, but suddenly felt a burst of swelling and itching in his meridians. This feeling makes people feel like sitting on pins and needles. Without a certain amount of willpower, it is easy to want to get up and move around, but once you get up, the spiritual power will be interrupted, and the spiritual energy absorbed before, even if it will not completely disappear, will dissipate most of it. Many Kigan practitioners have greatly reduced their gains from cultivation for this reason. Yun Yongzhu is not a child. It can be seen from the fact that he started to earn money to support himself when he was less than 10 years old in his previous life, that his character and perseverance are extraordinary. Yun Yongzhu heard about this situation from his parents and clan leaders, so of course he would not do anything stupid. He continued to circulate his spiritual energy according to the fire cloud art technique. As his spiritual power continued to circulate in his meridians, Yun Yongzhu's swelling and numbness became weaker and weaker, because under the continuous tempering of his spiritual power, the strength and toughness of his meridians were constantly optimized. 2 hours later, Yun Yongzhu ran 2 big cycles, before pulling all the refined spiritual energy streams back to his danshan. Yun Yongzhu closed his breath and the milky white mist surrounding him slowly dissipated. He opened his eyes and felt that his body was very light, with endless strength, and he felt refreshed. The world was much brighter. He could hear the subtle sound of the wind outside the house, and to his surprise, he could also see every flower and grass outside the house. At this time, Yun Yongzhu had officially become a cultivator of the first level of key training, and his spiritual awareness range was very wide. With his eyes closed, he could see everything within a radius of 3 feet. This surprised him very much. He was no longer a novice in cultivating immortals. He knew that after ordinary people became cultivators, their spiritual awareness was initially formed, but the range was only 3 or 5 feet in front of him, which was nothing compared to his 3 feet. However, he was not surprised for too long. At this moment, the strongest presence was the stench emanating from his body. There were impurities like mud all over his body, which were sticky on his clothes, and looked a bit disgusting. Yun Yongzhu hurriedly got up, and went to the well to wash. While washing, he was still glad that he did not meditate on the bed. After a long time of hard work, he finally washed himself clean, lamenting that he had eaten so much spiritual rice, spiritual fruit, and spiritual cloud eggs, since he was a child, and there were still so many filth in his body. Yun Yongzhu dressed neatly and walked out of the house. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, he didn't care. He felt his spiritual awareness and spiritual power in the yard, with an excited and happy expression on his face. He really embarked on the road of cultivation. Yun Yongzhu suddenly remembered the storage bag his father gave him yesterday, and took it out quickly. He input spiritual power into the storage bag, and a space appeared in his mind. He was deeply moved. It was indeed a first grade low grade storage bag worth 300 spiritual stones. The space was about 10 times the size of the storage bag, reaching a radius of 10 feet. The first thing Yun Yongzhu noticed was a small jade bottle. Yun Yongzhu knew that this was the precious key gathering pill. I heard that taking a key gathering pill would be equivalent to a month of hard training for a cultivator in the key training stage. I wonder if it is true. Yun Yongzhu couldn't hold back his excitement. He took out the white jade bottle and poured out a key gathering pill. He saw a round, black-brown pill lying quietly in his palm, and a burst of fragrance came to his nose. He just smelled the fragrance of the pill and felt the spiritual power in his body surging, as if it was going to circulate around the body. Yun Yongzhu sighed in his heart. No wonder this key gathering pill is so expensive. It has such an effect before taking it. To prevent the drug from losing its efficacy, he quickly poured the key gathering pill back into the white jade bottle and put it back into the storage bag. In addition to this bottle of key gathering pill, the storage bag also contained 30 red jade peaches, 4 spiritual cloud eggs, 10 talismans, 5 of which were the communication talismans he wanted, and 5 monks' miscellaneous notes. Yun Yongzhu cut his finger with a dagger and ripped a drop of blood on the storage bag. He watched the storage bag absorb his blood and then poured all his pitiful spiritual power into the storage bag. In fact, it is not necessary to use blood to sacrifice the magic weapon, but who made him just enter the first level of key training with meager spiritual power, so this is the only way to assist. After Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power was exhausted, he finally succeeded in refining the storage bag and branded his spiritual mark. Only the storage bag can be successfully sacrificed so quickly, and only a little spiritual power is needed. Other magic tools, even low-grade magic tools, need at least a month to successfully sacrifice. The speed of refining a magic weapon is closely related to the cultivator's cultivation and spiritual consciousness. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the spiritual consciousness, and the faster the speed of refining a magic weapon. After leaving his spiritual mark, Yun Yongzhu clearly felt that he had established an inexplicable connection with this storage bag. The difference between a storage bag and a bag is not just the size of the space. The bag is an item that is not of grade and cannot be considered a magic weapon. Mortals can use it easily. A storage bag is a magic weapon that only cultivators can use. Once a storage bag is refined, only the person who refined it can use it. If other people want to use it, they must first remove the mark of the original owner on the storage bag, which is very time consuming. Unless the cultivation of the later person is one major realm higher than the former, or the person who refined it has died, they can easily open the storage bag that has been refined. Yun Yongzhu put everything in the bag into the storage bag, and then put the bag into the storage bag. Thinking that he had not eaten much all day, he took out a red jade peach and started to eat it. This spiritual peach is bright red and mouth-watering. Take a bite. Peach juice overflows in the mouth. The taste is sweet, the fruity aroma is fragrant, and the flesh contains rich spiritual power. The red jade peach is a circle larger than an adult's fist. When all of it enters the stomach, Yun Yongzhu only feels that the spiritual power in Danshan has increased a little, as if he has practiced for a whole day. No wonder this red jade peach is expensive. One can be sold for a spiritual stone, or even 2 spiritual stones. Eating all these 30 spiritual peaches is equivalent to his practice for a month. Looking at the moon hanging high outside the window, Yun Yongzhu realized that it was so late. After practicing for so long today, his spirit was a little tired, so he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 11 Spells. Since Yun Yongzhu entered the first level of key training, he would insist on practicing for 2 hours every day, and then go to do other things. The reason why he set 2 hours of practice every day was mainly because he had just become a cultivator, and there were still many things he didn't know about the world of cultivation. Not to mention other things, he had to spend time to slowly write down the 2 books of Yun's Herbal Classic and Yun's Monster Record in his hands. Moreover, 2 hours of time was not a small amount of time. As far as he knew, the practice time of other people in the school was mostly fixed at 1 hour, and only 2 or 3 people's practice time was about the same as his. After all, cultivation is not a matter of one day or one night. Although the increase in spiritual power is not much, by practicing for 2 hours every day, he knows the principle of gathering sand into a tower and never slackens. He believes that, as long as he perseveres, he will eventually gain something. In this way, he practiced and studied day after day, and his days were plain and fulfilling, and his cultivation was also increasing day by day. Until 2 months later, Yun Yongzhu came to the door happily and said that he had successfully introduced Qi into his body. Yun Yongzhu happily congratulated him. After sending away the excited starling, Yun Yongzhu knew that he should take action. So 2 days later, Yun Yongzhu also announced to everyone that he had successfully drawn Qi and entered the first level of Qi training. At this time, Yun Yongzhu was also in the first level of Qi training, and the other 3 also drew Qi one after another. After a few more days, the 5 people were all in the first level of Qi training. At this time, they went to the mission hall together to receive the identity jade card, and by the way, received the monthly allowance for the previous few months. The identity jade card was in the shape of auspicious clouds. The 5 people dripped a drop of blood into the jade card and could use it. This jade card is not only a symbol of identity, but also a pass to go up and down the mountain, the key to enter and exit Yunwu Mountain, and a tool to record the family's contribution points. Of course, the identity jade cards of the 5 of them are now blank, and the contribution points are 0. The 5 people are only in the initial stage of Qi training. The monthly allowance is 10 kilograms of first level low grade spiritual rice, which is equivalent to 2 spiritual stones in value. They haven't received their monthly allowance for 2 months, which is 20 kilograms of first level low grade spiritual rice, which the family's bag can't hold. Among the 5 people, only Yun Yongzhu and Yun Yongzhu had storage bags, and they helped the other 3 to collect the spiritual rice. Yun Yongzhu's storage bag was given to him by his mother, Yun Yongzhu's third aunt, a few days ago. It was also in the style of a storage bag, and was not conspicuous. The monthly allowance was distributed according to the cultivation level. For example, Yun Yongzhu's parents were given the first level medium quality spiritual rice. Before the 5 children walked out of the mission hall, the 7th elder Yunshai smiled and said to them, "You must practice well. After your cultivation level enters the middle stage of Qi training, the monthly allowance will not only be spiritual rice, but also spiritual stones and family contribution points." As soon as these words came out, the 5 people's hearts burned, and they wished they could go back and practice immediately. After entering the first level of Qi training, the 5 of them can go to formal classes with the 5th brother Yun Yongzhu and others. In the past 2 months, Yun Yongzhu has been staying at home, waiting for the news of others' Qi induction. Although his life is quite fulfilling, he still wants to learn something else, such as magic. After Yun Yongzhu finished his practice this morning, he went to the dining hall with Baij to have breakfast, and then went to class with the others. Today was the class of Uncle 9 Yun Shui. His class was a basic class, and the content was diverse and extensive. Uncle 9 Yun Shui was nearly 70 years old, and his cultivation was at the 7th level of Qi training. Most of the teachers in the school were from the Shi generation. They had not cultivated to the 9th level of Qi training, and were too old to build a foundation, so they stayed in the family school to teach and instruct the younger generations. The day generation was the young and middle-aged people in the family. Most of them were working hard to earn resources for cultivation and concentrate on cultivation. Their generation was also the backbone of the family now. Yun Shui's class was in another courtyard. Yun Yongzhu and the other 4 followed the senior. When everyone was present, Yun Shui soon entered the door. Everyone stood up and saluted Yun Shui. 5 new people came today. I will first teach them the basic knowledge of spells. Others can also listen to it as a review. If you don't want to listen, you can also read the book yourself. Yun Yongzhu was happy when he heard it. What he thought came true. Yun Shui was a serious and quick person. He continued, "The 5 of you are now at the first level of Qi training. You have spiritual power in your body, but how to use the spiritual power to make it powerful? This is about spells. Spells are the most basic method of using spiritual power, and they are also the basic means for cultivators to fight against enemies. Spells are divided into 3 levels according to their power: low level, medium level, and high level. That is, first level, second level, and third level, corresponding to the 3 cultivation levels of our cultivators: key training, foundation building, and golden elixir. Today I will mainly talk about low-level spells. In theory, cultivators can practice all spells, but the speed of practice and the power of spells vary from person to person. But in reality, no one will practice all spells. Why do you say that? Because there are many kinds of spells, and the lifespan of cultivators is limited. If all the time is spent on practicing spells, it will not improve the cultivation level, and cannot prolong the lifespan. Moreover, the spiritual roots and comprehension of each cultivator are different. For example, a cultivator with a single spiritual root can get started by practicing a spell with the same spiritual root attribute as his own in just a few days and a half months. But if he practices spells of other attributes, it will take at least several months or even years to get started. So, under normal circumstances, only those with a spiritual root of a certain attribute will practice spells of the corresponding attribute. As long as the cultivator is not stupid, he will not waste this time to practice spells that do not correspond to the attribute of his spiritual root. Of course, you all know that cultivators with 5 spiritual roots account for the vast majority of the immortal cultivation world. They can certainly practice spells of more attributes, but there are not many people who do this. I have said before that practicing magic is very time consuming. This is something that all cultivators know. They practice their skills and improve their cultivation. They think that time is not enough, so how can they do stupid things? So, I want to tell you that when practicing magic formulas, remember to choose those that are compatible with your attributes. If you have to learn magic formulas that are incompatible with your attributes, just get started. Of course, if you get a certain powerful magic formula that is incompatible with your attributes, it depends on your own choice whether to practice it. I suggest that you focus on 1 or 2 attack magic formulas, 1 or 2 defense magic formulas, and if conditions permit, practice a magic formula for escape. The magic formula for escape is very precious, and its lowest level is also intermediate. We only have 2 magic formulas in the 5 element of escape in Yunwu Mountain. Moreover, it takes a lot of time to practice intermediate magic formulas with the cultivation level of the key training period. It may take 3 to 5 years to get started. However, if you practice an escape technique, you may be able to escape with this spell at a critical moment. Of course, I'm just saying this casually. It's too early for you to consider the art of escape now. You have to enter the middle stage of key training before you are eligible to exchange it in the family library. These are all off topic. When you grow up, you will naturally know the role of the art of escape. Remember, after choosing 1 or 2 offensive and defensive spells for the main practice, you must practice them to the state of great perfection before considering other offensive and defensive spells. It's better to bite off more than you can chew. As for the auxiliary spells, there are many choices, such as cloud soaring spell, object control spell, key looking spell, invisibility spell, sound transmission spell, light body spell, immobilization spell, light spell, and so on. You can practice whichever you need. As for the degree of practice, it depends on what you think. This is just my small suggestion. You should carefully choose the spells to practice according to your own situation. As mentioned before, people with 5 spiritual roots can practice spells of all attributes. If a cultivator does not have spiritual roots of this attribute and wants to use this spell, but does not want to waste time learning it, what should he do? There is a way. Use talismans. I don't have water spirit roots, and I haven't practiced water related spells, but I can buy water condensing talismans for daily use, water bowl talismans, water arrow talismans, and water binding talismans to defend against enemies, and water shield talismans for defense. So, if you encounter the same situation, you can use talismans to solve the problem, but to buy talismans, you need to have enough financial resources, so you have to find a way yourself. According to the speed of performing spells and the degree of mastering spells, practicing spells can be divided into 4 realms, namely entry, minor success, major success, and great perfection. I reiterate that I'm talking about low-level spells. The realm divisions of mid-level and higher-level spells are the same as those of low-level spells, but more similar techniques will naturally be understood when you come into contact with them in the future. Under normal circumstances, a spell can be practiced to the entry level in a few days and a half months. If you want to practice to the minor success level, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. If you want to reach the major success level, it will take at least half a year. As for the great perfection level, it will take several years to achieve. So, you must be careful when choosing spells and magic. Practice a spell to the great success level. As long as the spiritual power is sufficient, it can be released in 1 or 2 breaths. But if you reach the great perfection level, the spell will be cast in an instant with the magic moving as the heart moves. Learning spells mainly depends on comprehension and hard practice. When casting spells, the seals must be formed quickly, and the seals must be continuous. The 5 of you have just entered the first level of key training. You will not have enough spiritual power to learn other spells. Today I will teach you a simple and practical spell, the cloud soaring technique. The cloud soaring technique is the substitute spell for most low-level cultivators. Look carefully at the movements of my hands. Yun Yongzhu thought to himself, the main dish is finally served. He widened his eyes and watched the changes in the seals on Yun Shui's hands carefully. His own hands could not help but change. Yun Shui's was very patient and cast the cloud soaring technique 10 times in a row. Yun Yongzhu had memorized them all. This is how the cloud soaring technique is cast. Yun Shui also told them, the clouds summoned by the cloud soaring technique are essentially invisible things. There is a close connection between the clouds and the cultivators. If you get on the cloud, you must concentrate your mind, otherwise it is easy to fall off the cloud, so you must fly at a low altitude at the beginning. If you don't like to use the cloud soaring technique as a means of transportation, there are many other spells, such as the light body technique and the god traveling technique. I won't talk about them one by one. If you have any ideas, you can ask them yourself, or go to the library to check and exchange them. Okay, today's spells and spells are here. I will talk about other ones. Chapter 12, Immortal Cultivation Skills. Yun Shui took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then said, let me talk about the art of cultivating immortals. You have been in the school for a while. You should have received a few monthly allowances, right? Seeing the little guy's nod, Yun Shui continued, 10 kilograms of spiritual rice a month. Although it is a little helpful for your cultivation, it is still far from enough, so you have to find a way to obtain other cultivation resources. There are many ways to obtain resources. What can you think of? Yun Yongzhu answered the question instantly without thinking. Making talismans. Refining equipment. Yun Yongzhu said, Uncle 9, you can also manage the family store and grow spiritual rice and spiritual herbs in the family. Yun Yongmeng, Yun Yongguan, and Yun Changguan all grew up at the foot of the mountain, so they couldn't think of any way to obtain cultivation resources, and they looked confused. The other students who entered school early watched this scene like watching a play. Yun Shui smiled and said, the best way to obtain spiritual resources is to learn a craft. There are hundreds of crafts in the world of immortal cultivation. Xiaojiu mentioned making talismans and refining tools, and Xiaoba mentioned planting spiritual rice and spiritual herbs. They are all skills of immortal cultivation. Managing a shop is not a skill of immortal cultivation, but it is also a way to obtain cultivation resources. I will now mainly talk to you about the 4 arts of immortal cultivation: alchemy, talisman making, refining tools and formations. As long as you can master any one of the 4 arts, you can make your strength and status far surpass ordinary people at the same level, and you can go further on the road of immortal cultivation. Alchemy is the top of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. Take you for example. Taking a key gathering pill can be equivalent to 1 or 2 months of your hard work. Not to mention the legendary immortal pill. It can even allow mortals to ascend to heaven in 1 step and become immortals. Of course, this kind of heaven-defying immortal pill only exists in ancient legends. Now, let alone refining it, even finding one of the ingredients can cause a bloody storm in the world of immortal cultivation. There are many kinds of elixirs. There are those that improve spiritual power and enhance cultivation, those that quickly restore spiritual power, those that consolidate cultivation, those that heal injuries, those that detoxify, those that break barriers, those that enhance combat power, those that conceal auras, those that increase understanding, those that prolong life, and there are also poison elixirs, which have many categories again. In short, as long as it is useful for cultivators, there is a corresponding elixir, but most of them are very precious and rare. The most common ones are elixirs that increase cultivation and treat external injuries, such as key gathering pills, yellow bud pills, white jade pills, grass returning pills, key and blood pills, etc. All this shows how great the effect of elixirs is on cultivators, and that is why alchemists have become the most popular profession in the world of immortal cultivation. The next thing to talk about is the formation. The formation uses spiritual energy or spiritual objects to set up nodes in a certain environment, inducing the momentum of this environment, and making perfect use of this environment. To put it simply, it is a means for cultivators to use the power of heaven and earth. If used against the enemy, it is to drive the power of heaven and earth for their own use. If used properly, it is not a problem to fight against enemies of higher levels. It is precisely because of this that formations are widely used in the world of immortal cultivation, from the defense of sects to personal assistance in cultivation and response to enemies. Not to mention far away, just take our family as an example. We have set up a large-scale second-grade upper-grade spirit gathering formation on the entire Yunwu mountain, as well as a 5-element defense formation to protect the family. The spirit gathering formation is an auxiliary formation that can gather spiritual energy and assist the family cultivators in cultivation. The most important thing is that it can maintain and nourish the spiritual veins on the mountain. By the way, our Yunwu mountain has a second-grade upper-grade spirit vein, a second-grade lower-grade spirit vein, and 4 first-grade spirit veins. These are all left to us by our ancestor Yun Yi. Although these spiritual veins are more than enough to support the cultivation of more than 100 people in the family, if we do not set up a spirit gathering formation to maintain it, and continue to use and absorb the spiritual energy on the mountain, the spiritual veins will drop in rank after tens of millions of years. How can future generations cultivate then? The 5-element defense formation is a defensive formation. Once it is activated, the formation base is combined with the entire Yunwu mountain. If you resist it, you are resisting the spiritual energy of the entire Yunwu mountain. Even a Jindan Zenran will have to spend a while to break the formation. The family now has only 2 foundation building cultivators who cannot fully activate this formation. They can only use more spiritual stones to assist. It is not a problem to stop 8 or 9 foundation building cultivators. This is also the foundation of the family. Okay, back to the topic. The formation is the most difficult and precious skill among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. To learn the formation, first of all, you need talent and extremely high comprehension. You need to have a certain understanding of mountains, rivers, veins, astronomy, and geography. And secondly, you need inheritance. The general forces do not have the inheritance of the formation at all. Even if there is inheritance, it is difficult for someone to learn by themselves without a leader to teach. Therefore, formation masters have always been precious talents that only big forces have, and only big sects like Kingshan sect and Bixujian sect have them. Even if ordinary small sects and families have formation masters, it will cost a huge amount of time and spirit stones. The family's formation was arranged by the ancestor Yun Yi, who used his connections and resources to invite the formation master of Kingshan sect. This has also become the barrier and foundation for our Yun family to stand firm. The third of the 4 arts is talismans. Talismans can be roughly divided into 3 categories according to their functions: attack, defense, and assistance. If they are subdivided, they have a variety of functions like elixirs. Talismans are a means for talisman makers to use runes to seal magic powers on talisman paper and then activate them when necessary. Talismans have been loved by cultivators of all levels since they appeared because they are easy to use, save spiritual energy, and can be activated quickly. Moreover, talismans are the easiest to get started with among the 4 arts of cultivating immortals, and the one that consumes the least spiritual stones in the early stages. Therefore, talisman makers are the most popular of the 4 professions in cultivating immortals. The last of the 4 arts is refining. The reason why refining is ranked last is not because it has little effect on improving the strength of cultivators. In fact, in the world of cultivating immortals, a powerful magic weapon has a huge effect on the strength of cultivators. In the world of cultivating immortals, powerful magic weapons with the power to move mountains and overturn seas are not a legend. The reason why refining is ranked last is actually because the more powerful the magic weapon, the higher the cultivation level required to control it. Otherwise, it will not only fail to be a help, but will backfire on itself. Cultivators in the key training stage can only refine and use magic weapons. If they want to refine spiritual weapons of higher grades, the cost is very high. If you want to forcibly control a spiritual weapon that can only be used in the foundation building stage, the final result is that your spiritual power and consciousness will be sucked dry and you will die. Speaking of this, by the way, it is not absolutely impossible for cultivators in the key training stage to use spiritual tools. There are exceptions. For example, alchemists, tool refiners, and talisman makers can use alchemy furnaces, tool refining furnaces, and talisman pens of the second level spiritual tool level. These special magic tools can be used directly without spiritual power or divine consciousness. When controlling magic tools of the same level, the stronger the power of the magic tool, the more spiritual power is consumed. If the cultivation level is too low, the full power of the magic tool cannot be exerted. Because of this, the role of magic tools on cultivators is greatly limited, so that they can only greatly improve the strength of cultivators of the same level. The most important thing is that talismans are disposable items and need to be replenished after use. But magic tools are different. As long as the cultivator's cultivation level has not increased significantly, and the magic tool has not suffered devastating damage, it can be used for a long time after repair, so refining tools is ranked behind talismans. Don't underestimate the skill of refining tools, because it is ranked last. In addition to spiritual fields, the income of our family mainly depends on refining tools. The family currently supports 4 second-level weapon refiners, which are the family's heritage and wealth. The family's weapon refinement heritage was passed down by the ancestor Yun Yongzhu. If the ancestor had not encountered an accident, our family might have become a golden elixir family. Yun Yongzhu couldn't help but sigh. None of the 4 major cultivation skills of alchemy, array, talisman, and instrument is ordinary. For example, there are only a few alchemists in the whole Yongzhou, and array masters are even more unheard of. There are relatively more talisman makers, but the good ones are concentrated in the Huang family of Teohua Mountain. Our Yun family also has some. Although there are many talisman makers and other forces and casual cultivators, none of them have outstanding talismans. Because the family has a second-level weapon refinement heritage and a first-level talisman maker heritage, there are enlightenment courses for weapon refinement and talismans in the family school. You must study hard when the time comes. Whether a person has talent or not, you have to try it to know. Even if you don't have the talent for these 4 cultivation skills, there are still many choices. However, it is too early to talk about this now. Your first task is to practice and improve your cultivation. Okay, it's getting late. We have talked so much today. Let's go eat. Goodbye, sir. Everyone stood up and bowed to say goodbye. Yun Yongzhu listened attentively. This class can be said to be very fruitful. He had long thought about learning a skill of cultivating immortals. After listening to Uncle Jiu's class, he had a great understanding of the 4 arts of cultivating immortals. Yun Yongzhu walked with his companions while thinking about the future. While eating in the dining hall, he asked the 5th brother and the others, "5th brother, have you taken the equipment refining class and the talisman class?" Yun Yongzhu replied, "No, you have to practice to the 3rd level of key training, or reach the age of 12 to take it." However, 2 enlightenment books outline of equipment refining and introduction to talisman were distributed. The teacher told us to read the contents carefully before the class starts. 4th brother Yun Yongzhu also said, "The most important thing for us now is to improve our cultivation and enrich ourselves after practicing. Without the corresponding knowledge in cultivation, even if the materials are placed in front of us, we will not recognize them. Don't be too ambitious." The 5 rookies who had just entered the 1st level of key training nodded repeatedly. After lunch, they returned to their respective courtyards. Chapter 13, Cloud Leap and Fireball. Yun Yongzhu returned to the room and took a nap as usual. After getting up, he planned to start practicing the cloud soaring technique. After listening to Uncle Jiu's class in the morning, Yun Yongzhu couldn't help but want to practice the cloud soaring technique quickly, but maybe because of his habit of taking a nap, he felt a little sleepy at that time, so he had to take a nap first. Yun Yongzhu washed his face and came to the yard in high spirits. He recalled the process of performing the cloud soaring technique with a serious face, and then started to do it. Yun Yongzhu pinched his hands in a similar way until all the hand seals were connected. He used the spiritual energy in his danshan and tried to summon a cloud. Unfortunately, his fingers were sore from pinching the hand seals, and the cloud still did not appear. After dinner, Yun Yongzhu rubbed his two little hands and continued to practice the cloud soaring technique, but unfortunately, there was no progress until the hour of hay. He was a novice in magic, and Uncle Jiu also said that practicing magic takes time, so even if there was no progress in the cloud soaring technique, Yun Yongzhu was not discouraged at all. The next day, he reviewed the entire process of Yun Shui teaching the cloud soaring technique, and then began to practice. At the hour review, the sun was about to disappear, and the sky was getting a little dark, but Yun Yongzhu was still pinching the seal very seriously. Suddenly, a small group of white mist appeared in the dim courtyard. This group of mist was like light smoke, hazy and unclear. Yun Yongzhu was pleasantly surprised. After practicing for so long, he finally summoned this group of mist, but this group of mist looked very loose and not condensed. He couldn't be sure whether this was the cloud summoned by the cloud soaring technique. Yun Yongzhu hesitated for a moment and planned to step on it to see the effect, but before he could walk over, the group of mist dissipated. He was stunned for a while, a little helpless. It seemed that he had not yet reached the entry level of this cloud soaring technique. Yun Yongzhu was about to use his fingers to summon the mist, but his stomach suddenly growled, waking him up. He saw that it was almost time for dinner, so he hurried to the dining hall to eat dinner. After dinner, he returned to Teohuaju. Yun Yongzhu did not plan to practice the cloud soaring technique in the yard. He went into the bedroom and carefully practiced the cloud soaring technique from beginning to end in his mind several times, then practiced the fire cloud technique. After an hour, he went to bed. On the third day, Yun Yongzhu practiced the cloud soaring technique again. He successfully summoned the mist once and 3 times. The mist became more and more condensed. In the afternoon, it could be seen that it was a white cloud, which was very beautiful. On the 4th day, Yun Yongzhu began to try to step on the white cloud he summoned. At first, he would step on the air. After 3 or 5 times, he finally stood on the white cloud with his feet firmly on the ground. However, he flew close to the ground for a while and fell directly from the cloud. Fortunately, he was only 1 foot away from the ground and would not be injured. On the 5th day, Yun Yongzhu's cloud soaring technique was already considered a beginner. He could fly to a height of several hundred meters without falling. Unfortunately, his spiritual power could only support him to fly for an incense stick of time, and his speed of flying the cloud was very slow. Compared with his parents, it was a turtle's pace, just like an old lady taking a leisurely walk. However, Yun Yongzhu didn't care about these. As long as he kept practicing every day, the cloud soaring technique would be perfect sooner or later, and his speed would catch up. After learning the cloud soaring technique, Yun Yongzhu thought about other spells, but unfortunately, after the cloud soaring technique, Uncle Jiu never taught him other spells and techniques. He thought, if Uncle Jiu didn't teach him, he could learn it by himself. As long as he knew the techniques and hand seals, he could practice it by himself. So he prepared to find a senior in the school to teach him. After choosing, Yun Yongzhu chose his 4th brother Yun Yongzhang, whom he often contacted. Thinking that he was asking for help, it was not good to go empty-handed. Yun Yongzhu asked about the exchange prices of various spells in the family, and prepared to use 3 spiritual peaches as compensation. Fortunately, he usually didn't want to eat them, otherwise he would have to use spiritual rice and spiritual stones as compensation. The reason why Yun Yongzhu chose Yun Yongzhang was that he also practiced the fire cloud art and practiced the fireball art that he wanted to learn. Of course, there are still many people practicing the fireball art in the school. After all, the family has the inheritance of weapon refiners, and most of the clan members have fire spiritual roots. Although the fireball art cannot be used to refine magic weapons, it is also very good as an attack spell. Usually, Yun Yongzhu talks to Yun Yongzhang the most, except Yun Yongzhi and others. Yun Yongzhang is almost 12 years old. Even if the fireball art has not been fully mastered, it is certain that it has been a small success. It should not be a problem to guide him. After packing up, Yun Yongzhu went out. When he came to the outside of Yun Yongzhang's yard, Yun Yongzhu straightened his clothes and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. Yun Yongzhu pushed the door open. Fourth brother, excuse me. Yun Yongzhang was reading a book in the yard. Yun Yongzhu was sharp-eyed and saw the title of the book, Outline of Weapon Refining. It's my ninth brother. Yun Yongzhang put his hand on the book. Ninth brother doesn't come here often. What's the matter? Sit down and talk. Yun Yongzhu sat down. Fourth brother, I came here today to ask for your help. Yun Yongzhu took out a jade box from his storage bag. Oh, what's the favor? Tell me. I'll help you if I can. Fourth brother, you can definitely help me with this. This is a small thank you gift prepared by me. Please accept it. Yun Yongzhu didn't say what favor he was going to help with, but took out the 3 red jade peaches he had prepared and placed them on the stone table. Ninth brother, we are brothers. Why are you so polite? Go ahead, I will definitely help you. Yun Yongzhang opened the wooden box and saw 4 first grade lower quality spiritual peaches. He was delighted. The taste of these spiritual peaches was quite good. The main thing was that 1 spiritual peach was enough to at least equal half a day of hard training. Although these spiritual peaches were not very precious, they were not cheap for children like them. If they bought 3 spiritual peaches by themselves, they would cost at least 3 spiritual stones. Yun Yongzhang was reluctant to buy them to eat. If he had to buy anything, he would buy spiritual rice. With 3 spiritual stones, he could buy 15 kilograms of first grade lower quality spiritual rice. Yun Yongzhu pushed the peaches to Yun Yongzhang and said, Fourth brother, this is the case. I have basically mastered the cloud soaring technique taught by Uncle Jiu. Now, I want to learn other magic formulas, so I came to you. I don't have any contribution points, so it's impossible to exchange them in the library. I can only come to fourth brother to ask. I wonder if fourth brother has the magic formula of fireball technique? Yun Yongzhang smiled and said, so that's it. I thought it was a big deal, but it's just a small matter. Then he put the equipment refining outline and a box of peaches on the stone table into his bag, took out a thin booklet, and handed it to Yun Yongzhu. Here, this is the magic formula of fireball technique, and there are some of my insights in it. You keep it first, and go back to study it carefully. Now, fourth brother will take you to a good place. Follow me. Yun Yongzhu followed Yun Yongzhang out of his residence, and walked for half an incense stick of time to a courtyard's an iron courtyard. This used to be a courtyard for teaching, but later it was changed to a place for practicing spells. Specifically for practicing offensive spells. There were no buildings in the Zanayan courtyard. Every few meters, there was a grey stone. The smallest stone was as big as a millstone, and the surface of each stone was covered with large and small depressions. This is a stubborn stone, very hard. Because it cannot be refined into a tool, it is used as a material for building a cave. Large pieces of stubborn stone are used as targets for practicing spells. In the future, you can come to Zanayan Courtyard to practice the fireball technique, otherwise your Teohua residence will be ruined. Today I will take you to recognize the way and show you how to cast a spell. Stand next to me and watch my gestures carefully. After saying that, Yun Yongzhang made a spell with both hands. Yun Yongzhu looked at Yun Yongzhang's seal carefully and felt dizzy. In an instant, a hot fireball appeared and hit the stubborn stone. A flash of light appeared, and there was an explosion sound, leaving a pit the size of a mung bean on the stubborn stone. This is a typical case of thunder and rain. Yun Yongzhu struggled to find the traces of his fourth brother's magic, and he complained in his heart. Fourth brother, I didn't see it clearly, you are too fast. Also, the power of this fireball doesn't look that good. I've said it before, this kind of stone is specially used to practice magic spells. If it is so easy to break, why am I here? Anywhere will do. Look at the small pits on the surface of these stones. My eyes are ranked first. Exclamation mark. If it hits the ground, it must be at least more than 10 feet deep. Yun Yongzhu immediately retorted. I have slowed down. When fighting against the enemy, you have to cast spells instantly, otherwise you will be beaten to death. Forget it, I will do it step by step for you to see. Look, there are only 5 seals in total. The first one is the small lotus seal. Yun Yongzhu watched and learned. Have you learned it? Do it for me to see. Oh, okay, fourth brother. Yun Yongzhu did the seals in order. Yes, that's right. The seal must be continuous and cannot be stagnant, otherwise the fireball technique cannot be successfully performed. Just practice like this. I don't have much to teach you. I'll go back to read the book first. I'm about to take the weapon refining enlightenment class. When you go back today, read the fireball technique book I gave you carefully and comprehend it more. Okay, thank you for your guidance, fourth brother. Yun Yongzhu was very satisfied with Yun Yongzhu's hands-on guidance. The 3 red jade peaches were not given in vain, and they should be much cheaper than exchanging them in the library. After Yun Yongzhu left, Yun Yongzhu practiced in Zinan Court for more than half an hour before returning to his residence. After he returned to Teohuaju, he took out the fireball technique booklet given by his fourth brother and read it from beginning to end. The content of this booklet is no different from what the fourth brother taught, but the content is more detailed, and there are also annotations left by the fourth brother on it, which seems to be very worry-free and labor-saving. In the following days, after Yun Yongzhu finished practicing the cloud soaring technique every day, he would go to Zinan Court to practice the fireball technique. 7 days passed like this, and on this day Yun Yongzhu practiced the fireball technique in Zinan Court again. He exhaled lightly and quickly pinched the formula with his hands, trying to condense a small fireball. Suddenly, a large amount of spiritual energy gathered in front of Yun Yongzhu, forming a fist-sized fireball, emitting a blazing temperature. Yun Yongzhu was delighted. After practicing for 7 days, he finally condensed this fireball. He loosened his 10 fingers, the formula was completed, and the fireball quickly rushed to the stubborn stone not far from him, and then a flash of inspiration appeared, rumbling. Yun Yongzhu hurried forward to check, and finally found a sesame-sized hole. He was both happy and disappointed. He was happy that he finally got the fireball technique after working hard for several days, but he was disappointed that the power looked really bad, and he was unsure. In order to have a practical understanding of the destructive power and attack power of fireball, Yun Yongzhu decided to find a place to perform it again. Chapter 14, Long Lost Spiritual Rice. After 2 days of practice, Yun Yongzhu felt that his fireball technique had stabilized at the entry level and could release a fireball at any time. So on the 3rd day, he left the school and found an unmanned place on the mountain to try the destructive power of the fireball technique. The results satisfied him. After the fireball of the fireball technique fell, sparks flew everywhere, and a huge pit was knocked out on the ground, which was nearly 1 foot deep and full of destructive power. After Yun Yongzhu understood the power of the fireball technique, he felt at ease to take time out every day to continue practicing. Of course, he did not give up the cloud soaring technique. After the practice was on the right track, Yun Yongzhu noticed that several people often did not come to the dining hall to eat, or they just ordered a few dishes and left. After asking others, he found out that they had their own small kitchen in the yard and ate spiritual rice. He then remembered that he had not eaten spiritual rice for more than 4 months since he entered the school. Thinking of this spiritual rice, Yun Yongzhu immediately couldn't sit still. He immediately found Yun Chenghe and asked him to prepare a set of jade tableaux, as well as an iron pot and smokeless charcoal. There was a small room in the corner of his yard, which was the kitchen. However, there was nothing in it, except an empty stove. Because there was a dining hall, Yun Yongzhu had forgotten about this small room. Now he wanted to eat spiritual rice, so he just needed it. After everything was delivered to Teohuaju, Yun Yongzhu started working in the small kitchen. Yun Chenghe had already washed the iron pot. Yun Yongzhu grabbed 3 handfuls of Kinglian rice and put them in, then poured in an appropriate amount of well water, covered the pot, and then slowly lit the smokeless charcoal and stuffed it into the stove. Next, you just need to wait for the Kinglian rice to cook, and then you can start eating. Yun Yongzhu thought that using spiritual spring water to cook spiritual rice must be more delicious, and it contains more spiritual energy, but unfortunately he didn't have spiritual spring water at the moment. Yun Yongzhu had two kinds of spiritual rice, Kinglian rice and Hongsu rice. These two kinds of spiritual rice are rich in spiritual energy, and are excellent products for key training monks to assist in cultivation. Green lotus rice and red marrow rice are both first grade lower grade spiritual rice, which ripen once a year. One is shaped like a green lotus seed, and the other is shaped like a red chalcedony, so they are famous. These two kinds of spiritual rice are also the first grade lower grade spiritual rice that the family mainly grows. One spiritual stone can be exchanged for 5 kilograms. The family members in the early stage of key training are given one of the two as monthly allowances. As for the family members in the middle stage of key training, the spiritual rice given is the first grade middle grade green spiritual rice. The spiritual energy contained in green spiritual rice is much higher than that of green lotus rice and red marrow rice. One spiritual stone can be exchanged for up to 3 kilograms. The spiritual rice monthly allowance for the family members in the late stage of key training is the first grade upper grade spiritual rice black pearl, but this black pearl is purchased by the family from the Liu family of Wuiao Valley. The price of black pearl is more expensive, and 2 kilograms requires one spiritual stone. Yun Yongzhu has only heard of it, but has never seen it, let alone eaten it. Relying on this monthly allowance of spiritual rice, the cultivation of the family cultivators progresses much faster than most casual cultivators. Of course, the most important thing is that the family has spiritual veins to assist in cultivation. Whether or not there is a spiritual vein is a big watershed for cultivators. Independent cultivators do not have spiritual veins to assist them. They can only rent caves for daily cultivation, cultivate in caves, or directly use spiritual stones, so that they have enough spiritual energy to meet the needs of cultivation. However, if the spiritual stones are all used for cultivation, there is no money to buy spiritual food, and they can only eat fruits, vegetables, and livestock produced in the secular world. This is still a good situation. In fact, it is difficult for many independent cultivators to maintain their daily cultivation needs. Therefore, independent cultivators are very envious of family cultivators with spiritual veins and caves, and most of them also want to join the power of the sect. However, the sect is not like the family, and the competition in the sect is more intense. After all, in the sect, there are tens of thousands of cultivators, and there are only 3 or 5 precious resources, or even only one. You can imagine how fierce the competition is. Generally speaking, the sect will divide the disciples in the sect into personal disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples. Direct disciples are disciples who have worshipped their master. Such disciples can be taught by the master himself, have good qualifications, and can also be cultivated vigorously by the sect. In the sect, only those who have reached the foundation building stage or above are qualified to accept disciples, so the treatment of direct disciples can be imagined. Inner disciples are generally disciples with excellent spiritual roots, and are cultivated by the sect, so they will not lack cultivation resources. However, direct disciples and inner disciples are a minority after all. There are more outer disciples in the sect. Outer disciples need to complete certain sect tasks to obtain cultivation resources, so their situation is slightly better than that of casual cultivators. Because they have to spend a lot of time and energy on sect tasks, they don't have much time to cultivate. However, if outer disciples have the conditions or opportunities, they also have the opportunity to become inner disciples, and even have the opportunity to become direct disciples, so the cultivation environment will become much better. Miscellaneous disciples are the same as outer disciples. They need to complete countless sect tasks to get a few cultivation resources. But even if they are miscellaneous disciples, casual cultivators will scramble for them, because only in the sect will there be the possibility and opportunity to become stronger. Yun Yongzhu sat on a stone bench, reading Yun's herbal classic, while waiting for the spiritual rice. After about an incense stick of time, Yun Yongzhu smelled the fragrance of spiritual rice. He put down Yun's herbal classic, and walked into the small kitchen. The fragrance of the spiritual rice became even more tempting. He lifted the lid of the pot, and found that the spiritual rice was cooked. The bottom of the pot was crystal clear, and the green lotus rice looked like translucent emeralds. Yun Yongzhu quickly put down the lid, squatted down to pick out the smokeless charcoal in the stove, and then happily took out the bowls and chopsticks that had been prepared long ago from the storage bag, and poured all the green lotus rice in the pot into the bowl. After all the food was served, the bowl was already full, about 6 or 7 taels. Holding a full bowl of spiritual rice, Yun Yongzhu walked quickly to the stone bench in the yard and sat down, ready to enjoy it slowly. He picked up a grain of green lotus rice with jade chopsticks, the white jade chopsticks, the crystal clear emerald green spiritual rice, and the faint fragrance. Yun Yongzhu decisively put it into his mouth. The Kinglian rice tasted tasteless at first, but after chewing it slowly, it became soft and tender, with a chewy texture, and exuded a sweet and fragrant taste. After swallowing it, a gentle spiritual power entered his body. After a large bowl of spiritual rice was eaten, Yun Yongzhu felt a little spiritual power added in his danshan, and felt that there was really a lot of spiritual power contained in this bowl of spiritual rice. He started eating spiritual rice porridge and spiritual rice when he was less than 2 years old. Although he didn't eat it often, he didn't know how much spiritual rice he had wasted in more than 4 years. His parents were really willing to give it up, because he hadn't tested his spiritual roots at that time. Although he had a higher chance of having spiritual roots, he still had the possibility of becoming immortal, just like his uncle and his wife and his third uncle and his wife. Although both husband and wife were cultivators, they gave birth to children without spiritual root qualifications. Yun Yongzhu went into the small kitchen again, and cleaned the iron pot with great effort, waiting for the next use. Although the spiritual rice is delicious, it is still difficult to clean the iron pot. After all, he is only a 6-year-old child. It seems that he needs to study water spells or cheap water talismans. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Second Level of Key Training. Ever since he cooked spiritual rice once in the academy, Yun Yongzhu often cooked in Teohuaju. After all, he had accumulated 40 kilograms of first grade inferior spiritual rice, which was enough for him to eat for about 4 months. In addition to the spiritual rice, he also had a first grade inferior key gathering pill. Yun Yongzhu had already taken one. In addition, he practiced every day without fail, and was very diligent, so his cultivation progress had been steadily improving. More than 3 months later, one day Yun Yongzhu began to practice as usual, but after a small cycle, his spiritual power did not increase at all. Yun Yongzhu immediately realized that he had completed the first level of key training, and could break through the bottleneck, and advance to the next level. He did not stop the fire cloud art, but used his mind to control the spiritual power in the meridians to run more diligently. The high-speed operation of the spiritual power made Yun Yongzhu's body slightly hot, but Yun Yongzhu ignored it. After a big cycle, Yun Yongzhu really felt a faint vein emerging in his body. Hidden vein. This is a hidden vein. In addition to the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, mortals also have 18 hidden meridians. Through cultivation, cultivators can gradually make these hidden meridians appear. As long as the membrane attached to the hidden meridian is opened, and the spiritual power penetrates the hidden meridian, they can enter the next realm. Yun Yongzhu mobilized his spiritual power to impact the hidden meridian, and indeed found that there was an invisible membrane blocking it. He exerted all his energy and mobilized the spiritual power of his body to impact this thin membrane. After only 3 impacts, the membrane dissipated. Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power penetrated the hidden meridian, and he naturally entered the second level of key training. After penetrating the hidden meridian, he continued to practice fire cloud art, and the running trajectory also added this hidden meridian. It was not until the spiritual power in 3 big cycles that he felt that his cultivation had been consolidated, and then he gathered the spiritual power back to danshan. However, the spiritual power in his danshan was not as full as before. This was not because his danshan had become larger, but because his spiritual power had been refined many times, so it seemed that only a thin layer of spiritual power was left in his danshan. Every time a realm is upgraded, the spiritual power of the cultivator will become more refined. The more advanced the cultivation method, the lower the cultivation level, and the higher the degree of spiritual power purification after the realm is upgraded. The purity of spiritual power is directly related to the probability of success in building the foundation, which is also the most basic condition for building the foundation. Yun Yongzhu slowly opened his eyes and found impurities and dirt on his body without surprise. He had not yet started to learn water magic, so he went to the well to wash. After washing himself, he cast a cleansing spell and instantly felt dry all over. When he returned to the dormitory, he cast another one, and the slight stains and smells in the room disappeared completely. In the past 3 months, Yun Yongzhu insisted on practicing for 3 hours every day, except for taking classes every few days. This is one of the reasons why he entered the second level of key training so quickly. Nearly 4 months had passed, and now his cloud leaping technique and fireball technique had made some progress. He was not sure which defensive technique to practice. The escape technique was a second level technique, and now was not the time to consider it. Besides, he had no way to practice it. His family only had the earth escape technique and the water escape technique, and he happened to not have earth or water spiritual roots. However, Yun Yongzhu had practiced several auxiliary techniques, such as object control technique, key viewing technique, and sound transmission technique. Purification technique was naturally one of them. Yun Yongzhu had just started these techniques, and he would not spend too much time on them. Yun Yongzhu felt his own cultivation, and was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect his cultivation to improve so quickly. You know, Yun Yongzhu, who had the same 3 spiritual roots as him, was still at the first level of key training, and there was no news of his advancement. He felt that he should share the good news of his promotion with his parents to make them happy. So he took out a communication talisman with Yun Daichen's spiritual power imprint from his storage bag, and sent a message to Yun's father and mother. Watching the communication talisman turn into a paper butterfly and fly away, Yun Yongzhu calmed down and took out the Yun family monster record to read as usual. He was concentrating on it when he suddenly felt someone outside the courtyard touching the isolation restriction he set up. Yes, during this period, the 4th elder Yun Shijin also taught them how to set up restrictions. Restrictions are actually a kind of formation, but restrictions are more flexible. They can change with people's minds and thoughts. In simple terms, restrictions are more inclined to divine thoughts. A higher level cultivator can set up a restriction with a move of divine thoughts. Even after thousands of years, as long as the divine thoughts are not extinguished, the restriction will still operate. There are even some restrictions. Even if the caster dies, the divine thoughts in it will automatically form a new consciousness to maintain the operation of the restriction. It can be said that the various changes of the restriction, except for the caster, few people can really fully explore it. There are 2 ways to break the restriction. The simplest is to forcibly break it with a strong cultivation. The second method is to study it and understand the production principles and rules of the restriction to a certain extent so that it can be broken naturally. Yun Yongzhu's comprehension is not low. After Yun Shijin talked about restrictions for several days in a row, he can now barely set up simple isolation restrictions. However, his restrictions are useless and can be easily broken by force. Yun Yongzhu was very curious. There has been nothing new in the school recently. Who came to see him? He walked to the door and waved his hand. The restrictions opened. When the gate opened, a handsome face was revealed. Dad, why are you here? What's the matter? Yun Daichen entered the yard and looked at his son carefully. It turned out that he was at the second level of key training. It's nothing, but your cultivation progressed too fast. I was afraid that something might go wrong, so I came up to see you. How do you feel? Dad, I'm fine. It's just that, when I completed my cultivation and continued to practice fire cloud art, a hidden vein appeared, and then I opened the hidden vein and naturally advanced. Yun Daichen paced, and suddenly his expression became solemn. Zua, tell me honestly, do you take key gathering pills often? Dad, why do you think so? I'm not a child. You told me to take one every 3 months. Now I still have 8. Yun Yongzhu shook his head. Although taking key gathering pills was very refreshing, and his cultivation progressed quickly, the teacher in the school had told him about the taboos of taking pills. He knew that he had to spend time to expel the impurities contained in the pills before he could take the next pill. He always counted the time to take the low-grade key gathering pills, and he could only take the third one after a few days. Do you practice for 8 hours every day without eating or drinking? That's not right. Not to mention that there are classes in the school. Your body can't stand it. But you have practiced for 6 months and you have reached the second level of key training. This is the same as the second spiritual route. Yun Yongzhu thought, could it be because of his spiritual consciousness that he didn't know what the cultivation speed of the third spiritual route should be? Dad, my child's spiritual awareness range is now 3 meters in radius. Could this be the reason? Yun Dachin was surprised after hearing this. He was at the 6th level of key training, 1 level higher than his son, but his spiritual awareness range was only 3 meters in radius. 3 meters? Your spiritual awareness is so wide? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Is there something wrong with my child's spiritual awareness? Yun Yongzhu was so happy at the time that he forgot to tell his father and mother about this matter. Now he could only fool around. How could Yun Dachin not see his son's expression? He could only smile helplessly. No problem, your spiritual awareness is naturally strong, and your comprehension is also good, so you can achieve twice the result with half the effort when practicing, which is several times that of ordinary people. Then your practice speed will be no problem, and I feel much more relieved. With a strong spiritual awareness, when practicing, you absorb and move more spiritual energy, and refine more spiritual power. In the long run, your practice progress will be faster than that of your peers. Yun Yongzhu scratched his head awkwardly, causing his father to worry in vain. Zua, you have always had your own ideas. If you are different from others, you must pay attention to it, and know the reason. If you can't find the reason, tell your parents. Remember? Yun Yongzhu nodded repeatedly. Since I'm here, I want to ask you about your future plans. Do you want to learn to refine weapons or make talismans? Your mother and I can prepare it for you now. Yun Yongzhu thought about this question, but he was not interested in refining weapons or making talismans. He wanted to learn alchemy. He felt that taking drugs was the best way. His cultivation progressed quickly, and the role of the 2 low-grade key gathering pills was also very important. Unfortunately, there was no alchemy inheritance in his family. After thinking about it, he said to Yun Dachin, Dad, I want to learn how to refine weapons, but I don't know if I have the talent for it, so I'd better not prepare so early. Yun Dachin thought for a while and agreed. Okay, Dad got it. You should practice the red fire technique first, and when you have mastered it, you should have entered the 3rd level of key training, and then I will prepare materials for you to practice. Judging from your spiritual awareness and comprehension, you must have the talent for refining weapons and making talismans. But your mother will probably be a little disappointed. She is still waiting for you to inherit a talisman making technique. Yun Dachin took out a booklet with the red fire technique written on the cover from the storage bag on his waist and handed it to his son. He also told his wife Yang Liu about his expectations for Yun Yongzhu. Yun Yongzhu chuckled and said, Dad, don't we still have a younger brother? Why don't we let Bayer inherit Mom's talisman making skills? If Bayer doesn't work out, you and Mom can give me a younger sister. You kid, you're still making up stories about Mom and Dad. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I brought you 20 kilograms of red marrow rice and 9 spiritual cloud eggs. Keep them. I'm going back. Send me a communication talisman if you have anything. Oh, by the way, you don't have any communication talismans in your hand, right? Yun Dachin suddenly remembered the 5 first-level low-grade communication talismans he had given his son before. Only 2 of them had the mark of spiritual energy left on them. This time, this is the second one. Besides Mom and Dad, I don't have anyone else to contact. At that time, they should have left your spiritual energy. Yun Yongzhu took out the remaining 3 communication talismans and asked his father to leave mark on them. What if? Who knows? Okay, my spiritual power mark is left on them. Take them. I'm going back. Well, Dad, take care. Next time, you don't need to bring me spiritual cloud eggs. Leave them for me. By the way, Dad, tell my mom that I will go home to see her in a few days. I know. I will tell your mom. You go back and do your own things. You don't need to see me off. Yun Yongzhu watched Yun Daichin walk away before returning to the yard to continue reading. As for the practice of the red fire technique, he will arrange it as soon as possible. The next day, there was a class with Uncle Nine Yun Shui. Yun Yongzhu's improvement in cultivation was discovered by everyone in the school, and everyone was surprised. Especially Yun Yongzhu. He had the same qualifications as Yun Yongzhu, but he felt that it would take at least 4 or 5 months for him to advance to the second level of key training. Yun Shui left Yun Yongzhu alone after class and asked him if there was anything wrong with his body, worried that there was something wrong with his cultivation. When he knew that he had made such rapid progress in cultivation because of his naturally powerful spiritual consciousness, he felt relieved and reminded Yun Yongzhu not to be impatient when practicing. Yun Yongzhu nodded repeatedly and took the opportunity to ask a few questions about the ancient characters. This ancient character was too profound and difficult to understand, and it was not the ancient divine text. He didn't understand why he had to teach it. Although it is just an ordinary ancient language, if you encounter it outside in the future, but miss the opportunity, because you can't recognize it, it would be a pity. The opportunity is fleeting. Yun Yongzhu thought for a while. It seems that he still needs to work hard on this ancient text. Fortunately, after practicing, his learning ability has improved. Chapter 16 Choice. Since Yun Yongzhu advanced to the second level of key training, the family doubled his and Yun Yongzhu's monthly allowances to 20 kilograms of first grade inferior spiritual rice, which greatly improved the efficiency of their cultivation. Although others envied, they were not jealous. After all, the two of them had the best spiritual roots, and the family would certainly give them extra support, which was also expected. Because of the support of the family, Yun's father and mother no longer often went up the mountain to send spiritual rice resources to Yun Yongzhu. They would only talk to him about their cultivation experience, spells and formulas, combat experience, etc. when Yun Yongzhu returned home. Yun Yongzhu arranged his own cultivation very orderly. He insisted on practicing the skills for 2 hours every day. In addition to practicing, he practiced the red fire technique. His days were busy and fulfilling. Red fire technique is a spell dedicated to refining instruments. Almost all the children of the Yun family have practiced it. After all, it is a fire spell. Even if it cannot be used to refine instruments, it can still be used against enemies. After a year and a half, he successfully advanced to the third level of key training, which made Yun's father and mother very happy. A few days after Yun Yongzhu advanced, he received a message from Yun Daichin, saying that the clan leader wanted them to go together. In midair, Yun Daichin and Yun Yongzhu were each riding on their own summoned clouds, and the two were very close. Dad, do you know why the clan leader wants to see us? I don't know. There hasn't been any major incident in the clan recently. There were just some disputes with Teohua Mountain, but this should have nothing to do with you. Oh, you'll know when you see the clan leader. The father and son had their own guesses in their hearts, and they arrived at Yun Shicheng's cave in silence. As soon as they entered, they found the figures of Yun Yongzhu and his son. After the two sides greeted each other, they walked in together. The clan leader Yun Shicheng was already waiting in the living room. Hello, clan leader. After greeting, Yun Shicheng asked them to sit down, and the servants left the living room after serving tea. Old 3, Old 5, I asked you to bring little 8 and little 9 here this time, because I have something to discuss with you. Yun Daichin and Yun Daichin looked at each other, waiting for Yun Shicheng's next words. Yun Yongzhu and Yun Yongzhu also looked at the clan leader with some curiosity, not knowing what the matter was, and why they were called. Even if you often stay at the mountain gate, you should have heard that the family's Yongxiao pavilion in Yunmeng City was targeted by people from Teohua Mountain, and the current business has been seriously affected. Yun Yongzhu had just heard about this matter from his father on the way here. Is it really related to this matter? Yun Daichin and Yun Daichin both nodded, with serious expressions on their faces, indicating that they had heard about it. Since Uncle 9 was injured and retreated, the family's business in various cities has been more or less affected. It was not until Uncle 25 built his foundation that it got much better, but the other 4 families have been secretly spying on our Yunwu Mountain. Yun Yongzhu felt something was wrong. Isn't Yunwu Mountain a subsidiary family of Qingshan sect, and isn't there a Chindan Zenran backing the family? Although the family has the support of Qingshan sect and has Nangang Zenran, there are countless affiliated families in Qingshan sect, and the sect will not arbitrarily interfere in the management of the conflicts of interest between the small forces below. Moreover, the sect is too far away from Yunzhou, and Nangang Zenran's family is separated from our Yunwu Mountain by several states. Distant water cannot quench nearby fires, and the deterrent power to other families is greatly reduced. As long as the family develops, the other 4 families will intentionally or unintentionally make some small moves. If something happens to the family one day, they will definitely attack Yunwu Mountain. The best way is for the family to become stronger itself, but it's a pity that the younger generations are unfilial. Except for the ancestor Yun Yi, there have only been 2 foundation building cultivators. 3rd and 5th brothers, you both gave birth to a good son. In 2 years, it will be the Qingshan sect's Ascension Conference. I want to send one of the 8th and 9th brothers to participate. What do you think? Not to mention what the 2 fathers' expressions were, and what they thought. Yun Yongzhu had a lot of thoughts in his mind when he heard the news. He had never thought of leaving the family and entering the sect to practice. He felt that he was walking at a fork in the road. On one side was a foreseeable future, on the other side was a future of endless changes. On one side was a peaceful and comfortable life, on the other side was an unknown life. What should he choose? Zhao Jiu. Zhao Jiu. Yun Yongzhu suddenly heard the clan leader calling him, and Yun Daichen looked at him with concern. Zhao Jiu, your father said that he can't decide your future. It's up to you to choose whether to go to Qingshan sect or not. Yun Yongzhu looked at the starling. Didn't he say that it would be one of the 2 of them? Why did he only ask him? The doubt on Yun Yongzhu's face was too straightforward, so his father quickly explained to his son, Zhao Bei has decided to stay in the family, and now you are the only one left. Yun Yongzhu lowered his head and pondered for a while, and then he uttered a sentence under the gaze of several people. I want to go to Qingshan sect. The clan leader stroked his beard and laughed. Good. Zhao Jiu is ambitious. Since the family can't cultivate talents, it's time to go to the wider world to try your luck. Since the ancestor Yun Yi, there has been no good seedlings in our Yunwu Mountain, and there has never been a chance to send people to the sect, so other families don't look down on us. The 2 foundation building cultivators in the clan are both from the Zhu generation, and Uncle Jiu has been injured and is old. In order to build the foundation for Uncle 25, the family not only owed a favor to Master Nangang, but also spent a lot of spirit stones. Master can help us once, but he can't help us next time. I often worry about where the next foundation building cultivator of the family will be. Fortunately, there was a 13th in the Day generation, and Zhao Bei and Zhao Jiu appeared in the Yang generation. The 3 of you are a glimmer of hope for the family. 13 has already missed the opportunity, while the family still has some connections in the sect, and there are 2 good seedlings among the same generation. It is right to send a family member to the sect as soon as possible. If you don't have connections in the future, if you want to send someone to the sect again, you have to wait until there is another killing child in the family, otherwise it will be useless to send people there, and there will be no good development for outer disciples and menial disciples. Oh, I've said too much. The current arrangement is just right. One of you will go to a big sect to try your luck, and the other will practice in the family. Yun Daichen's expression was complicated, happy and worried. He was happy that his son could go to a big sect like Qingshan sect to develop, and worried that his son would leave him in the family, and no one would take care of him and be bullied. Although practicing in the family is not as rich as in the sect, the competition in the family is much smaller, and he can see his son often. Since it has been decided, you go back first. I want to talk to my 25th uncle about this matter, and I also need to contact the Nangang family. On the way home, Yun Daichen briefly told his son about the Qingshan sect's Immortal Ascension Conference. Every 20 years, the 6 major sects would hold an ascension conference to recruit new disciples. If one has connections and good qualifications, he would be accepted as a disciple by a foundation building master or even a golden elixir master, and become a direct disciple. If one has only fair qualifications and good luck, he could become an inner disciple. As for those who have no connections and no qualifications, they could only become outer disciples. If they are unlucky, they could become menial disciples. Yun Yongzhu certainly knew Qingshan sect, as Yunzhou was the jurisdiction of Qingshan sect. He had also heard of the Ascension Conference, but he only knew that it was held by the major sects to recruit disciples. When each sect opened a mountain to recruit disciples, it only recruited children between the ages of 6 and 12. Those who were older and wanted to join would be accepted as menial disciples. 2 years later, Yun Yongzhu was only 10 years old, which was just the right age. Xiaojiu, the clan leader, said to contact the Nangang family, and then you can do some activities. It is very likely that you will become an inner disciple. The aptitude of 3 spiritual roots is very delicate, just in the middle and lower reaches. Generally, sects will accept children with this aptitude as inner disciples. If they are lucky, they may even be taught by their parents. However, in a large sect like Qingshan sect, aptitude of 3 spiritual roots is not rare, and it is more likely to become an outer disciple. Of course, if you have connections and are willing to invest, it is not difficult to become an inner disciple. The real difficulty is to secure the position of an inner disciple. After the two got home, Yang Lia stepped forward to ask the reason why the clan leader summoned him, and Yun Dachan told him the story. Go to Qingshan sect. Yang Lia's face fell after hearing this, and she looked at Yun Yongzhu. Zua, do you want to go to Qingshan sect? Mom, I want to go. Yun Yongzhu affirmed again. He didn't say anything more. No matter how much he said, his parents would still be reluctant and worried. He thought that, if he went to Qingshan sect, there would be more resources and opportunities, and he could also develop into an alchemist. If he learns to make pills by chance, he can help his parents and the clan. Moreover, the foundation building pill is easier to obtain only in the sect. If he enters the sect, it will be good for him and the clan. You should go back to the school first, and practice with peace of mind. Yun Dachan and his wife were confused. Yun Yongzhu smiled and said, Dad and Mom, don't be like this. I'm so old now, and can take care of myself. Besides, I'm so smart, and Qingshan sect has Nangang Zenran as a backer. Who can bully me? It won't be dangerous. After speaking, Yun Yongzhu went back to the school. He knew that his mother would figure it out in the end. They are all cultivators. Cultivators are a group of people who go against the will of heaven. They gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies, so that they can transcend the natural life limit and gain powerful strength. Although Yang Lia didn't want her son to leave the family to participate in the Ascension Conference from the bottom of her heart, she also knew that Qingshan sect had many opportunities and rich resources. If her son really wanted to join Qingshan sect, she would not stop him. Yun Yongzhu was also thinking about his preparations in the school. First of all, he couldn't relax in his cultivation. The fireball technique, the cloud soaring technique, and the red fire technique were all completed. Some of his auxiliary spells were still in the entry level, and some were already completed. These were all secondary. He was still short of a defensive spell, and he could only go to the sect to learn the escape spell. After Yun Yongzhu came to this world, he had been living in the family, and had not encountered any difficulties. Even in his cultivation, he was smooth sailing without encountering any bottlenecks. To be honest, he was reluctant to go to Qingshan sect this time, for his parents and relatives, and for his family. In addition to reluctance, he was more nervous, uneasy, curious, expectant, hopeful, and other emotions. All his knowledge of this world came from books, as well as the stories of his clansmen and elders. He wanted to see how big and magical the outside world was. For mortals, this world has many countries, but in their hearts, the world is only as big as a few, or a dozen countries. For those who cultivate immortality, the world is divided into states, but the territory is too vast, and Yun Yongzhu does not know how many states there are in the world. He only knows that Yunzhou, where his family is located, and the nearby Lanzhou and Kangshai are all states under the jurisdiction of Qingshan sect. No matter which sect recruits disciples, they will only recruit in their own territory. You must know that population is also a resource. Think about their Yun family. There were only 2 people in the first generation, but in more than 200 years, it has developed into a large family with a population of nearly 200,000. Of course, this population is nothing compared to the other 4 major families. In addition to the Yun family, the remaining 4 major families are the Huang family of Taohua Mountain, the Zhao family of Biling Lake, the Liu family of Wuiao Valley, and the Wang family of Lianhua Mountain. These families have their own family heirlooms. The cultivators of the Huang family are amazingly talented in making talismans. The Zhao family is good at raising spiritual fish. The Liu family is good at planting spiritual plants, and is rich in spiritual rice and spiritual medicine. They have the reputation of king of spiritual rice in several states near and far. The Wang family mainly uses spiritual silk to support the children of the family. Yunzhou is a remote small state with a main city and 6 acropolises. However, these 7 cities are only where immortal cultivators live and trade, and do not include mortal cities. After all, Yunzhou is so large that no one knows how many mortal cities there are. Moreover, the number of cultivators only accounts for less than 1/10,000th of the mortal population, which also proves that people with cultivation talent are really rare. Chapter 17, Ascension Conference. 2 years later, the Qingshan sect's once in 20-year Ascension Conference was held as scheduled. The Qingshan sect's Ascension Conference was held in various states at the same time. In fact, it was a large-scale spiritual root test conference. There was no fighting, but the people who were tested for spiritual roots were required to be between 6 and 12 years old. The reason for this requirement was mainly to cultivate their loyalty to the sect. Moreover, the earlier you enter the sect, the earlier you can practice. This conference was originally held to absorb fresh blood for the sect. It is said that there is no hope for the 4 or 5 spiritual roots to build a foundation, but it is only because of insufficient resources. In large sects, there are many people who build a foundation with mixed spiritual roots. The sect will also use other methods to collect those casual cultivators who come from the sect and have their own cultivation, but even if these people have good qualifications, it is difficult for them to become inner disciples and be trained by the sect. This time, the 25th great uncle personally sent him to the Qingshan sect Ascension Conference. After all, this is a major event in Yunwu Mountain, and Yun Dachan also followed to send Yun Yongzhu. There are only a few people left in the Zhu generation, except for the 9th great uncle Yun Zuxan and the 25th great uncle Yun Zuxan, whose lifespans have been extended due to the successful foundation building. The rest are already lingering on and their lifespans are coming to an end. When Yun Yongzhu saw Yun Zuxan, he was surprised to find that he looked a little younger than his father. Yun Zuxan praised Yun Yongzhu's idea of entering Qingshan sect and prepared a bottle of medium-grade key gathering pill for him, encouraging him to practice hard. This medium-grade key gathering pill can be taken once every 2 months, and its medicinal effect is also stronger than that of the lower-grade key gathering pill. A bottle costs 20 or 30 spirit stones more. Therefore, the middle-grade key gathering pill is more precious and is of great benefit to practice. Yun Yongzhu hurriedly put it away carefully. More than a year ago, the clan also gave him 2 top-grade magic weapons, a defensive magic weapon, the Golden Turtle Shield, and an offensive magic weapon, the Fire Snake Sword, which he had already successfully sacrificed and refined. As for the necessary spells for manipulating magic tools, object control, he had already started practicing object control when he was 6 years old, and he did not practice it until he was 9 years old. Under the guidance of his father and the elders of the school, Yun Yongzhu could already control the Golden Turtle Shield and the Fire Snake Sword, as if he had his arms and legs, and was extremely flexible. Before leaving, the clan also gave him 21st level high quality attack talismans, 10 sharp gold talismans and fireball talismans, 1 second level low quality golden knife talisman, and a full 800 spirit stones. This golden knife talisman was specially purchased from the Huang family for his self-defense, and it was worth 160 spirit stones. 160 spirit stones can buy 2 first level high quality magic tools. If you add some spirit stones, you can also think about low quality spiritual tools. You can imagine how precious this golden knife talisman is. Although they also have talisman inheritance in Yunwu Mountain, it is only a first level talisman inheritance, and the highest can only draw a first level high quality talisman. Just 2 magic tools plus 21 talismans are worth almost 450 spirit stones, not to mention the huge sum of 800 spirit stones in cash. Yun Yongzhu was so happy when he received the spirit stones. It was the first time for him to have so many spirit stones. He felt that he had become rich instantly. The 3 of them took Yun Zuxuan's flying spirit tool Wupeng boat to Yunzhou City, the main city of Yunzhou. After 2 hours of rushing, Yunzhou City was finally in sight. Looking down at Yunzhou City at this time, it was very busy. The Qingshan sect's Immortal Ascension Conference, which is held every 20 years, is a godsend opportunity for many mortals to leap over the Dragon Gate. If there is an immortal in the family, it will be a step to heaven in an instant. In addition to the Qingshan sect, the subordinate forces of the Qingshan sect, the Jade Blood Sword sect, the 10,000 Flowers Valley, the Spirit Beast sect and other sects will come to Yunzhou and other places to recruit disciples every few years, but they will deliberately stagger with the Qingshan sect. Every time the Immortal Ascension Conference is held, Yunzhou City is crowded with people inside and outside. The people lined up outside the city were like long dragons, which only grew and never decreased. Yunzhou City is a city of immortal cultivation. At this time, the sky was also shining. Most of them were independent cultivators, either alone or with 1 or several children to participate in this sect event. Yun Zuxuan brought the 2 of them to the door of a shop. The plaque read Yunxiao Pavilion and there were 2 auspicious clouds engraved on the lower right corner of the sign. The names and signs of the shops in Yunwu Mountain are exactly the same in every immortal cultivation market, which is conducive to communication and very easy to identify. An old man stood at the door of the shop. Seeing several people lined at the door of his shop, he took a closer look and hurried forward to greet them. Uncle 25, you are finally here. Yun Daichan also greeted the old man. Uncle 12, long time no see. Zua, come and say hello to your Uncle 12. Yun Yongzhu hurriedly saluted. Hello Uncle 12. Uncle 12 Yun Shilin specializes in managing the shops in the main city. Yun Yongzhu knew there was such an elder. He was the father of the 14th uncle, but this was the first time he met this great uncle. The group entered the shop, walked through the lobby, came to the spacious backyard, and then sat down on the stone benches one after another. The servant carefully served tea and left, and Yun Shilin began to speak. Uncle 25, the Qingshan sect's Ascension Conference has already started for a day, and it is expected to last for another 5 or 6 days. This time, Qingshan sect has sent 6 foundation building masters to recruit new members. I have heard that the leader is indeed from the Nangang family, named Nangang Li. Also, because of the Ascension Conference recently, the number of people in Yunzhou City has skyrocketed. The other 4 major families have sent messages one after another, saying that according to the previous agreement, the trade fair will be held as scheduled after the Ascension Conference. Well, I see. I have brought all the items for the trade fair. I will return to Yunwu Mountain after the trade fair. You can arrange 2 rooms for Xiao and his son first. After talking to Yun Shilin, he turned to Yun Daichan and said, I will visit Nangang Li later to confirm Xiaojiu's status as a disciple of Qingshan sect. I will take Xiaojiu there on the last day of the Ascension Conference. You should spend more time with him and stroll around Yunzhou City these days. Yes. Thank you, Uncle 25. Yun Daichan thanked his uncle. Thank you, great Uncle 25. Yun Yongzhu also thanked the elders. Then the father and son followed the shop assistant to the guest room arranged by Yun Shilin. The family has limited manpower, and each store is generally managed by only 3 or 5 clansmen. The assistants are hired locally. Most of these hired helpers are casual cultivators, and there are also children of small families, all of whom have signed spiritual contracts. Therefore, the family can arrange all the things without worrying that they will privately embezzle the spiritual stone payment, or purchase some low-value items at unreasonable prices. Many casual cultivators are only in the early stage of key training, and those in the middle and late stages of key training are relatively rare, and they are all older and older. Like the guy who led them, he looks about the same age as Yun Daichan, but he is only in the 3rd level of key training, which is a big realm behind. This is mainly because they have no spiritual veins for cultivation, no spiritual land and fields, and no skills for cultivating immortals. They can only do some simple things to earn spiritual stones. For example, they do odd jobs, hard labor, long-term work, short-term work, and guide work to earn a meager amount of spiritual stones for cultivation. The spiritual stones they earn are not enough to maintain their daily cultivation needs. Most of their cultivation is achieved through hard work. Most cultivators maintain their cultivation by hunting monsters and picking spiritual medicines. Some cultivators take risks and specialize in looting for a living. Although this is more dangerous, they also get more spiritual stone resources. Although the father and son did not consume their spiritual power, they were a little tired after sitting on the spiritual boat for 2 hours, so they rested in the room for half an hour. After resting, Yun Yongzhu couldn't sit still. It was the first time he was so far away from Yunwu Mountain and came to the prosperous main city of Yunzhou. You know, there are many cultivators in Yunzhou city. More cultivators means a large market, and a large market means more and richer spiritual resources. Yun Dachan hadn't been to Yunzhou market for many years, so he took his son out for a stroll. After passing through the luxuriously decorated shops, the two came to a blue brick square, which was the free market. At this time, the square was crowded with people, and all the stalls were arranged neatly, without a single empty stall. This scene of people coming and going looked like a market in the secular world. The stall was very simple, just a simple square stone platform, each of which was engraved with a first level low-grade protective magic array. It only took 1 spirit stone to open it for a whole day, and the stall fee was 3 to 5 spirit stones a month. This was only in Yunzhou city. Other cities and small markets did not have magic arrays or stall fees. They just spread a piece of cloth on the open space on the side of the street, put the things on it, and the business could be opened. Yun Yongzhu followed his father and strolled slowly. The goods on the stalls were varied, including blank talisman paper, various talismans, refining materials, spiritual medicines and plants, magic weapon fragments, spiritual insects and beasts, etc. There were many unrecognizable and unknown items, all kinds of strange things, which would test everyone's eyesight and chance. Most of the people who set up stalls in this blue brick square are independent cultivators, so it is also called the Independent Cultivator Square. Independent cultivators have little knowledge. Sometimes they get treasures, but they cannot recognize the pearls. They often sell them at a high price, but they don't know that they are losing the big picture because of the small. Because such things are often reported, there are cultivators coming to the Independent Cultivator Square every day to shop. The two walked to a crowded stall. Yun Yongzhu squeezed in and saw that it was a stall selling spirit beast eggs. There were 5 spirit beast eggs of different sizes and colors on the stone platform. The stall owner was a talkative person. At this time, he was talking about how he brought these spirit beast eggs out of the dangerous land of the southern wilderness after going through thousands of hardships. Yun Yongzhu listened to his boasting and thought to himself that this person should not be cultivating immortals, but should go to the mortal world to tell stories. Yun Yongzhu was not interested in listening to the stall owner's exaggeration. He looked at the 5 spirit beast eggs on the stall and carefully identified them. Yun Yongzhu was only slightly higher than the stone platform. The smallest of the 5 spirit beast eggs was only as big as an adult's fist, and the largest was as big as an adult's head. He had to stand on tiptoe to see the whole picture. Yun Yongzhu carefully observed the 5 spirit beast eggs. Based on their size and texture, he could only identify 4. They were the iron feather bird, the swift wind bird, the fire crow, and the black mystic snake. The smallest egg was unrecognizable. Not to mention the spirit beast eggs that could not be identified. If the other 4 were hatched and naturally cultivated for several years, they should be able to slowly grow to the first level upper grade. If they want to be promoted to the second and third levels, they have to be fed with a lot of monster meat or spiritual pills. Although the onlookers were tempted, they were short of money. It's not that they couldn't afford to buy all of them, but most people couldn't afford to raise them. Yun Yongzhu knew something. Take the spirit cloud chicken as an example. This is a first level lower grade spirit beast. It needs to be fed about 20 kilograms of rice or grass every month, but it must be guaranteed that there are 2 kilograms of spiritual rice or spiritual grass in it. 2 kilograms of first grade inferior spiritual rice or spiritual grass is not much, but over a long period of time, it is a large expense. This is just a first grade inferior spiritual cloud chicken, which has no other function but to lay eggs and meat. It is definitely not affordable for ordinary people to raise other spiritual beasts. The key is that except for the black snake, which has a stronger attack power after being trained, the other 4 spiritual beast eggs are not very useful after hatching. So no matter how eloquent the stall owner is, no one still makes a move, and there are quite a lot of people watching the fun. Yun Yongzhu really wants to buy a spiritual beast, but what he wants is a spiritual beast with a keen sense of smell, or a spiritual beast with a higher growth space, which can help him in the future. At this time, the crowd had dispersed a little, and Yun Yongzhu walked to his son and asked, "Zua, what's wrong? Want to raise a spiritual pet?" "Yes, but there is nothing here that I want. By the way, Dad, what kind of spiritual beast egg is this?" Yun Yongzhu pointed to the smallest spiritual beast egg and asked. "This?" Yun Yongzhu looked at it carefully and said, "It should be a fire skylark, but this spirit beast egg looks dull. I'm afraid it's not easy to hatch." "Oh, then let's go and take a look." After that, the two were about to leave. Two Taoist friends. Wait. The stall owner called the two. The father and son waited for him to speak in confusion. Two Taoist friends. "I'll sell you this spirit beast egg at a low price. Only 5 spirit stones. What do you think?" 5 spirit stones? Yun Yongzhu said in surprise. He had seen the fire skylark in the family's classics. It was a first-class spirit bird. This kind of spirit bird was petite, but it flew very fast, and its beak was very sharp, with a high attack power. Even if he didn't understand the market, he knew that the fire skylark egg couldn't be sold for only 5 spirit stones. Although he didn't know where he got it from, he would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the bargain. Yun Yongzhu pulled his father over and quietly used the sound transmission technique to ask, "Dad, are you sure that this is a fire skylark spirit beast egg?" "This? Let me take a closer look. It's a fire skylark." Yun Yongzhu heard this and had an idea in his mind. "Boss, this can't be a spirit cloud chicken egg. Look at this egg. It's almost dead. It's probably impossible to hatch. You're asking for 5 spirit stones. Why don't you go and rob it?" "My friend, don't talk nonsense. How can this be a spirit cloud chicken egg? The spirit cloud chicken egg is bigger than this, and you can see that the pattern on this egg is different." "Then what kind of egg do you say this is?" My father and I looked at it for a long time and couldn't recognize it. This is a cloud-winged bird." The stall owner stammered and said a name. Although Yun Yongzhu didn't know what the eggs laid by the cloud-winged bird looked like, he didn't need to think to guess that he was talking nonsense. It seems that this person really can't recognize that this is a fire skylark spirit beast egg, which is really strange. 1 spirit stone. Will you sell it? I'm just curious, but others won't spend 1 spirit stone to satisfy their curiosity. 1 spirit stone can buy 5 kilograms of first grade inferior spirit rice or 5 spirit cloud chicken eggs. The stall owner said with an unpleasant face. "Dao, 1 spirit stone is too little. I brought this back from the southern wilderness." Yun Yongzhu waved his hand. "Dao, don't frame me because I'm young. The southern wilderness is hundreds of thousands of miles away from Yunzhou, and there are many monsters there. Even people who have built their foundation have to be careful to survive. If Dao really has such great magical powers, you wouldn't set up a stall here." The stall owner smiled awkwardly. "Dao, if you want to sell it, hurry up, otherwise we'll leave." Yun Yongzhu pulled his father and pretended to leave. The stall owner hurriedly stopped him. Sell. So Yun Yongzhu spent 1 spirit stone to buy the spirit beast egg. After they walked away, Yun Yongzhu said to his father, "Dad, let's go to Wanbao Pavilion to sell it tomorrow. Why don't you cultivate it yourself? This spirit beast egg has such weak vitality, it may be difficult to raise it. It may take a lot of spirit stones and time, and the fire skylark is not of much use after it is raised. It is better to sell it and earn some spirit stones." "That's good too." The day passed like this. Chapter 18. Purchase the escape talisman. The next day, Yun Yongzhu took his son to the Wanbao Pavilion. This Wanbao Pavilion is the property of Qingshan sect, and there is a Qingshan mark on the plaque. Wanbao pavilions are spread across all the states under the Qingshan sect, making money for the sect. Yunzhou is just a state with a small population of cultivators and a low level of cultivation. Only this main city has a Wanbao pavilion. Therefore, there are many cultivators living and traveling in Yunzhou city. As soon as the father and son entered the Wanbao pavilion, a smart cultivator came to greet them. Two seniors. This first floor is all things used by key training cultivators. You can take a look at it yourself, or you can tell me directly what you need to trade. Dao, I have a spirit beast egg here that I want to sell, and I also want to see the talisman. Yun Yongzhu knew his son's situation. The fireball technique and golden armor technique were both complete, and the top grade attack and defense magic tools given by the clan could also be driven at will. The only shortcoming was the escape spell. As for the cloud soaring technique, the speed was average. It was okay to use it to travel, but it was far from enough to escape. Unfortunately, Yunwu Mountain did not have the escape technique suitable for Yun Yongzhu to practice, so Yun Yongzhu wanted to buy a few escape talismans from Wanbao Pavilion for his son to use for self-defense. Okay, please follow me, seniors. The clerk led the two to the reception room and sat down. While ordering someone to serve tea, he said, "Please wait a moment, seniors. Our shopkeeper will be here soon." Maybe because there are so many cultivators recently, the shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion is a little overwhelmed. The two were not in a hurry. They drank tea and talked about talismans. Soon the shopkeeper came. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man who had reached the 7th level of key training. My two fellow Daoists Yun have been waiting for a long time. My surname is Liu, and I'm one of the shopkeepers of Wanbao Pavilion in Yunzhou. It turned out that shopkeeper Liu recognized their identities by seeing the auspicious cloud identity cards on the waists of the two. The 5 major foundation building families are still well known in Yunzhou, and the identity symbols of each family are also very clear. I heard that fellow Daoist Yun wants to sell a spirit beast egg. Yes, shopkeeper Liu, please take a look. Yun Yongzhu took out a firelark spirit beast egg and placed it on the tea table. It is indeed a firelark egg, but this spirit beast egg is dim. I'm afraid it will be difficult to hatch. Shopkeeper Liu had amazing eyesight, and Yun Yongzhu recognized it as a firelark spirit egg as soon as he took it out. Of course we know this, but this firelark will be a first-class high-quality spirit beast after hatching. Shopkeeper Liu, you can give a price based on your opinion. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said a number. 20 spirit stones. This offer was more than half less than the price of an ordinary first-class high-quality spirit beast egg, but this firelark spirit beast egg did look dim, so they had nothing to say. Okay, then let's take a look at the talisman. Although he relied on his father to find this spirit beast egg, Yun Yongzhu was still very happy in his heart. This was the first time he earned spirit stones by himself. Knowledge is power, and it is indeed the truth everywhere. Fellow Daoist Yun, what kind of talisman do you want? Attack, defense, or auxiliary? I need auxiliary escape talismans. Escape talismans, we have a lot of them in Wanbao Pavilion, all kinds of grades. The cheapest are first grade escape talismans, flying escape talismans and blood escape talismans. The price ranges from 10 to 50 spirit stones according to the grade. There are also second grade escape talismans, the common 5-element escape talismans, regardless of their attributes. The top grade is priced at 250 spirit stones, the middle grade is priced at 220 spirit stones, and the bottom grade is priced at 200 spirit stones. There are also thunder escape talismans, wind escape talismans, shadow escape talismans, and the prices vary according to the grade. Yun Yongzhu was really knowledgeable. He only knew that there were 5-element escape talismans corresponding to the 5-element escape techniques, but he didn't expect that there were so many kinds of escape talismans. And the price is so expensive. The cheapest one needs 10 spirit stones, which can buy 1 or 2 first grade top grade attack talismans. Next, shopkeeper Liu explained in detail the advantages and disadvantages of each escape talisman. In the end, Yun Yongzhu bought a second level lower grade fire escape talisman and a middle grade and upper grade flying escape talisman for his son. The fire escape talisman is in line with Yun Yongzhu's spiritual root qualifications. When used, it has a fast escape speed and can escape at least 100 miles away. The speed of the flying escape talisman is not slow, and it can also escape within a radius of 10 miles. After buying the escape talismans, Yun's father asked his son in a voice transmission, "Zua, do you want to buy an alchemy furnace?" It turned out that Yun Dachan already knew Yun Yongzhu's ambition. He wanted to learn alchemy. Refining instruments does not require an instrument furnace to refine magical instruments, but alchemy is different. Without an alchemy furnace, it is impossible to refine elixirs, even the simplest fasting elixir. Yun Yongzhu thought about it and decided to learn alchemy in the sect and then buy an alchemy furnace after he could refine elixirs. So the father and son ended their trip to Wanbei Pavilion and returned to the family's Yongxiao Pavilion. Chapter 19 Leaving Yunzhou. In the next few days, Yun Yongzhu would follow his father Yun Dachan to wander around the Yunzhou market every day to gain more knowledge. Time passed quickly, and this day was already the last day of the Ascension Conference. Yun Yongzhu finished practicing for 2 hours. Just at the end of the Mao hour and the beginning of the Chen hour, Yun Zuxuan came to find him. "Xiaojiu, come with me, I'll take you to the city lord's mansion." Yun Zuxuan was still following Yun Dachan, and at this time he said, "Son, I won't send you off. When you arrive at Kingshan sect, you must practice hard and protect yourself well. Dad and Mom are waiting for you to come back in Yunwu Mountain." Yun Yongzhu nodded silently, went over and hugged him tightly. "Dad, I will come back to see you soon. Let's go." Yun Yongzhu followed Yun Zuxuan. Soon the two arrived at the city lord's mansion of Yunzhou City. The city lord was an old man in the late stage of key training, and he looked to be over 80 years old. He obviously knew that they would come today and waited outside the city lord's mansion. The city lord saw Yun Zuxuan and the others coming from a distance and came to greet them. "Senior Yun, you are here. Please come in. Senior Nangang is waiting for you inside." This little Taoist friend must be the younger generation of Yunwu Mountain. He is indeed a rare talent. He has reached the 4th level of key training at such a young age. The city lord's tone was somewhat envious. When he was this age, he had just entered the 3rd level of key training. The city lords of most states are at the foundation building stage, but Yunzhou has no special products and is not very prosperous, so no foundation building cultivators are willing to come, so the sect only arranged for disciples in the key training stage to garrison. Since making the decision to join the sect 2 years ago, Yun Yongzhu has doubled his cultivation time and insisted on practicing for more than 4 hours every day. Fortunately, he did not encounter the bottleneck of cultivation that the elders and clansmen said, and was very lucky to successfully advance to the 4th level of key training before the Ascension Conference. Yes. Over time, the 5 major foundation building families in Yunzhou knew that this city lord had no backing in Kingshan sect, and Yunzhou was located in a remote area, and there was not much money to be made. The upper echelons of Kingshan sect almost ignored Yunzhou. The city lord of the key training stage sent by this sect naturally had no power, so Yun Zuxuan just replied to him lightly. The two followed him into the inner courtyard. "Fellow Daoist Nangang, this is the younger generation of my clan, named Yongzhu, Xinjiu, Xiaojiu, come and meet Senior Nangang." Greetings to Senior Nangang. "Haha, you are already a disciple of my Kingshan sect. You can call me Uncle Nangang. You are really at the 4th level of key training. You really have 3 spiritual roots. This cultivation speed is on par with the cultivators with 2 spiritual roots." Nangang Li is a young man with a handsome face, and his tone is a little surprised. Yes, at the age of 10, he has reached the 4th level of key training. I guess it's because Xiaojiu is diligent in cultivation, and his spiritual consciousness is a little better than his peers, so his cultivation speed is faster than that of ordinary 3 spiritual roots. Isn't it that they want to send him to Kingshan sect to see if he can have a great fortune? Yun Zuxuan explained. Yun Yongzhu stood by and listened quietly, and also guessed about the speed of his own cultivation. It should be because of his experience in the previous life, so his spiritual consciousness is much better after cultivation. In that case, it is a foregone conclusion that this child will become an inner sect disciple. You don't need to spend any more effort. Fellow Daoist Yun can rest assured. Thank you, fellow Daoist Nangang. Then I will leave Xiaojiu to you. Please take good care of him. I will go back now. It doesn't matter if you stay a little longer. It's still early. Nangang Li tried to keep him. I won't delay fellow Daoist Nangang any longer. Goodbye. After telling Yun Yongzhu to practice well, Yun Yongzhu turned and left. After Yun Yongzhu left, Nangang Li said to him, Ancestor Yun Yi of Yunwu Mountain is the direct disciple of our ancestors. We are also family members. I will call you Xiao Jiu. Now I have nothing to do, so I will tell you about the situation of Qingshan sect. Yun Yongzhu found a stool and sat down to listen to Uncle Nangang's explanation. Qingshan sect is one of the 6 major sects in the Dayan realm, located in the south of the earth. There are 2 Yun stage ancestors, dozens of Jiandan stage masters, more than 2,000 foundation building masters, and hundreds of thousands of Qigang stage cultivators in the sect. The Yun stage ancestors are usually elusive, and the Jiandan masters are also busy with cultivation. The affairs of the sect are generally handled by the foundation building masters, and only the Jiandan cultivators will ask about major matters. Qingshan sect is vast, with a distance of 1,600 miles from north to south and more than 2,000 miles from east to west. There are 108 guard peaks, forming a Zhaoshenzing Dao formation to protect the sect. There are 2 4th level spiritual veins, hundreds of 3rd level spiritual veins, thousands of 2nd level spiritual veins, and more than 3,000 1st level spiritual veins in Qingshan sect. There are many people in Qingshan sect, and there are many affiliated forces, such as Lingjian sect, Bixujian sect, Zuanayan Pavilion, Juking Valley, Wanhua sect, Yuna sect, Nangang family, Yingzhou clan, etc. The forces are intertwined and complicated. Among these sects and family forces, some have the highest level of cultivation at the Jiandan stage, and some have the highest level of cultivation at the foundation building stage. They have hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of disciples or family members. Yun Yongzhu was fascinated by what he heard. This is really a prosperous immortal sect. Thinking that he would also enter such a huge sect, Yun Yongzhu was a little excited. Okay, let's stop here today. I will tell you in detail on the way back to the sect. You go downstairs and find a room to rest. I have to go and see the situation of the Ascension Conference. Tomorrow, Chenshu will set out to return to the sect and gather at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Nangang Li arranged for the accompanying cultivators to participate in the Ascension Conference. Today, in order to receive Yun Yongzhu, he specially took some time out. Yes, Uncle Nangang, Xiao Jiu will take his leave. After Yun Yongzhu withdrew, he found the waiter and went into a small courtyard to stay. He did not practice, but took out several books such as Yangxiu Beikao Collection and Beikao Illustration to look through. During these 2 years, due to the pressure of entering the sect, Yun Yongzhu spent most of his time on cultivation, which enabled him to successfully improve his cultivation to the 4th level of key training before the Ascension Conference began. He also practiced the defensive spell Golden Armor technique and the auxiliary spell Breath Containment technique to the Great Perfection realm. This breath containment technique was also taught by his father, saying that this spell would definitely come in handy when he was away from home. In addition to cultivation and the practice of spells and magic, he also found a way to obtain some books recording spiritual herbs and medicines. Although some spiritual herbs are recorded in Yun's herbal collection, there are still some that are not recorded. In addition to these spiritual medicine books, Yun Dachen also found a book Basics of Alchemy for him, and obtained the recipes of Bigu Pill, Grass Return Pill, Key and Blood Pill, and Key Gathering Pill from his family. In the book Basics of Alchemy, there are not only some simple alchemy techniques, but also more than 300 of the most common first level spiritual herbs. However, his cultivation was too low to start refining pills. When he advanced to the 4th level of key training, the Qingyan sect Ascension Conference followed. He did not have time to try to refine pills, and he did not even finish reading several books on spiritual medicine. After the hour of the next day, Yun Yongzhu found a waiter to take him out of the city lord's mansion. At this time, a group of children had gathered at the door, tall, short, fat, and thin, about 50 people, all of whom were tested by the Ascension Conference. Among them, there were 3 or 2 who had reached the initial stage of key training, and most of them were still mortals. Yun Yongzhu was a little surprised. How could there be only a few dozen people with spiritual roots in such a big Yunzhou? This ratio was too low. He lowered his head and thought carefully, and then he understood a little. First, not all people in Yunzhou were children. The proportion of children between the ages of 6 and 12 was still relatively small. Second, most mortals could not get to Yunzhou City in time, or did not know about this kind of ascension conference at all. The mortals who came to Yunzhou City were just those who were closer. The most important thing is that people with spiritual roots are really 1 in a million, no exaggeration. Not long after, Yun Yongzhu saw Nangongli and 5 people coming out of the city lord's mansion, and the city lord followed behind with his head bowed. Yun Yongzhu hurriedly stepped forward to greet Nangong uncle, and politely bowed to the other 5 uncles. Nangongli briefly introduced Yun Yongzhu's name to the 5 fellow disciples, and then directly arranged the departure. Nangongli took out a spiritual tool the size of a date pit from his danshan, input spiritual power into it, and the spiritual tool slowly expanded, and turned into a small or medium-sized spiritual boat, which was more than enough to carry more than 30 children. Another person walked out, and released a spiritual beast very coolly. Yun Yongzhu recognized it as a grey feathered rock bird. Judging from the aura, it should not be just a first-level spiritual beast. This grey feathered rock bird is very huge, and can accommodate more than a dozen people. Everyone got on the spiritual boat and the back of the grey feathered rock bird one after another. Of course, Yun Yongzhu followed Nangongli on his spiritual boat. Just like that, after everyone was seated firmly, the spirit boat and the grey feathered rock took off one after another. Yun Yongzhu sat in the spirit boat, looking at the gradually shrinking Yunzhou City below, feeling both reluctant and expectant. Chapter 20, Qingshan Sect Yuntai Peak. 2 months later, the group was finally about to arrive at the gate of Qingshan Sect. During this period, in order to take care of Yun Yongzhu and other children, and for safety, they traveled during the day, and rested at night. Seeing the 3 big words Qingshan Sect in the distance, Yun Yongzhu felt relieved. He was finally there. When he flew closer, Nangongli pointed at the 3 words Qingshan Sect with a proud tone, and said to a group of children, "We are here. This is Qingshan Sect." Passing through a thin invisible spiritual membrane, Yun Yongzhu felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. It is worthy of being Qingshan Sect. Just entering the sect, the spiritual energy is as rich as the first level lower grade spiritual vein. A group of children looked up at the 3 words as big as a mountain, full of shock. When they got closer, they could no longer see the 3 words Qingshan Sect. After being surprised, the 6 people took them through the mountains, flew to a peak, and stopped at the top of the peak. At this moment, there were several disciples in white clothes waiting at the top of the peak. "Uncle Nangong, you're back." Nangongli responded, turned to the more than 50 children and said, "All those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, go down. This senior brother will make arrangements for you." All the children with 4 or 5 spiritual roots got off their spiritual tools or spiritual birds, about 30 people. Nangongli said to several white-robed monks, "I'll leave it to you," and continued to fly with the remaining 20 people alone. Since entering the mountain gate, the altitude of the spiritual boat has dropped a lot. Yun Yongzhu was on the deck looking at the vast spiritual fields below, and was amazed. Soon they arrived at another peak, called Bian Peak, and put down more than a dozen teenagers. Nangongli took the remaining 3 teenagers, and continued to fly into the mountains, flying a little longer this time. Yun Yongzhu looked at the mountain that was getting closer and closer in front of him, thinking that it should be here. The top of this mountain was covered with clouds and mist, a hall was looming, and several exquisite courtyards were vaguely visible on the mountainside, and trees were all over the mountain. "We are here. This is Yuntai Peak. Follow me." Nangongli put away his spiritual boat, and said as he walked, "Yuntai Peak is a good spiritual peak for accommodating inner disciples. This spiritual peak is very convenient. It has important buildings such as the Mission Hall, the Sutra Library, the Bai Hall, and the Academy. The most important thing is that there are 2 first-level high-quality spiritual veins on Yuntai Peak, which will be very beneficial for your future cultivation. After completing the entry procedures here, you can directly choose a cave on Yuntai Peak to settle down." The 4 walked along the jade steps to the door of a magnificent hall. Many disciples in white and blue clothes came in and out. When they saw Nangang, they would stop and salute before leaving. Entering the hall, Yun Yongzhu saw a huge light curtain at the innermost part of the main hall, with dense words on the light curtain. Many cultivators stopped to watch under the light curtain, and there were also cultivators who went through the procedures at the counters on the left and right. Even from a distance, Yun Yongzhu could still see the words on the light curtain clearly. Primary alchemy task, refine 10 bottles of first grade inferior key gathering pills. The task materials are 30 pieces. The task time limit is 1 month. The task reward is 30 spirit stones. In addition, if the task fails, you have to make up the task quantity yourself. Low level teaching task, teach the new disciples of the sect the basics of cultivation. The task location is the transmission hall of Bian Peak. The task time is 30 days. The task reward is 10 points. Note, the task reward can only be issued after half of the new disciples of Bian Peak have successfully drawn key. Yun Yongzhu just looked at it a few more times and gave up. He followed Nangang closely and walked to the side hall on the right side of the main hall. There were 2 people sitting and talking in the right side hall at this time. Yun Yongzhu saw that there were 2 children over there. He guessed that they were also new inner disciples of Kingshan sect and came to Yun Peak to handle the entry procedures. Several people in the hall also saw the 4 people coming in. The young monk said to Nangang, "Brother Nangang, this time we have a good harvest, with 3 inner disciples." Nangang also smiled and replied, "Not bad, Brother Liu, you also found 2 seedlings." At this time, the middle-aged monk said to the young monk, "It's done, Brother Liu, you can go." Then he handed him a rectangular jade token. The monk surnamed Liu took the jade token, said goodbye to Nangang and left. Nangang took out a similar jade token and handed it to the monk, saying, "Brother Hu, I came back from Yunzhou. These 3 children have the qualifications of 3 spiritual roots, 2 spiritual roots and ice spiritual roots. The child with 3 spiritual roots is only 10 years old and is now at the 4th level of key training." Brother Hu looked a little strange when he heard about Yun Yongzhu's spiritual root qualifications, but his face returned to normal in an instant. He took out a round disc magic weapon and tested the spiritual root qualifications of Yun Yongzhu and the other 2. Yun Yongzhu also saw the color of the ice spirit root for the first time. The light blue halo was very beautiful. After confirming the qualifications of the 3 people, Senior Brother Hu touched Nangang jade card with a jade card and returned the jade card to Nangang. Nangang put away his jade card and said to Yun Yongzhu and the other 2, "Senior Brother Hu will arrange everything for you. I will leave first." In addition, Yun Yongzhu also heard Nangang say to him, "Zhao Jiu, I live in Wangayu Peak. If you have any questions, you can go there to find me." After Nangang left, Senior Brother Hu said, "I'm Hu Yang, the resident in Adordeek and disciple of the Yun Peak Mission Hall. You can call me Uncle Hu. Now all 5 of you come here and write your names in this book. You can come here tomorrow to receive your identity jade cards. You should all be able to write, right?" Some of the 5 children said I can write, and some nodded, so they wrote their names on the book that Hu Yang mentioned. After that, Hu Yang took out 5 identical black storage bags and distributed them to them. This is the welfare for the inner disciples who have just entered the sect. There is a set of bedding, 3 sets of inner disciples' daily clothes, a bottle of low-grade key gathering pill, a mid-grade magic sword, and 50 spirit stones in the storage bag. You all keep them all. In addition, there are 2 books in it. One is the backquote overview of the sect, which contains basic information about the sect, as well as a brief map of the locations of several nearby spiritual peaks including Yun Peak. The other is the backquote detailed rules of the sect. Be sure to read it carefully. If you violate the sect rules, the law enforcement hall will not let you off easily. Yun Yongzhu secretly smacked his lips. He roughly estimated in his mind that this low-grade storage bag plus the things in the storage bag were worth 430 spirit stones. It was indeed a large sect, and the benefits for joining the sect were really generous. In addition to the benefits of joining the sect, inner disciples receive monthly allowance of 10 spirit stones, which can be collected in the mission hall. However, the prerequisite is that the annual routine tasks must be completed. Different levels of cultivation have different mission requirements. After you have officially started practicing, you can come to the mission hall to inquire. If you don't think highly of these spirit stones, just ignore them. As an inner disciple, of course it's not just this monthly allowance of spirit stones. Your caves also have attached spirit fields. These spirit fields are the basic source of your income. The size and grade of the spirit fields attached to these caves are not limited, so it depends on your own luck. Okay, now you can choose a cave. Hu Yang took out a map of Yuntai Peak and spread it out. You are all just mortals now. Oh, by the way, there is a 4th level key training cave. In this way, the 4 of you can choose a cave below the halfway point of the mountain. Brother Yun, you can choose a cave near the halfway point of the mountain. After you advance to the 7th level of key training, you will have another chance to choose another cave. However, if Yuntai Peak is full, you can only choose other spiritual peaks. Now start to choose your own cave. The black ones are occupied, and the green ones are unoccupied. After you have chosen, I will send you to the yard. Yun Yongzhu looked at the map. There were still many green dots on it. As he was looking at it, he suddenly heard Uncle Hu's voice transmission. Nephew Yun, Brother Nangang asked me to take care of you, so I will give him a face. In your range of choice, there is a cave with not only many spiritual fields, but also high grade. It is in. Yun Yongzhu scanned the map, and soon found the cave that Uncle Hu mentioned. He chose a small green dot that was more remote without hesitation. The 5 people all chose their caves, and Hu Yang put the map away. There are Sutra Pavilion, Transmission Hall and Bai Hall on Yuntai Peak. The Identity Jade card contains 100 points given by the sect. After receiving the Identity Jade card tomorrow, you can go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose the skills and spells. The Transmission Hall is where you are taught how to practice the skills and spells. There you will also be taught some basic knowledge, such as the acupuncture points of the body and the direction of the meridians. You can first listen to the basic practice class, and then go to choose the skills and spells. Bai Hall is a place to teach the skills of cultivating immortals, the experience of spells, and the experience of cultivation. After you are on the right track of cultivation, you can go to the class yourself. Uncle Hu, can inner disciples enter and leave the sect at will? Yun Yongzhu wanted to know whether he could enter and leave Qingshan sect freely. Inner disciples can, but outer disciples and menial disciples cannot. These are all written in the sect rules and regulations. Take a closer look after returning to the cave. Uncle Hu answered him good-temperedly. That's all for today. If you don't understand anything, go and look through the overview of the sect and the detailed rules of the sect. I'll take you to your residence first. Yun Yongzhu's position was the highest and best among the 5 people, and it was also the closest, so Hu Yang took him there first. There is a simple protective isolation formation outside this courtyard. This is the Jade Talisman that controls the formation. Take it. You can also set up a forbidden formation yourself in the future. Yun Yongzhu thanked Uncle Hu, and after watching him leave with the other people, he used the Jade Talisman to open the formation's protective film and walked into his own cave. The courtyard was very large. After walking around, he estimated that the area here was about 2 acres, close to 3 acres. The entire courtyard was made of wood and stone. The buildings and furnishings inside were relatively simple and quaint. Yun Yongzhu was very satisfied. The courtyard was lush with flowers and plants, and there was also a sweet-scented osmanthus tree more than 5 feet tall in the courtyard, which was very eye-catching. It was just that it was not the right time at this time, otherwise it would definitely fill the courtyard with fragrance. There is a building inside, including daily living, a warehouse for storing items, and a practice room, etc. These houses are connected by corridors, and the overall shape is an irregular U. Although this building is simple, it is also magnificent, and is roughly divided into 3 parts. Entering the main entrance is a hall, with only tables, chairs, and benches, which can be used to receive guests. On the left is the study, with desks and bookshelves, but the desks are empty, and the bookshelves are also empty, and he will have to fill them up slowly in the future. On the right is the living room, including the bedroom and the practice room. The bedroom is fully equipped with beds, wardrobes, boxes and cages. Yun Yongzhu put a set of bedding from the storage bag issued by the sect on the bed, and put 3 sets of inner disciples' daily clothes in the wardrobe. He also took out the clothes he brought from home and put them in place one by one. There is a small compartment at the innermost of the bedroom, which is the practice room. The four walls of the practice room are made of first-grade high-quality spiritual materials. There are no windows inside, only one door for entry and exit. This door is also made of first-grade high-quality materials, 3 feet thick, and cannot be opened or closed from the outside. It can only be closed from the inside with the mechanism on the wall, so there is no need to worry about being disturbed when practicing. Yun Yongzhu went inside and found that the spiritual energy in the practice room was even richer, even more than the Yunwu Mountain Family School. This should be the place with the highest concentration of spiritual energy in the entire cave. When practicing here, there is no need to worry about the problem of insufficient spiritual energy during practice. Opposite the living room is the warehouse. This warehouse is very large, about 3 times the size of the living room. There is a small kitchen against the wall opposite the warehouse. There is no shortage of utensils in the kitchen, and it can be used immediately. There are 3 rooms of different sizes on the corridor to the right of the living room. Although the construction materials are not very precious, they are also first-grade stubborn stones plus solid stones. These 3 rooms can be used for refining pills, refining tools, and making talismans. After all, when doing these things, there is a risk of exploding furnaces and talismans. It's just that making talismans is not bad. There is no earth fire to assist when refining pills or refining tools. Only spiritual wood and flame stones can be used as fuel, or magic spells can be used directly to refine pills and tools. There are 3 rooms in the house. If you raise a spirit pet, you can also arrange one of them as a spirit animal room. As for the extra small room near the kitchen, he has not thought of its use yet, but it will naturally have its use in the future, so it will not be left empty all the time. Then there is a well not far from the small kitchen. Unfortunately, it is not a spiritual well, but if there is a spiritual well, it will not be his turn. After looking it up and down, inside and out, Yun Yongzhu felt very satisfied and felt that he did not need to make any more renovations. He came to the osmanthus tree and sat on the stone bench. He conservatively estimated in his mind that, after deducting the area occupied by the building and leaving space for walking, at least 70% to 80% of the spiritual field could be opened up in this courtyard. Yun Yongzhu was thinking again whether he should exchange the identity jade card for the exercises tomorrow. While thinking, he flipped through the overview of the sect and detailed rules of the sect, hoping to understand the place where he would live in the future as soon as possible. Chapter 21 Uncle Hu's Advice. The next day at the hour of Mao, after Yun Yongzhu had practiced for 2 hours, he changed into the uniform of an inner disciple, tied a meditation headband he brought from home, washed himself, and looked very energetic. After tidying himself up, he left the yard, performed the cloud soaring technique, and flew towards the main hall on the top of the peak, still thinking about how others should go up. It took Yun Yongzhu about an incense stick to reach the top of the peak. It was already past noon, and Yun Yongzhu entered the main hall. The main hall was bustling with hundreds of people choosing tasks suitable for them in front of the light curtain, or handing over tasks at the counter. In the side hall, Uncle Hu was talking to an unfamiliar uncle in the foundation building period, and there was a child standing next to him, who should also be here to hand in tasks. Yun Yongzhu walked into the side hall, quietly saluted the 2 uncles, and waited politely on the side. His guess was indeed correct. That person was here to hand in tasks. Yun Yongzhu read the overview of the sect yesterday and learned that Uncle Nangang went to Yunzhou because he accepted the task of the Ascension Conference. He returned to the sect to send all the children to different peaks according to their qualifications and rules. This was considered to be the task. The 2 groups that Uncle Nangang put down in front of him yesterday were menial disciples and outer disciples, and the 3 of them were inner disciples. Uncle Hu took Uncle Nangang's jade card yesterday to record points for Uncle Nangang. This jade card is also an identity card. Today he came here to receive the identity card. Yun Yongzhu came forward after Uncle Hu finished handling the matter. Uncle Hu, disciple Yun Yongzhu, come to receive the identity jade card. Yun Yongzhu's voice just fell, and 8 people walked in from the outside of the hall. In addition to the 4 children who went through the formalities with him yesterday, he guessed that the other 2 were a group of people who arrived at Yunte Peak earlier than them, and the remaining 2 were young men wearing moon white robes. The 6 children came in and saluted Uncle Hu first, and then greeted Yun Yongzhu one after another. Yun Yongzhu also responded in a friendly manner. After all, they were all inner disciples, and 2 of them were from Yunzhou. They had been together for 2 months. After the 2 young disciples and Hu Yang greeted each other, they went to the main hall and worked behind the counter. The 7 people came to receive their identity jade cards. Uncle Hu did not delay and took out 7 jade cards from the storage bag and distributed them to them. Yun Yongzhu took his identity card. He saw that the jade card was about the size of 2 adult fingers put together, and the whole body was emerald green. On one side were engraved the 3 words Qingshan Sect, and on the other side were engraved the 3 words Yun Yongzhu. This jade card can be used after dripping blood to recognize the owner. Outsiders cannot use it. It not only represents your identity as an inner disciple, but also records your points. These points can be exchanged for elixirs, magic tools and other items for cultivation in the sect, which are more precious than spirit stones. If the identity card is lost or damaged, the replacement identity card will not have the points in the previous identity card, so you must be careful to keep your identity card. Uncle Hu reminded several newcomers to the sect. Yes, thank you Uncle Hu for reminding me. The 7 people thanked Uncle Hu one after another. The 7 people also received their identity jade cards, and they all wanted to go down the mountain as soon as possible to choose their main practice method, or listen to Uncle Hu's advice, and go to class first. Yun Yongzhu wanted to leave with the others, but was stopped by Uncle Hu. Nephew Yun, wait a moment before leaving. Yun Yongzhu stayed obediently, and watched Uncle Hu give the new kid a storage bag, and choose a cave. Junior brother Yun, I heard from senior brother Nangang that you are very interested in alchemy, is that right? Yun Yongzhu nodded. During the 2 months on the way to the sect, he did often ask Nangang Li about alchemy. It's like this. The sect points in the identity card can generally be exchanged for a cultivation method and 3 or 5 kinds of magic formulas in the Sutra library. You are now at the 4th level of key training, and you should have learned magic spells. I suggest that you use the points for exchanging magic formulas to exchange for a copy of Introduction to Alchemy and a copy of Encyclopedia of Primary Spiritual Medicines in the Sutra Library. After you have read these 2 books thoroughly, you can go to the Bai Hall to listen to the alchemy class. When you feel that you have some understanding of alchemy, you can try to refine spiritual medicine first, and then try to open the furnace after you are proficient. However, I have to say that most people will not waste spiritual stone resources in this way, because the results will not be as good as imagined. In addition to trying to refine the alchemy yourself, you can also accept tasks issued by the alchemy hall or alchemists in the mission hall, such as medicine boy, pill boy, and alchemy apprentice. This way you will have the opportunity to contact alchemists. If you often watch them refine spiritual medicines and make pills, you may gain something. Of course, the above is just my suggestion. You don't have to listen to me. I only remind you for the sake of brother Nangang. Yun Yongzhu felt that the most people that Uncle Hu mentioned should also include himself, and he could tell from his expression. No matter whose face it is, I thank Uncle Hu for his advice. Yun Yongzhu bowed to Uncle Hu solemnly. Okay, no need to be polite. Now help me take this kid back to his residence, and then go to the Sutra library. Okay. It turned out that staying here was not only to give me advice, but also to send him. However, because Uncle Hu's advice was very useful to him, he didn't have any thoughts, and accepted this simple task. Yun Yongzhu asked about the geographical location, and walked out of the mission hall with this new fellow disciple. Using the cloud soaring technique, he took this fellow disciple down the mountain, and went to the courtyard he chose. It took almost an hour to send this person to the place. Yun Yongzhu muttered in his heart that he didn't expect that the speed of flying with others would be so slow. This was the first time Yun Yongzhu took someone to fly. He thought of his younger brother, and wondered if Bayer was thinking about him now. Thinking of his relatives, Yun Yongzhu was even more powerful. After putting the people down and not taking a rest, he flew towards the Sutra library. The simple map in the overview of the sect showed the locations of all the buildings on the entire Yunte Peak that were open to inner disciples, and the Sutra Library was of course among them. He didn't waste much time, and went straight to the Sutra Library. In less than an incense stick of time, Yun Yongzhu arrived at the entrance of the Sutra Library. The Sutra Library of Yunte Peak was built into a 6-story pagoda building, and the entire Sutra Library was built with first-level ironwood. Although it was only first-level ironwood, the texture of ironwood was hard and not easy to damage. Ironwood is generally used to refine magic tools, and only the wealthy Qingshan sect would use first-level ironwood to build such a huge building as the Sutra Library. Although first-level ironwood is not very precious, it is still very expensive in the case of huge consumables, and only the 6 major sects have the courage and strength to do so. The Sutra Library was equipped with a protective formation. Yun Yongzhu took out the ID card he had just obtained and pressed it on the thin membrane outside the Sutra Library. The membrane revealed an entrance and Yun Yongzhu walked in. As soon as he entered the Sutra Library, he saw an old man with a ruddy face sitting cross-legged at the door, closing his eyes to rest. He should be the one guarding the Sutra Library. Yun Yongzhu had no idea how deep this man's cultivation was. He bowed to him silently and walked into the Sutra Library. The old man sat cross-legged without moving and didn't even open his eyes, as if Yun Yongzhu didn't exist. The Yunte Peak Sutra Library has 6 floors, and each floor contains different skills and magic formulas. The higher you go, the higher the grade of the skills and magic formulas. However, each floor is blocked by restrictions. Yun Yongzhu is only at the 4th level of key training now, and can only walk freely on the 1st and 2nd floors at most. Maybe because it was getting dark, he found that there were few people in the Sutra Library. Inside the Sutra Library, rows of Qingyang wood shelves were neatly arranged. Each shelf was divided into many small squares, and a jade slip was suspended in each small square. In order to facilitate the disciples to check, each shelf was marked with a classification, such as skills, sword skills, magic skills, and immortal cultivation skills. Yun Yongzhu was amazed. There were no less than 1,000 wooden shelves on the 1st and 2nd floors. All of these wooden shelves were made of Qingyang wood. Almost all the skills and magic skills were recorded in jade slips. It was really rich. Qingyang wood is a first-class high-quality spiritual wood. Although it cannot gather spiritual energy and is not helpful for cultivation, it is good for jade slip books. Qingyang wood contains Qingyang Qi, which can nourish jade slip books and greatly extend their service life. In addition, Qingyang wood is waterproof and fireproof, so it is usually used by monks to build shelves for jade slip books. If conditions permit, it will also be used to build bookshelves in the study. From the clans and families to the individual cultivators, Qingyang wood is used to build shelves for collecting classics. The library in Yunwu Mountain uses shelves made of Qingyang wood, but the number is very small. As for Qingshan sect, Yun Yongzhu looked around again and saw the shelves full of Qingyang wood. He felt a sense of hatred for the rich, and the countless number of jade slips also made Yun Yongzhu speechless. It really deserves to be a big sect. How many classics are there? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, Sutra Library. Yun Yongzhu calmed down his surprise and began to look around. He walked forward and passed through rows of wooden shelves. The first thing he saw was a shelf where the jade slips of the exercises were placed. In the family, Yun Yongzhu had memorized the subsequent exercises of Fire Cloud Art, but if there was a better choice, why did he insist on it? The progress of the cultivation realm is related to many factors. The first is the innate spiritual roots. As we all know, the better the spiritual roots, the faster the cultivation. The second factor is the environment. With the same talent, there is no doubt that the cultivation progress of those who practice in the 3rd level spiritual veins is more significant than that of those who practice in the 1st and 2nd level spiritual veins. In addition to the above 2 factors, the quality of the exercises is also crucial. Under the same conditions, the efficiency of practicing the second level exercises is definitely not as good as that of the third level exercises. Yun Yongzhu thought it through yesterday. Since he has entered the sect, he must make good use of the resources of the sect, and don't worry about wasting time on things that are beneficial. Moreover, compared with the more advanced exercises of Qingshan sect, Fire Cloud Art is nothing to be praised. If he switched to a more advanced technique, the spiritual power he absorbed would be more refined, which would be more beneficial for his future practice. Yun Yongzhu grabbed a jade slip that was lifted up by the cyclone and floated in his hand. As he inputted spiritual power, a paragraph of text appeared in his mind. The Three Yang's fiery art is a third level medium grade technique that can be practiced to the golden core stage. During practice, one needs to collect the 3 Yang Qi every once in a while, gather the 3 Yang Qi into one, and integrate it into the spiritual power. The spiritual power has a burning effect, and is quite powerful. 50 points are required to exchange it. The jade slips in the Sutra library were all banned. At most, one could only see the summary of the contents in the jade slips or the contents of the previous 1 or 2 levels of the techniques. He picked up another jade slip and input spiritual power into it. The text that appeared in his mind was similar to the previous one, except that the name of the technique was changed to the Heart Sutra of Fire. The Zhuanayang treasure book is suitable for those with Qianayang treasure body and Zhuanayang spirit body to practice. Ordinary people with fire spirit roots can practice it, but it is difficult to achieve great success. Yun Yongzhu picked up dozens of jade slips in a row, but there was no technique suitable for him. Although most of these techniques are first and second level techniques, there are also a few third and fourth level techniques. However, the third and fourth level techniques either have strict requirements for practice, or have restrictions on the talents of practitioners. The Lihuo Heart Sutra is quite good and powerful. There is a secret technique in the foundation building period, but it is a pity that the requirements for practice resources are too high. It is only the key training chapter, and it is inseparable from the second level spiritual herbs and woods containing the key of Lihuo. When it comes to foundation building, it must be a third level spiritual object. It is really too expensive. There are still many techniques jade slips waiting for him on the shelf. Yun Yongzhu has the patience to find a third level technique that suits him. Soon he found a fourth level superior technique that could be cultivated to the Dan forming stage. It was extremely powerful. If it was cultivated to a high level, it would be no problem to burn mountains and boil seas. Unfortunately, Yun Yongzhu could not practice it. This technique was called Pure Yang Sutra. It not only required a fire attribute spiritual root, but also a pure yang body to practice, otherwise it would burn itself. Pure yang body is a special physique. Practicing the corresponding technique often achieves twice the result with half the effort. There are many kinds of this special physique, such as the Sun Yang body, the Zhuan Yin body, the Qian Yang treasure body, the Zhuan Yang spirit body, the immortal holy body, the Big Sun thunder body, the chaos body, the natural Tao body, etc. However, these special physiques are rare for tens of millions of years, and are even rarer than those with heavenly spiritual roots. They can only be seen in jade slips and ancient books. Yun Yongzhu only saw a few words of information when he was studying ancient characters. He picked up the next jade slip with disappointment, input spiritual power, and suddenly became happy. This is a technique that is very suitable for him. This technique is called Burning Wood technique, and it is also a rare third level middle grade technique that can be practiced to the stage of forming a pill. This technique is suitable for cultivators with dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. It uses the principle of the mutual generation of wood and fire to burn fire with wood to promote the fire. It can not only absorb the spiritual energy of the weather to nourish and temper the body, but also has the effect of strengthening the strength. Generally speaking, only the practice of physical training can have the effect of strengthening the body and increasing strength. If the magic cultivator wants to increase strength, he can only continuously consume the energy and blood of the body. The only disadvantage of practicing burning wood technique is that it is a bit of a burden on the body. The consumption of blood and energy is comparable to that of physical cultivation, and a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth needs to be absorbed to recover. Yun Yongzhu did not take this disadvantage seriously. What he valued was that practicing burning wood technique also had the effect of assisting the foundation. Although it was only 30% to 40% of the auxiliary power, it was also a rare advantage. As for magic and magical powers, they can only be obtained after practicing to the stage of forming a pill, and there is only one. However, it also said that practicing this technique, the internal fire, after building the foundation is very suitable for alchemy, which hit his itch. Yun Yongzhu was very satisfied with the jade slip of the burning wood technique and began to look for jade slips about alchemy. There was no harvest on the first floor, and it was only on the second floor that he found a wooden frame with the word alchemy. There are too many jade slips about alchemy, all kinds of them. The True Explanation of Alchemy, Compendium of Materia Medica, Wang Yuan's Alchemy Experience, Introduction to Alchemy Books, Kaianan Medicine Collection, Illustrated Guide of 100 Herbs, Theory of Alchemy Recipes. Of course, he also found Introduction to Alchemy and Compendium of Primary Spiritual Medicines recommended to him by Uncle Hu. The exchange points for these jade slips ranged from 1 point to 20 points for Introduction to Alchemy. After thinking for a while, Yun Yongzhu decided to choose according to Uncle Hu's suggestion. Burning wood technique key training was 50 points, Introduction to Alchemy and Compendium of Primary Spiritual Medicines added up to 30 points, leaving 20 points, and Yun Yongzhu decided to look at the techniques. He returned to the first floor and quickly found the area where the spells were located, then read through the jade slips one by one. He currently had no shortage of attack and defense spells, only a spell for escape, so his main focus was on escape. There were many types of escape, in addition to the escape that Yun Yongzhu had heard about in Yunzhaowan Bayou Pavilion last time. There were many more, such as residual shadow escape, Zuanian earth escape, flame escape, etc. However, these unusual escapes were not only expensive to redeem points, but also had strict redemption requirements, and also required high talent from the practitioners. Take the Zuanian earth escape for example. The escape speed was more than 10 times faster than the earth escape, and only cultivators with Zuanian constitution could practice it. Ordinary cultivators could only watch with envy, and they had to sign a soul contract to redeem it, and they were not allowed to teach the spell to a second person, etc. There were constraints. Not to mention the soul contract, just the Zuanian constitution. This thing was not so easy to have. It was estimated that there were only 1 or 2, 3, or 5 in the entire Qingshan sect who had it, and they would be lucky. Yun Yongzhu muttered to himself that these things were just for show on the shelf, not practical at all. However, no matter whether it was the technique or the spell secrets, they were not allowed to be passed on to outsiders at will. The title page of the school rules and regulations clearly stated, anyone who privately teaches the sect's techniques, spells, secrets, etc., will be punished by having all his cultivation abolished, or even by having his danshan shattered, or even being executed once verified. The school rules and regulations also detailed the fate of several disciples who privately taught spells and secrets, which was enough to scare the disciples. In the end, Yun Yongzhu still honestly chose the fire escape technique. This escape technique should be relatively easy to comprehend, just enough to use up all the 100 points. These escape techniques are really expensive. He has seen other spells and spells, most of which cost about 5 points, and the least cost only 1 point, and even many spells can be exchanged for spirit stones. However, the lowest escape technique is a mid-level spell, which can be exchanged for 20 points, which is already very cheap. Outside the sect, it may only be seen at auctions and trade fairs, and the auction price is estimated to be not low. In other words, Yun Yongzhu still got a great bargain. Of course, in addition to these escape techniques, there are also many body techniques, which are used when fighting against enemies, and the exchange is not cheap. He stayed in Qingshan sect, and he couldn't use the escape technique at present, let alone the body technique. You must know that the Qingshan sect has strict rules, and strictly prohibits disciples from fighting privately. Once discovered, the law enforcement hall will not let it go easily. After Yun Yongzhu made his choice, he took the 4 jade slips, and walked to the door of the Sutra library. He stood in front of the old man, and saw that the old man seemed to be asleep. He hesitated whether to wait for him to wake up, or wake him up. Before he could think it over, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were like a deep pool, calm and unfathomable. Yun Yongzhu hurriedly saluted and said, "The junior has selected the jade slips. Please take a look." The old man took the jade slips, scanned them one by one, and said expressionlessly, 100 points. Then, he took out a jade card. Yun Yongzhu instantly took out his ID card from his storage bag and transferred all the points to the ID card the old man took out. After the points were transferred, Yun Yongzhu held the old man's ID card in both hands and handed it back to him. After the old man put away the ID card, he removed the restrictions on the 4 jade slips and handed them to Yun Yongzhu, saying in a calm tone, "Go." Yun Yongzhu took the jade slips, bowed again, and quietly left the sutra library. When he returned to his residence, the sky was already a little dark. Chapter 23, Change to Burning Wood Technique. After Yun Yongzhu returned to his bedroom, he took out the jade slip of the burning wood art to comprehend it. Before, in the sutra library, he only knew the general idea. He sat cross-legged on the futon and placed the jade slip on his forehead. A piece of information entered Yun Yongzhu's mind like a revelation. After a moment of dizziness, Yun Yongzhu recovered. All the contents of the Burning Wood Art Key Training chapter had been engraved in his mind. The content of the jade slip was not much, just a few hundred words. Yun Yongzhu began to recall in his mind and comprehend it word by word. His comprehension was obviously good. In just about 2 hours, he had a glimpse of the content of the early stage of key training. After another 2 hours, he had thoroughly comprehended the exercises of the middle stage of key training. Yun Yongzhu did not stop practicing burning wood art, but continued to comprehend the contents of the exercises of the late stage of key training. In Yunwu Mountain, the elders were worried that the tribesmen would be too ambitious and practice the initial exercises while observing the later exercises. Not only would they not get any help, but they would also be in chaos. Therefore, only when the tribesmen's cultivation level broke through and needed the next great realm of exercises would they be allowed to exchange 4 new exercises in the library. Yun Yongzhu felt that he was capable, and he was very devoted to comprehending the burning wood art at this time, and he was somewhat unable to extricate himself. This is why he worked hard to comprehend the subsequent exercises completely. When the sky was bright, he had completely understood the essence of the Burning Wood Art Key Training chapter. He opened his eyes and found that it was already seed time. Although he had not slept all night, he did not feel tired. He was in high spirits and was happy about his gains that night. Since entering the 4th level of key training, Yun Yongzhu has keenly noticed that his need for sleep seems to have decreased a little. Although it is not obvious, he thinks that it may be that the higher the cultivation level, the less physiological needs of mortals will be. Yun Yongzhu did not immediately start practicing the burning wood art he had just comprehended. Although he was a cultivator in the key training stage, he was still a mortal after all. He could go without sleep for several nights in a row, but he could not go without food for a long time. He had breakfast yesterday, a steamed bun at noon, and did not eat at night, because he was too immersed in the comprehension of the exercises. It was almost noon again, and his body was sending him hunger signals. When he was in Yunwu Mountain, he advanced to the 4th level of key training, and bought a low-grade fasting pill. Otherwise, he would have to stop and eat from time to time, and the difficulty of advancing would increase a few points. And this burning wood art is much more powerful than the fire cloud art, and is more burdensome to the body. In order to practice the burning wood art smoothly, he must fill his stomach. He took the food out of the storage bag slowly, and began to chew it slowly. After an incense stick, Yun Yongzhu filled his stomach. After rinsing his mouth, he began to run quickly in the yard. His originally even and long breathing gradually became rapid and heavy. When he finished the 10th lap, a thin layer of sweat had already seeped out of his body, and his entire body was covered with a layer of red, making him look like a cooked shrimp. Yun Yongzhu felt his blood and ki boiling and surging, and felt that his energy was almost exhausted, so he quickly ran back to the dormitory. He sat cross-legged on the futon with his whole body red, and began to enter a state of concentration just like the first time he drew in ki. After a while, his heart calmed down. Yun Yongzhu silently recited the 1st level of the burning wood art in his heart, and the spiritual power in his body moved with it. Slowly, a faint white mist gathered around his body. Yun Yongzhu bathed in this layer of mist, and spiritual energy points continued to enter his body, following behind the spiritual power in his body, and gradually merged into this spiritual power. Because all the meridians in his body have been opened, and 3 hidden meridians have also been opened, so what he needs to do now is very simple, that is, to change the trajectory of the internal exercise. This is the first time that this spiritual power has flowed into a new meridian, so Yun Yongzhu will inevitably be more careful. Although all these meridians have been opened, only the meridians that are used to practice the fire cloud art will be tempered and strengthened, becoming very resilient. Moreover, his blood and ki are surging now, and his physical spiritual power is very active, so he cannot operate as perfectly as before during practice. The spiritual power in Yun Yongzhu's body strictly follows the first level of the burning wood art, and circulates over and over again. The red layer on his body is gradually becoming redder, like a piece of red hot charcoal, and it feels like his body is about to smoke, which is daunting. This is because the blood and ki in his body are being consumed rapidly. Yun Yongzhu certainly noticed that his blood and ki were constantly being consumed, but he was not panicked, as he knew that this was a normal phenomenon of practicing the burning wood art. Just when the blood and ki in his body were overconsumed and were about to reach the critical point of his body, he still calmly practiced the first level of the burning wood art, absorbing the white mist surrounding him like a whale. As time went by, the red layer on his body slowly became lighter and lighter. Yun Yongzhu didn't open his eyes until the red on his body faded away, and his skin color returned to normal. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The burning wood art is different from the fire cloud art. The burning wood art is very domineering. Its essence is to use wood to burn fire, and promote the fire. This process is too heavy for the body. This is the first time Yun Yongzhu has practiced the burning wood art. Although the process is very smooth, he is worried that his body cannot adapt quickly to the excessive consumption of ki and blood, and he is also worried that it will hurt the already fragile meridians. So he only practiced for an hour, and the spiritual power circulated in his body for a big cycle before stopping. He felt the spiritual power in his danshan, and the corners of his mouth rose. In just such a short time, the changes in spiritual power are obvious, and the spiritual power in his body has condensed a little. The spiritual power cultivated by the burning wood art is more condensed than the spiritual power cultivated by the fire cloud art. This discovery made Yun Yongzhu very pleased. It was worth his time and energy, and he used 50 points to change the practice method. When the burning wood art is cultivated to the 4th level, his spiritual power should be more refined. No wonder it has a little effect of assisting in building the foundation. Yun Yongzhu went out to look at the sky. It was almost the evening hour. He was ready to comfort his stomach. Although his ki and blood power were fully restored, the food energy consumed before would not be replenished out of thin air. Yun Yongzhu took out the 3-color lingan cake specially prepared for him by Yang Liu and ate it happily. This lingan cake was specially made for him by Yang Liu when he left the family. It was made by mixing 3 kinds of first-grade inferior spiritual rice as the main ingredients, so it was also called 3-color lingan cake. Each piece of lingan cake is the size of a baby's palm. Because the spiritual cake is mixed with a little bit of first-grade superior spiritual rice, eating 1 piece a day can last a day. Originally, this lingan cake was used as his dry food on the road, but Uncle Nangan gave him 2 bagu pills, so he saved the lingan cake. Yun Yongzhu was eating the lingan cake, thinking about Yunwu Mountain, his father, his mother, his younger brother, and the clan members who were very familiar to him in the family. At this time, what he missed most was the modern mobile phone. There are ways to communicate over long distances, such as the Wanli communication talisman. However, these things are very far away for him, and he can't afford to buy them. Many low-level magic tools and talismans have the function of sending messages, but it's a pity that the family is too far away, and these low-level magic tools and talismans are useless. They are just for decoration. After eating a piece of lingan cake, Yun Yongzhu covered the jade box containing the lingan cake and put it in the storage bag, and then took out Introduction to Alchemy to read. With the help of Uncle Jiu and Basic Alchemy, Yun Yongzhu has a preliminary understanding of alchemy. In general, alchemy is the process of extracting the essence of various raw materials, integrating the essence of the liquid medicine, and converging them into one to form a pill. It's just that the book Basic Alchemy is too simple, and he can only know the general process of alchemy. How to actually make an elixir, he can only rely on imagination. Uncle Yun Yongzhu wanted to refine it for him to see, but he never had the chance or time. He was busy practicing. After consolidating his 4th level key training, he went to Qingshan sect without stopping. Yun Yongzhu carefully read Introduction to Alchemy until the hour of Zhu, then returned to the room. At this time, the sky was getting dark. Yun Yongzhu took out a moonstone to illuminate, and then read Introduction to Alchemy. Moonstone is a 1st level spiritual material that can be used to refine magic tools. However, because moonstone naturally radiates light, and the light is close to sunlight, the range of illumination is several times wider than that of ordinary night pearls. Many cultivators will use moonstone as a lighting tool at night. Until the hour of Hay, Yun Yongzhu carefully circulated his spiritual power, and stayed at the Jingming acupoint in the temple for a while, and pressed the Jingming acupoint in the temple again, before going to bed to rest. This is just a trick to use spiritual power. Don't think that you can avoid myopia by practicing to the key training stage. The key training period is just stronger than ordinary mortals. Yun Yongzhu is used to using spiritual power to relax and maintain his eyes after reading the book. Thank you for the reward. I will try my best to update. Chapter 24 Yi Muang. The next day, Yun Yongzhu got up early, tied a meditation headband, put on a neat and tidy outfit, and started jogging around the yard, one circle after another. After 3 laps, his face was already a little ruddy. He suddenly sped up. After only 2 laps, his body was coated with a layer of bright red, just like yesterday. After the preparations were done, Yun Yongzhu returned to his room to practice the 1st level of the burning wood art. 2 hours passed in a flash. Yun Yongzhu closed his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He felt that the spiritual power in his body was purer, and he was in a good mood. He performed a purification art on himself. In the past 2 years, in addition to practicing the golden armor art and breath containment art to the great success level, he also practiced several small auxiliary spells, but all of them were just for beginners. Purification art is one of them. Now that he has mastered the essence of practicing burning wood art, Yun Yongzhu decided to slowly increase the practice time and practice burning wood art to the 4th level of key training as soon as possible. According to his estimation, he can complete the practice of the art in a month at most. It was noon. He took out a piece of toothgrass and put it in his mouth to chew, then rinsed his mouth with water. He exhaled and could smell a faint fragrance, feeling good. This toothgrass was a kind of grass he found on Yunwu Mountain when he was a child. It was also a kind of medicinal material called leaf fruit. It has the effects of clearing heat, stopping bleeding, and reducing swelling. It is often used to make healing medicine. At that time, he was worried about brushing his teeth. No one on Yunwu Mountain had the habit of brushing their teeth. At most, they would rinse their mouths with water. Although he did not have mysophobia, brushing his teeth was a habit he had developed for many years in his previous life. He always felt that his mouth was not clean without brushing his teeth. The leaves of the leaf fruit are narrow and long. They feel thick, but much thinner than succulents. They are a bit elastic and taste a bit like mint, but not irritating. It is both a leaf and a fruit, and the juice exudes a faint fragrance. There are 7 or 8 pieces of this leaf fruit, enough for him to use for 7 or 8 days. Because it is a substitute for toothpaste, he named it toothgrass. This time when he came to Qingshan sect, he brought a lot of them, including a few live plants. He planted them under the window before running in the morning. Now they have turned green and are very tenacious. In fact, he didn't need to brush his teeth, but it was just his own psychological effect. But he was used to it and regarded it as a ritual of life. After washing up, Yun Yongzhu used a piece of purple lingayen cake. This purple lingayen cake tasted like a faint jujube fragrance, and it seemed that spiritual dates were put in it. After eating the delicious lingayen cake, Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power increased a little, and he had already thought about what to do next. He wanted to use the spiritual field attached to his yard as soon as possible. so he had to inquire about the location and size of the spiritual field first, and most importantly, whether it could be used now. He was embarrassed to go to the top of the mountain to disturb Uncle Hu for such a small matter, so he planned to visit his neighbors. He noticed when he chose the cave that day that there was only one cave near his cave, which was black, indicating that someone was living there. There are only 2 caves in this area, and sooner or later the 2 will have dealings, so Yun Yongzhu decided to go to this neighbor to find out. After putting away the box of lingan cake, Yun Yongzhu changed into the uniform of an inner disciple and went out. According to his memory, Yun Yongzhu flew low on the cloud for about a quarter of an hour, saw a yard, and confirmed that this was the destination he was looking for. Yun Yongzhu landed and looked at the plaque at the gate of the yard. Muayang Courtyard. Yun Yongzhu read the 3 words on the plaque, thinking that the gate of his yard was bare, so he should also give it a name and hang it on it. Yun Yongzhu used his spiritual power to touch the restriction at the door. This restriction was set by the cultivators to alert outsiders to sudden disturbances. As long as there is spiritual power or an object touching it, it will be sensed by the owner of the restriction. It is usually set at the gate of the cave as a reminder. This is just a small formation restriction that is not of grade. Yun Yongzhu also set one at the gate of the yard, which is equivalent to a doorbell. Soon, the courtyard door was opened, and Yun Yongzhu went forward to greet him. "I'm sorry to bother you, senior brother. Junior brother, what do you want to talk to me about?" This was a boy of about 15 or 16 years old, with a cultivation level of the 5th level of key training. "Senior brother, it's like this. I'm a new inner disciple of the sect. I just moved into Yuntai Peak, and my cave is nearby. I just want to get to know my neighbors and ask about some things." "I see, junior brother. Come in and tell me in detail. My surname is Yi, and my name is Muang. You can just call me senior brother Yi." "Okay, thank you senior brother Yi in advance. My name is Yun Yongzhu." Yun Yongzhu followed Yi Muang into the Muang courtyard and sat on the wooden bench in the courtyard. Yi Muang asked, "I wonder if junior brother Yun has anything you want to know?" "Senior brother Yi, the caves of our inner disciples all have attached spiritual fields. I want to know if I can use them now." Yun Yongzhu also told Yi Muang the general location of his courtyard. "So that's what happened. You can use it now, but you still have to go to the General Affairs Hall at the foot of the mountain and ask them to send someone to take care of the spiritual plants in the spiritual field." Yun Yongzhu looked at him in confusion. How come there were things planted in this spiritual field? "Junior brother Yun, if you have a spiritual field at home, would you leave it alone?" "Of course not." "Then it's over. You won't leave it empty, so how could the sect just leave it alone?" Although the Qingshan sect has a lot of spiritual fields, there are also countless disciples, so there is no such thing as too many spiritual fields. Those ownerless spiritual fields are also the property of the sect, and the sect will naturally take care of them. Even if they are used to plant some low-level spiritual rice and spiritual medicine, it is better than letting them go to waste. Anyway, there are mostly outer disciples and menial disciples in the sect. Moreover, if the spiritual fields are abandoned for a long time, not only will there be no harvest, but the spiritual energy and fertility contained in the spiritual fields will gradually decrease, causing the earth energy in the spiritual fields to connect, and the land will become hard and difficult to cultivate. In serious cases, the grade of the spiritual fields will even be reduced, and finally become ordinary land. The General Affairs Hall was originally set up specifically for the purpose of managing the sect's spiritual fields and spiritual land. It is also the place where outer disciples and menial disciples often take on tasks. If you are not in a hurry to use them, after a while, the General Affairs Hall will send people to harvest or transplant all the spiritual plants in the spiritual fields that already have owners. Then senior brother Yi, when will the General Affairs Hall send people to take away the spiritual plants? That depends on when the Ascension Conference is over. It will take at least half a month before they start sending people to deal with it. After all, some states are too far and remote. Yun Yongzhu nodded to show that he understood, and muttered to himself that it seemed that Yunzhou was not the most remote state. "Excuse me, senior brother Yi, do you have any good recommendations for planting spiritual plants?" "There are many. If you want to plant them yourself, I suggest you choose the ones that are easier to take care of so that you can have a harvest and it won't interfere with your own cultivation. If you hire someone to plant them, then there are more choices. You can choose the ones that sell for a high price or have a short growth cycle but are not worried about sales, such as the spiritual herbs and herbs used to refine key gathering pills and spirit gathering pills. But if you have never been exposed to spiritual plant planting, I suggest you hire a spiritual plant husband to take care of it first and learn for 5 or 10 years first. Senior brother, I hired someone to take care of it. Hiring someone. Senior brother, do you have anyone to recommend? Yun Yongzhu himself was not very familiar with planting, but his family had 2 acres of spiritual fields. His father planted spiritual rice and 9-leaf grass. With these 2 acres of land and 2 kinds of spiritual plants, his father often ran to the spiritual fields. Obviously, planting spiritual plants is not a simple matter. So he decided to accept Yi Muiyang's suggestion and hire someone to look after the spiritual fields. I don't know anyone for this either. If you want to hire someone, you have to look for them outside the sect. Many of them hand in and receive tasks in the General Affairs Hall. You can find someone who has practiced a lot of spiritual plant spells. You can pay him a dozen or 20 spirit stones for 1 acre of land. Okay, thank you, Brother Yi, for your guidance. Yun Yongzhu clasped his fists and saluted. No need to be polite. It's just a small matter. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave now. Okay, go and get busy. You can ask me if you have any questions. Okay, thank you, Brother Yi. Welcome to my cave to drink tea and discuss Taoism. Yun Yongzhu thanked Yi Muiyang again and again politely and left Muiyang courtyard. Half a month is not long, but not short either. Yun Yongzhu thought for a moment and decided to solve the matter of the spiritual field as soon as possible and hired a capable spiritual plant master. By the way, thank you for the reward. I will try my best to update. Chapter 25 5 New Spiritual Field. After thinking about it, Yun Yongzhu went to the General Affairs Hall at the foot of the mountain. After about an incense stick of time, he saw the General Affairs Hall mentioned by Senior Brother Yi from afar. This General Affairs Hall was renovated in a magnificent manner, and there was no obstruction. It was really hard not to be discovered when looking down from above. Entering the hall, Yun Yongzhu found that the monks coming and going inside were all outer disciples and menial disciples wearing grey robes. He thought to himself, no wonder Senior Brother Yi said that there were countless outer disciples and menial disciples in Qingshan sect. In this General Affairs Hall, it was almost noon, and there were still 300 to 500 people coming to hand in and accept tasks. In the General Affairs Hall, Yun Yongzhu saw many light screens floating in the air, and each light screen had a lot of task information on it. As long as you select the task you want to accept and give your identity jade card to the disciple at the counter for registration, the selected task on the light screen will automatically disappear, and there will be no embarrassing situation of someone accepting tasks repeatedly. However, each task has a certain deadline. If the task is not completed within the specified time, the sect will directly determine that the task has failed. The task will reappear on the light screen and wait for the next recipient. Yun Yongzhu did not go down the mountain to receive the task. He was going to issue a missing person task and ask the General Affairs Hall to send someone to deal with his spiritual field. So he did not hesitate and went straight to the counter at the back of the hall to handle general affairs. When the people in the hall saw him, they all bowed their heads respectfully. The disciples in his direction all stepped aside to make way for him. Yun Yongzhu walked smoothly to a counter. The outer sect disciple who was communicating with the disciples at the counter in front hurriedly walked away a few steps to make room for him. Yun Yongzhu was not surprised. Since he appeared in the General Affairs Hall, he had seen a lot and was no longer surprised. The identity of an inner sect disciple is really useful. No one dared to be disrespectful to him, even if he was just a 10-year-old child. The old man sitting behind the counter had already stood up respectfully when he saw his figure approaching. The old men at the counters far away all had regretful expressions. As for their true thoughts, no one knew. Junior brother, do you have any instructions? Inner disciples usually don't come to the General Affairs Hall to accept tasks. If they go to the mission hall. I dare not give you instructions. I'm a new disciple and have just moved into Yunte Peak. Please arrange for someone to clean up my spiritual field so that I can take care of my spiritual field as soon as possible. The old man was relieved after hearing this. It was not a big deal. So it's this matter. Please don't blame me, junior brother. We will arrange someone immediately. I wonder where your cave is. Yun Yongzhu told the old man the location of his cave and asked about the spiritual field. By the way, after choosing the cave, Uncle Hu said that I was lucky in the spiritual field attached to the cave was very large. I wonder how big it is. Where is it? What grade of spiritual field is it? Tell me. The old man was recording the urgent matters that needed to be dealt with in the spiritual field attached to Yun Yongzhu's cave in a book. When he heard his question, he took out a thick book from the counter and flipped through a few pages before answering him. Junior brother, you have quite a lot of spiritual fields, more than 5 acres, all connected together, 1 acre each of first grade, medium and high grade, and the remaining 3 acres are first grade, low grade. The spiritual fields are not far above your cave, about a mile away, very close. Yun Yongzhu was very surprised and satisfied after hearing this. 5 acres of spiritual fields. He didn't expect there would be so many, and there were also first grade, medium and high grade spiritual fields. With these 5 acres of spiritual fields, his annual income of 300 spiritual stones is a conservative estimate, and the specific amount of income depends on what he grows on the spiritual fields. Junior brother, I have arranged the tasks. It is estimated that someone will deal with the 5 acres of spiritual fields tomorrow at the latest. At most 3 days, the spiritual fields will be vacated for you, so you can rest assured. Thank you, senior brother. By the way, senior brother, I want to post a task. Should I post it at the counter? Yes, junior brother, what task do you want to post? I have 5 acres of spiritual fields, and I want to hire a spiritual plant husband to help take care of them. After hearing this, the old man's heart moved, but his expression did not change at all. Junior brother, what are your requirements for this spiritual plant husband? How is the employment fee calculated? Yun Yongzhu had heard Yi Muiyang talk about the employment fee. Generally, it is calculated according to the size of the spiritual field. 1 acre of spiritual field costs 15 to 20 spiritual stones a year. He thought for a moment before saying, I need a first level spiritual plant husband. He must know at least 3 spiritual plant spells. His cultivation level is not required, but the higher the better. As for the salary, it is 120 spiritual stones a year. The employment period is 5 years. If he does a good job, I will consider continuing to employ him. Yun Yongzhu also plans to open up a spiritual field in his own yard. With the 5 acres, there should be about 6 acres. At 20 spiritual stones per acre, he believes that no one can refuse this price. The spiritual plant husband is also one of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. The cultivators who master the skills of the spiritual plant husband can grow spiritual plants with high yield and good quality. They are good at taking care of spiritual fields. It is said that higher level spiritual plant husbands can also cultivate ordinary fields without spiritual veins into spiritual fields with abundant spiritual energy. Although Yun Yongzhu was not a spiritual plant husband and had not practiced spiritual plant magic, he often saw his father taking care of the spiritual fields and taking care of the spiritual plants, so he knew a little bit. A cultivator who had not practiced spiritual plant magic was not a qualified spiritual plant husband. Brother, do you have anything else to ask? If not, I will go back and wait for news. The old man stopped Yun Yongzhu and did not write down his task. He said, brother, I have a suitable candidate here. He knows 5 kinds of spiritual plant magic and has mastered the water-based spirit rain art. His cultivation is at the 4th level of key training. Do you want to take a look? When Yun Yongzhu heard that he knew 5 kinds of spiritual plant magic, he agreed a little, so he nodded. Then the old man took out a communication talisman and sent it out. After a while, a tall young man about 20 years old quickly walked to the side of the two. Seeing someone coming, the old man pulled him to Yun Yongzhu and said in a somewhat flattering manner, junior brother, it's him. His name is Wang Yiming. Do you want to go out and let him perform the spirit rain technique for you to see? Wang Yiming was a little confused. His uncle just said that there was something good and asked him to come to the General Affairs Hall as soon as possible. Yun Yongzhu looked at the young man with a simple and honest face and looked like an honest man, and he was somewhat satisfied. He didn't like people with deep scheming to stay around him. Moreover, this person's cultivation was the same as his, so he didn't have to worry about him plotting against him. No need, it's him. When the spiritual field is handed over to him, we will naturally know how good his craftsmanship is. If it's fake, I will directly dismiss him. Yun Yongzhu asked Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming, do you know the reward? Do you have any requirements? No requirements. No requirements. The old man answered first, looking like he was afraid that the good job would slip away. Wang Yiming's expression revealed a little confusion, but he still nodded in agreement with the old man. Yun Yongzhu looked at his expression and was even more satisfied with him. He thought he didn't know the whole story yet. However, looking at the faces of Wang Yiming and the old man, he thought that the two were either father and son or uncle and nephew. In short, they should have some blood relationship. So he didn't say much and asked directly, I'm going back to Yuntai Peak now. Do you want to go up the mountain with me now, or go there by yourself in a few days? Wang Yiming looked at his uncle with an inquiring look. The old man said directly to Yun Yongzhu, junior brother, this kid is too naive. Please take care of him. Then he said to Wang Yiming, Yiming, you don't have anything to pack. Now follow this intersect senior brother to the mountain. If you need anything, just send a message talisman to your parents or brothers. Help take care of the spiritual field. Wang Yiming nodded repeatedly. Yun Yongzhu thought to himself that this man was indeed very naive, but this also proved that he really had no scheming. Then let's go. Yun Yongzhu nodded and took the lead to walk out of the hall. Wang Yiming hurriedly said goodbye to the old man and followed him. They all used the cloud soaring technique to travel. Yun Yongzhu briefly explained the matter to Wang Yiming on the way. Wang Yiming was delighted after hearing it, knowing that his uncle had found him a good job. Yun Yongzhu asked Wang Yiming about his relationship with the old man, and learned that his guess was right. The two were indeed related by blood. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.